I'm Megan Nolette.
And I'm Bruce Gulland. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Imagine you are walking through a forest full of pine trees. A thin layer of snow covers the branches, and underneath, the hills are layered with mounds of snow and ice. It is hard to walk through, but the air is fresh, and the cold makes you feel alive. It is one of the most beautiful winter days you could think of.
But a day like this can also turn deadly. Freezing temperatures can cause serious injury and even death. The Lancet Planetary Health is a medical journal. In 2021, they published a study led by a team of researchers in Australia and China. The study found that almost 500,000 people die from extreme heat every year. But over 4.5 million people die from extreme cold every year. More than half of the deaths from extreme cold were in Eastern and Southern Asia. Sub-Saharan Africa also had the highest cold-related death rate by population.
People often do not recognize the changes in their bodies in cold weather, or they may not know what to do to avoid the dangers of cold weather. Today's spotlight is on how to stay safe in cold weather.
One of the biggest dangers of the cold is called hypothermia. A person gets hypothermia when their body temperature gets too low. The human body naturally regulates its own temperature. When it is too hot, we sweat. When it is too cold, our bodies try to make heat. When a person is in the cold, it is almost like they are exercising. Their body is working extra hard to keep the temperature at the right level.
But sometimes the body cannot create heat fast enough, or it has no more energy to use. When this happens, the body's temperature begins to drop. Soon after, the brain stops working correctly. This is one of the first signs of hypothermia. A person with hypothermia may have a difficult time remembering things. They may be confused, tired, or have a difficult time moving. This makes it even more difficult to get help.
Hypothermia usually happens when a person is out in the cold for too long, or they are not wearing enough clothing. Without proper clothing, the body will lose heat even more quickly. Strong wind can also lead to hypothermia. If it is very windy, the air will carry off heat from the body faster. This is why windy weather feels colder than it actually is. It causes us to lose more heat.
When a person has hypothermia, it is important to help them as soon as possible. Here is how you can do that. Bring them inside, into a warm room. If they are awake, make them a warm drink. Try to warm the center of their body first, the chest, neck, head, and groin. Keep the person dry. If they have wet clothes, remove them. When a person is wet, their body will lose heat faster. Keep them wrapped in dry blankets. And most importantly, get them emergency help.
Being in the extreme cold can also lead to frostbite. Frostbite is an injury where part of a person's body freezes. When this happens, the water in their body turns into ice crystals. These crystals damage the body parts, and they make it impossible for blood to flow. Frostbite usually affects the body's smaller parts like toes, fingers, cheeks, nose, and ears. A person who has frostbite will not be able to feel the affected area. The skin will get hard and change colour. In extreme cases, frostbite can damage organs and skin.
If you have never been in the cold, it can be difficult to understand the unique pain of frostbite. It is like being burned, but you are being burned by the cold. With very bad cases of frostbite, a person might not even feel it. Sir Ranulph Fiennes is a famous explorer who once had a bad case of frostbite. He was exploring in the Arctic when his supplies fell in the water. He had to reach in to pull them out. He told the magazine Esquire what happened next.
The water was not all that cold. It was probably about 30 degrees Fahrenheit. But when I got my arm out of the water, it started getting cold very quickly. My fingers felt like dead wood. I could not bend them.
Sir Fiennes had 4th-degree frostbite in his fingers. There are 4 different types or degrees of frostbite. A person with a 4th-degree frostbite may never feel the affected area again. The area may die. In the most extreme cases, it may even fall off. In Sir Fiennes' case, he lost most of his fingers. He was very lucky to not lose his hand.
If someone has frostbite, it is very important to get them to a warm place. Place the affected area in warm water. Keep the area protected. Do not touch the area with frostbite. Moving or rubbing the area can cause more damage. When the area has warmed again, give the person pain medication. When blood returns to a frostbitten area, it can be very painful. You should also get them emergency care. doctors may be able to save an area from dying.
Many people may not recognize symptoms of hypothermia or frostbite, but it is important to know how to prevent them. Here are some suggestions on how to stay safe in cold weather.
Wear layers of clothing and cover all areas of skin. Wearing the proper clothing is very important in cold weather. It will keep the heat of your body close to your body, and clothing will protect you from the wind. It is very important to cover your nose, ears, fingers, and toes. These areas keep the least heat. They are very vulnerable to frostbite.
Keep yourself dry. If you are sweating in cold weather, you may be wearing too much. Take off a layer of clothing. You will still be protected, but you will not be wet.
Avoid drinking alcohol when you are in the cold for a long time. Alcohol opens up a person's blood vessels. Blood will rush away from the important parts of a person's body. Blood carries heat, so a person will lose heat in the important areas of the body.
Know your body. Some people may suffer more from the cold. These include older people and people with bad circulation. These people should avoid being out in the cold for too long.
Finally, keep active. The body warms in the cold naturally. Staying active will help keep the body warm.
Do you have experience with the cold? What tips or tricks do you have to stay warm? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Chrisman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United Kingdom and the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called How to Stay Safe in Cold Weather.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Mike Proctor. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
Ruby still sleeps in the basket. She sleeps with her soft plaything. She likes to have both hands and feet holding something when she is lifted. Do you want to hold her?
Deirdre de Villiers is talking about a baby. But Ruby is not a human baby. She is a small, furry animal, a koala. De Villiers is a koala researcher. She is caring for Ruby. De Villiers rescued Ruby from the mouth of a dog. And Ruby is sick. De Villiers will care for her until she is healthy. Then, Ruby will be able to live in the trees with other wild koalas. Today's spotlight is on these koalas.
People often call koalas koala bears. A koala does look like a small-sized bear. Like a bear, it is covered with grey hair or fur. It has large ears, wide eyes, and a long black nose. A koala has a round, furry body, like a bear. But a koala is not a bear. It is a marsupial.
Marsupials are animals that have a special way to carry their newborn babies. They have a pouch. The fur on their stomach can open to hold something, a bit like a bag. The koala mother carries her new baby in this pouch. This makes it easier for her to climb trees. Koalas spend most of their lives up in a tree. They eat tree leaves. Koalas particularly like the shiny, dark leaves of the eucalyptus tree.
Eucalyptus trees grow in eastern Australia. This is the home of the koalas too. Around the year 1800, Europeans settled in Australia. At this time, there were probably millions of koalas in eastern Australia. The number is much smaller now. The Australian Koala Foundation says there are only about 40 to 80,000 koalas left. This sounds like a big number. However, koalas are in serious danger.
The human population of Australia is growing. As people build more roads and houses, they cut down eucalyptus trees. But the koalas need these trees to survive. Trees provide shelter, food, and safety for the koalas. Humans also build fences, drive vehicles, and own dogs. These things can all be dangerous to a koala. Deirdre de Villiers tells National Geographic,
Koalas are getting caught in fences and dying. They are killed by dogs and hit by vehicles. They are even dying from simple things, like a person who cuts down several eucalyptus trees around his house.
People also bring something else that harms koalas: disease. Koalas can die from human disease. It causes another problem, too. Disease can change their behavior. It can make koalas fight each other. Diseases can also make koalas unable to produce babies. This is a big problem because the number of koalas is shrinking. Many people are worried that soon there may be no koalas at all.
Joel Sartori is a photographer for National Geographic magazine. He is very famous for his pictures of rare or endangered animals. He visited Eastern Australia to take pictures of koalas. Sartori took one particularly difficult picture. It was a picture of all the koalas that had died in one area during 1 week. The picture shows the bodies of 13 koalas. Sartori tells National Geographic about it.
I knew I had to get a picture of dead koalas for this story, but I kept having trouble. People at the animal clinic I was working with said it would look bad. The Australian government does not even like to say that these koalas are endangered. But the workers at one place I visited thought this was an important picture to make. They told me that in this area, these animals will be completely gone in 3 to 5 years. They want the world to know that.
The koala has many enemies, such as disease, dogs, and people cutting down trees. But koalas have many friends, too. Many people are working to protect the koalas from danger. People like Deirdre de Villiers take care of hurt koalas. Some people even work with koalas in their own houses.
Samantha Longman is one of these people. She takes care of koala babies. She is like their mother. The baby koalas climb on her. They depend on her. She tells National Geographic about this work.
It does not leave me much time for anything else. But the little creatures are part of our family. What we are doing is important.
Some people work with the government to protect land and trees. The Australian Koala Foundation, or AKF, is asking the government to use more land as natural park areas. These parks would be a good place for koalas to live. The AKF would also like the government to create laws to protect koalas. They want to stop people from cutting down eucalyptus trees. Without eucalyptus trees, the koalas cannot survive. The AKF website explains.
80% of the land that koalas live on is privately owned. It is often farmland, not in national parks. This is why the AKF wants a law that will prevent people from cutting down trees on their land. We want a law to encourage people to protect and manage the land where koalas live.
There is another way de Villiers works to protect koalas. She watches wild koalas. This way, she can learn how the koalas are doing. She studies their health, and she studies the population growth of koalas in the area.
Humans have caused many problems for koalas in Australia. But de Villiers says that people and koalas can live together. People can make some changes that would help the koalas. They can drive more slowly. They can make sure that there are enough eucalyptus trees for the koalas to live in and eat.
On one trip, de Villiers studied TV, a koala she had watched for over a year. To her surprise, de Villiers discovered TV had a young baby in her pouch. De Villiers shared her excited reaction with National Geographic.
While there are still healthy babies, there is still hope.
The writer and producer of this program was Rena Dam. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Koalas in Danger.
You can also leave your comments on our website, or you can email us at radio@radioenglish.net. You can also find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Anne Muir.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
A woman in the United States is making a meal. She chooses a recipe from a recipe book. She will follow this recipe, adding each different food at the right time to make a good tasting meal. The recipe begins with common foods. First, she adds some juice from a sour lemon. Then she puts in some olive oil and a small amount of sweet honey. She adds some salt and pepper spice. Finally, she is ready to add the protein or meat into the meal. Does the recipe use chicken, fish, pork? No, the final ingredient in this recipe is katydids, a kind of insect.
For many people in the United States, insects would be a very surprising ingredient. There, eating insects is not common. But this recipe book is trying to change the way people in the United States and other Western countries think about eating insects. This book contains recipes for people to make food from insects. It is called the Eat a Bug Cookbook.
The writer of this book is David George Gordon. In his book, he tells about the reasons that people should eat more insects. Eating insects is good for the environment, public health, and also the economy. Today's spotlight is on eating insects.
Experts estimate that by 2050, there will be 9 billion people in the world. Almost 1 billion people already suffer from hunger every day. Our Earth has a limited amount of resources, like land and water. If we do not have enough food for the people on our Earth now, how will we have enough for another 2 billion people in 2050?
These are the questions that experts around the world are struggling with. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations released a report in 2013. It explained,
"The problem will be worse in the future. We need to think about what we eat and how we produce it. We need to find new ways of growing food."
The report suggested that raising and eating insects was one way people could solve this problem. There are over 1,900 different kinds of insects that people can eat. The most common are beetles and caterpillars.
Many people around the world already eat insects. In fact, insects are part of the traditional diet of over 2 billion people. For example, in China, some people cook insects over a fire. They put the insects on a stick. The cooked insects are served on the street as street food. They are also served in restaurants where food costs a lot of money. In the country of Ghana, people collect the termite insect in the springtime. They grind the termites into a kind of powder similar to grain. They use the ground termites to make bread.
Insects are a part of traditional diets because they are a very healthy food. They contain almost as much protein as a serving of meat from a pig or cow. Protein is a substance all people need to eat to stay healthy. Insects are high in vitamins and minerals. And insects are also low in fat and cholesterol, substances that are necessary for the body, but only in small amounts.
Eating insects is also very good for the environment. Insects need fewer resources, like land and water, than larger animals. 90% of the fresh water people use goes to farming and raising animals.
Marcel Dicke studies insects. In a TED Talk, he explained how insects also produce more meat from the food they eat. For example, imagine a farmer. Imagine the farmer feeds a cow 10 pounds of food. Those 10 pounds of food produce about 1 pound of cow meat for people to eat. However, imagine the farmer gives cricket insects 10 pounds of food. Those 10 pounds of food produce 9 pounds of cricket meat for people to eat.
Eating more insects can also help people in poorer communities. Many people can raise and sell insects. Raising and selling insects can provide a job and food.
But insects will not replace livestock meat very quickly. First, people in some countries would have to change how they think about eating insects. Many people in North America and Europe eat a lot of livestock meat, like cow and pigs. But they do not traditionally eat insects. They do eat some products of insects, like sweet honey from bees. But it is not normal to eat a whole insect in any form. In fact, for many people in the West, eating insects sounds insane. They believe insects are dirty and dangerous. Insects make people feel uncomfortable.
Some people are trying to solve this problem. For example, we talked about David George Gordon's recipe book at the beginning of this programme. His recipe book tries to show people that eating insects can be delicious and easy. Other insect experts travel and tell people about the great effects of eating insects. But they still have a lot of work to do.
Another challenge is creating rules and laws for insect producers to follow. There should be rules about how to raise insects safely to eat as food. People also need to decide how to eat insects. Will they be whole? Will they be ground into powder like a grain? Or will food scientists discover a way to take all of the great food substances from insects and serve them in a very different form? These are all questions that people will have to ask and answer in the near future.
But there are people who want to answer those questions now. Jose Andres is a master chef in the United States. He has won important awards for his cooking. He serves insects in his restaurant. He believes that finding new forms of food is important for the future. He told the New Yorker magazine,
"We need to feed people in a sustainable way. In the future, the people who know how to produce protein will have an advantage over everyone else."
Will insects become the world's main source of protein in the future? Do you eat insects? If you do, what insects are your favorite? And how do you prepare them? If you do not eat insects, would you start? Let us know what you think. Leave your comments on the script page of this program, or find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio.
The writer of this program was Liz Wade. The producer was Michio Osaki. The voices you heard were from Scotland, the United States, and England. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Eat Insects, Save the World.
We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye. Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Bruce Gulland. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
Imagine a painting of two women. They have the same face. But one is wearing a white European-style dress. The other wears a traditional Mexican skirt. You can see both of their hearts, and a single blood vein connects them. The woman in the white dress has cut a vein with scissors. Her dress is stained with blood. The women are holding hands. Behind them, there are dark clouds, like a coming storm.
This is a painting called The Two Fridas by the Mexican artist Frida Kahlo. This is a painting of herself. She painted it after she and her husband divorced. It symbolizes the pain and longing of this lost relationship. Kahlo often painted herself, but she did not just paint what she could see. Her painting expressed what she felt with symbols. Using these symbols, she was able to paint about disability, love, and the traditional Mexican life. She is still an important artist today. Today's spotlight is on Frida Kahlo.
Frida Kahlo was born in Mexico in 1907. She began painting when she was very young, but she did not think of it as a job. Instead, she wanted to be a doctor. She even attended school to become a doctor. But when she was 18, she was in an accident. Kahlo was riding on a bus. The bus driver crashed into an electric train going full speed. The crash hurt Kahlo very badly. She broke her legs, foot, pelvis, and collarbone. Worst of all, a metal rail speared her through the stomach. It shattered parts of her spine, and it made it so she could not have children. Because of the crash, she lived in pain for the rest of her life.
Later, Kahlo would paint about her pain. One of the most famous of these paintings is called Broken Column. It is another self-portrait. In it, she is naked from the waist up. Small white tears fall from her eyes. All over her body, nails stick out from her skin, though there is no blood. But this is not the strangest part. From her neck to her waist, there is a huge gash. It looks as if it has been left by an earthquake. Inside the gash is a tall stone column. It is like those that hold up old houses. And the column is broken into pieces. A yellow desert stretches off behind her.
The crash destroyed Kahlo's body. She would never be a doctor. But the crash also gave her time to paint. And in 1928, she met Diego Rivera. Rivera was a famous Mexican painter. He painted murals. In making a mural, a person paints directly onto a wall. Rivera's murals were very large public pieces. They showed the indigenous people of Mexico and industrial workers. Kahlo asked Rivera what he thought of her painting. He wrote later about that first meeting with Kahlo. He said her paintings had a deep honesty and an artistic personality of their own. He said it was clear that this girl was a true artist.
Rivera encouraged Kahlo's painting, and soon they fell in love. They married in 1929. Together, Kahlo and Rivera travelled the world painting. But the marriage was not easy. Both of them had many affairs. They often lived apart. They divorced and remarried. But they also loved each other deeply. Once, Carlo wrote to Rivera in a letter.
Nothing compares to your hands. Nothing is like the green gold of your eyes. My body is filled with you for days and days. You are the mirror of the night, the flash of lightning, the dampness of the earth. The hollow of your armpits is my shelter. My fingers touch your blood. All my joy is to feel life spring from you.
Many of Kahlo's paintings are about their troubled relationship. In 1943, she painted Diego on My Mind. It is another self-portrait. In this painting, she wears a traditional Tijuana costume. This white robe wraps around her like a butterfly's chrysalis. Strange white threads stretch out from her body. It is like they are holding her in place. And on her forehead is a picture of Rivera. Kahlo painted this after their divorce. It shows that even though they were apart, she was still thinking of him.
Kahlo did not find immediate success as a painter. Rivera helped her meet many people. And after a time, she began to show her paintings in galleries. But many people did not take her seriously. They did not believe her art was there because of her skill. They believed she found success because her husband was famous. In 1938, Kahlo went to New York. She had her first solo exhibition. The gallery only displayed her paintings. But the news media did not treat her with respect. A writer for Time magazine saw the exhibition. He said that Kahlo's paintings were weak. He did not like the bright colours, and he compared her paintings to ideas of a child.
But soon, people began to recognize Kahlo's work. The Louvre is a famous art museum in Paris, France. In 1939, the museum bought one of Kahlo's paintings. The painting was called The Frame. The Louvre had never purchased a painting by a Mexican artist before. It was a great achievement for her to be the first. Other artists also encouraged Kahlo. André Breton was a French writer. He called her art a ribbon around a bomb. He helped her find places to show her work.
But Kahlo was most famous in her native country, Mexico. This is partly because she used images from Mexican culture. For example, one of her paintings is called The Love Embrace of the Universe, the Earth, Mexico, Myself, Diego, and Señor Xolotl. The painting shows the universe as a mother. This woman holds Carlo and Rivera in her arms. From those arms grow the plants of Mexico. The painting also shows Cihuacoatl holding her. Cihuacoatl is a goddess from Aztec stories. The Aztecs were one of the original peoples of Mexico, and Cihuacoatl was their mother goddess. By including Cihuacoatl, Carlo shows a motherly love for her husband. But she also shows that her mother is Mexico. It is the thing that gives her life.
Just as Carlo was becoming more famous, she began to get sick. Her health was always bad, but it began to get much worse. The pain in her back made it so she could not stand or sit long. In 1953, doctors removed one of her legs after an infection. She lived either in a bed or a wheelchair, and she abused medicine to manage her pain. Later in the next year, she got sick from pneumonia. This made it hard for her to breathe. She had a terrible fever and was in a lot of pain. She died in 1954. She was only 47 years old.
In the years since she has died, Frida Kahlo has become very famous. Her paintings are world famous. In 1984, the Mexican government even declared that her paintings were part of their national heritage. Women celebrate her for her fearless images of female life. But more than anything, people remember her for her talent and special vision. As Rivera once wrote to the Spanish painter Pablo Picasso,
I recommend her to you, not as a husband, but as an admirer of her work. It is acid and tender. It is hard as steel and fragile as a butterfly's wing. It is as lovable as a beautiful smile and as cruel as the bitterness of life.
Have you ever seen a painting by Frida Kahlo? What did you think of it? Are there artists who show your culture? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called Frida Kahlo, Artist of Mexico.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye. Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Colin Lowther. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
Once I knew only darkness and stillness. My life was without past or future. But a little word from the fingers of another person fell into my empty hand, and then my heart suddenly opened to the wonder of living.
Helen Adams Keller wrote these hopeful words. Her childhood was dark and silent, yet she became an encouraging writer and teacher for many people. Today's spotlight is on the writer and educator Helen Keller.
Helen Keller was born in 1880 in the United States. She was a healthy baby, but Helen became very sick when she was 1.5 years old. No one knew what kind of sickness she had. Now, experts think she may have had scarlet fever or meningitis. Her sickness was very serious. Her family believed that Helen was going to die.
Helen did not die. She seemed to recover from her sickness. Her family was very happy. But all was not well. Helen's mother saw that Helen's behavior had changed. Helen did not react to noise. She did not react to movement either. When Helen's mother placed her hand in front of Helen's eyes, Helen did not move. She could not see. She could not hear. The sickness had left Helen blind and deaf.
Life for Helen and her family was difficult. Helen became a troublesome child. She smashed things in the house. She was angry. She was intelligent, but she had no way to communicate. By the time she was 6 years old, Helen's family needed a new way to help her. They travelled to an institute for the blind. Doctors there said that Helen would never see or hear again. But the director of the institute told them not to lose hope. He said that Helen could learn. She only needed a teacher.
This teacher was Anne Sullivan. Anne was a 20-year-old student at the Institute for the Blind. Anne had lost most of her eyesight at the age of 5. At the Institute for the Blind, she had operations on her eyes. Then she could see better. Anne went to live with the Keller family as Helen's teacher. Later, Helen wrote,
"Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Walking with a friend in the dark is better than walking alone in the light."
Anne changed Helen's life. She showed Helen love and support. Helen began to trust Anne. Soon, Helen's behaviour improved. Anne also began to teach Helen words. Anne used her finger to write the letters of words on Helen's hand. Helen repeated the finger movements, but she did not understand the meaning of the letters and words.
Then, a small event changed Helen forever. One day, Helen and Anne were walking outside. They passed a water well. Anne took Helen's hands. On one hand, she wrote the letters W-A-T-E-R. On the other hand, she poured cool water. Suddenly, Helen understood the meaning of the word water. She now understood the symbols of language.
After this, Helen wanted to know more and more. Anne continued to teach her words and their meanings. Soon, Anne taught Helen to read and write. Helen did this through her sense of touch. People were very surprised that Helen could read, write, and communicate. This was not common for blind people in the 1800s. But Helen did not ever give up. She wrote,
"When we do the best we can, we never know what miracle is made in our life or in the life of another."
In 1900, Helen went to Radcliffe College in England. Helen became the first deaf and blind person to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree. At college, Helen also began to write about her life. Helen wrote many books. Some of the books were about her life. Other books were about her Christian faith. Much of her writing was political.
Helen Keller saw that many blind people lived in poor conditions. Blind people did not get a good education. But Helen showed that it is possible for blind people to live happy, productive lives. She wrote,
"The public must learn that the blind man has a mind that can be educated. He has a hand that can be trained. He has dreams that are right for him to work towards."
Helen was also very interested in justice for blind people in other countries. She traveled to 40 countries around the world. She gave speeches and brought hope to many people. The communities that Helen Keller visited increased their efforts for blind people.
Helen did not only work for justice for blind people. She did not like injustice of any kind. She worked for social rights, women's rights, and for peace. She believed that God created all people equal. She thought that all people had equal rights to a good life. She said,
"The world is full of suffering, but it is also full of overcoming suffering. I am only one, but still I am one. I cannot do everything, but still I can do something."
Helen Keller kept writing and giving speeches until she was an old woman. She won many awards and knew many famous people. But after she turned 80, Helen had some health problems. She moved back to her home and lived simply.
Helen Keller died peacefully at the age of 88. Her life brought hope and courage to millions of people, and she continues to encourage people all around the world with wise words such as these.
True happiness is not found through helping yourself, but through faithfulness to a good purpose. The best and most beautiful things in life cannot be seen or touched. They are felt in the heart.
The writers of this program were Marina Santi and Rena Dam. The producer of this program was Rena Dam. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called The Amazing Life of Helen Keller.
You can also leave your comments on our website, or you can email us at radio@radioenglish.net. You can also find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Bruce Gulland. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
The children laugh and shout loudly. They are playing games in the playground. One child is it. He runs after a group of other children. He catches one of them. That second child becomes it. She now chases the other children and tries to catch one. They are all playing a game of chase or tag.
In another area of the playground, two children each hold opposite ends of a long rope. They turn it round and up and down. Other children take turns to jump over the rope as it is being turned. They are skipping. And all the children who are skipping are also singing special skipping songs.
Children in all parts of the world play similar games. Many generations of children have enjoyed playing these traditional games. But could these games have a more important purpose? Today's spotlight is on traditional children's playground games.
Experts everywhere agree that play is good for children. They say it is important for a child's mental and physical development. Nicola Butler from the organisation Play England told the Huffington Post,
"Traditional playground games are necessary for children's health, well-being, and development. Playing these games lets children learn about friendships. They learn about arguing, making up, negotiating, and resolving disputes, and making the game fun and fair. But most importantly, being involved in these games makes children happy."
Did you know that children from many countries play the same or similar traditional games? Though these games often have different names in different countries. The game of leapfrog has been played in the United Kingdom since the 16th century. In this game, one child bends down and holds his knees or ankles. Another child runs up to the first child, places her hands on the back of the first child, and leaps or jumps over the first child. Any number of children can play the game. They all take turns to leap or jump like a frog. In other countries, children jump like a different animal. In France, children call this same game saute-montagne, which means leap sheep. In India, they call it ar-godi ki par-godi, which means leap horse.
Another game children play all over the world is hopscotch. In Albania, they call the game Vara. In Germany, it is Hinkspiel. Johannes Lee told Topics Online magazine what the game is called in his country.
When I was a child, my friends and I used to play many traditional games from my country, Indonesia. A game I played a lot was called one-leg jump.
One-leg jump is a good name for the game of hopscotch. That is because the name one-leg jump helps you understand how to play the game. The players mark squares on the ground using a stone or piece of chalk. Children in different parts of the world make different shapes or grids with the squares. But some things are always the same. The children all hop or jump on one leg from square to square, and they must not put a foot on any line.
Very often, children play the game using a stone. They throw the stone onto square 1 and take their turn hopping on the whole grid. They hop to the last square. Then they turn round and hop back. On their next turn, they will throw their stone onto square 2. And on their next turn, they throw onto square 3, and so on. If the stone does not land in the correct square, the child must lose a turn. Maria Lopez from Colombia told Topics how she enjoyed playing hopscotch when she was a child.
When I was a little girl, most afternoons I used to play games with my friends in our street. Rayuela, as hopscotch is called in Spanish, was my favorite game. It is nice to remember playing games like Rayuela, because it shows me that I had a happy time as a child, surrounded by special people who always loved me.
It may surprise you to learn that hopscotch is a very old game. Experts say that nearly 2,000 years ago, Roman soldiers used something similar as an exercise. They had to hop up and down a 100-foot series of squares. They did this to make them stronger and quicker on their feet.
Marbles is another ancient game that is played around the world. No one knows exactly how old it is. But we know the Romans played this game too. You can see children playing marbles on ancient Roman wall paintings.
But what are marbles? And how do you play the game of marbles? Marbles are very small, hard balls. You can find marbles made from different sorts of stone, including the stone called marble. But most marbles are made from brightly colored glass. People play many different sorts of games with their marbles. But all of these games are called simply marbles.
The ring game is one popular game of marbles. A child uses a stone or chalk to make a circle or ring on the ground. those playing the game put a few of their marbles into the ring. Each child rolls or shoots another marble to try to push one of the marbles out of the ring. If a player manages to do this, he keeps that marble. Hakan Tuncer from Turkey played marbles as a child. But he used a triangle shape, not a circle. He told topics how he and his friends would compete for marbles.
I think the most important thing was to have as many marbles as we could. We competed to win the most marbles. The person who won the most marbles was the leader of the group, and everyone tried to be the leader. Now, I understand that this small competition was our first experience with power and leadership.
Traditional playground games are about more than just fun. Hopefully, children continue to learn these games and their valuable lessons for hundreds more years.
Do you remember playing traditional playground games when you were a child? Tell us about playground games in your country. You can leave a comment on our website or email us at radio@radioenglish.net. You can also comment on Facebook at facebook.com/spotlightradio.
The writer of this program was Katie Blake. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Traditional Children's Games.
Look for our free listening app in the Google Play Store and in iTunes. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye. Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Bruce Gulland.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
A man is sitting at his desk, typing at his computer. Outside of his window, the sun shines brightly. Birds are singing. It is a very pleasant morning. There is nothing frightening around him. But he is very worried. He is so worried he cannot concentrate. There is a tightness in his chest. There is a feeling of heat on his shoulders. His body is telling him to run. It is signalling to him that somewhere there is danger. The man knows there is no danger, but he cannot stop these feelings. He does not even know why he is afraid.
This man is living with an anxiety disorder. These psychological differences in the brain cause people to be afraid of things that do not make sense. Or they cause people to worry too much. But many people have anxieties, even if they do not have a disorder. Today's spotlight is on anxiety and how to live with it.
There are many different kinds of anxiety disorders. Some people are born with. Other people get anxiety later in their lives. But all people with anxiety have one similarity: an overactive amygdala. The amygdala is a part of the brain. It keeps emotions even and regular. It also tells the body when something dangerous is around. It causes the emotion of fear. In a healthy person, the amygdala does not activate much. But in a person with anxiety, the amygdala is very sensitive. It can activate because of things that do not make sense. Or it can activate for no reason at all.
Anxiety disorders can make people's lives very difficult. An anxiety disorder can cause people to act strangely. This can be very distressing, and it can hurt their lives socially. One of these disorders is called obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. A person with OCD has disturbing thoughts. These fears will not go away. But a person with OCD will try to get rid of them. She will perform particular actions to get rid of her anxiety. For example, if she is afraid of getting sick, she might wash her hands. But this does not make the fear leave. So she will wash her hands many times in a row. She will wash until her fears go away. Sam Wicke is a sculptor. He has OCD. In 2020, he talked to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America about his OCD.
My OCD began at age 7. I remember sitting on a chair in front of my family. I opened my mouth wide and inhaled a lot of air. I was looking at my mother. I then held up my hand and blew out the air onto it. I would repeat this action over and over, but no one would say a word. They would watch in confusion. As more time passed, my OCD got worse. I began acting out other strange rituals. It was becoming difficult to get dressed every day. I would count as I put my clothes on. I would have to redo my actions if I started thinking of something bad. I knew something was wrong with me, but I could not talk about it. I then became frightened that my brothers would become like me, that they would also act out strange rituals.
Anxiety can also make it difficult to be in society. Some people with anxiety have a hard time doing their jobs or going to school. Kathleen Munro is an employee at Anxiety Canada. She has panic disorder. This condition caused her to have sudden, intense times of panic or panic attacks. During these panic attacks, fear would overwhelm her. She would not be able to move because she was shaking so badly. It made her feel like she was going to die. She wrote for Anxiety Canada's blog,
I could not control it. It left me feeling helpless. I could not commit to anything. I could end up caught in my panic at any time. I missed events with my friends because I did not want to admit I was struggling. I was so tired from pretending to be okay and to avoid making others uncomfortable. I struggled to feel safe, and this kept me from fully living.
One of the best things a person with anxiety can do for themselves is to be with other people. Talking to others can help them change the way they think. If someone you know has anxiety, it is important to keep in contact with them. Be available to listen, even if they do not respond. People with anxiety also often suffer from depression. Offering encouragement and support can help distract them from their fears. It can help put them on the way to getting real help. But do not try to solve their anxiety. And do not try to eliminate causes of anxiety. This can actually make the disorder worse, and it could make them depend on you. Joseph McGuire is a doctor at Johns Hopkins University. He writes,
Trying to get rid of someone's anxiety seems really thoughtful and sweet, but anxiety does not usually go away. Over time, if people avoid difficult situations, the anxiety grows, and the person begins to ask more and more from you instead of working on their problem.
If you have anxiety, there are many ways of working through these disorders. There is no single cure. Anxiety disorders do not go away. Instead, there are changes that you can make to your life that may help. Here are some ways of dealing with anxiety.
Get regular exercise. keeping active helps reduce stress, even in people with severe anxiety.
Avoid caffeine, tobacco, and other stimulants. These substances can make anxiety worse.
Drink lots of water. Not having enough water can make anxiety more difficult to deal with.
Slow down and find time for yourself. Anxiety can often come from living under stressful circumstances. Avoiding those circumstances can help, but sometimes it is enough just to take a break.
Seek medical help. While there is no cure for anxiety, there are many treatments that work. Medications called antidepressants are very effective.
Talk to someone or go to therapy. Talking to a professional can help you understand your mind. A therapist can give you methods of working through your anxiety. They can help train you to overcome many of your fears. Anxiety does not have to rule your life.
Do you have anxiety? Do you know anyone with anxiety? What do you do to help? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United Kingdom and the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called Living with Anxiety.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye. Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Bruce Gulland. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Lots of people say, "How can you work out in the wild when you are a woman?" But I can do anything I want. Many other people, especially young women like us, they want to join us. I am a woman. I am going to have a baby. I want my baby to see a rhino. That is why I am protecting it.
Leita Mikabela said this to the Guardian newspaper. Mikabela is part of a group in South Africa called the Black Mambas. They work to protect wild animals, particularly one special animal, the rhinoceros or rhino. Today's spotlight is on the Black Mambas of South Africa.
South Africa is a large and beautiful country. Like many countries, it has some special areas that are kept only for nature. People do not live in these game parks or reserves. The areas are separated to protect the plants and animals there. These include large elephants, tigers, lions, and many kinds of smaller animals too. Rhinos also live there. These large grey animals have large pointed horns on their face.
Rhinos are protected by the laws of the country, but people still hunt them. Some people think that the rhino horn has special powers. They will pay a lot of money for it. Because of this, people illegally kill or poach rhinos in South Africa's game reserves. Now, there are not many rhinos left. If people do not stop killing them, in 10 years, there will be none.
In Kruger National Park in South Africa, the park officials have worked for a long time to stop poachers. Like other national parks, they employed male rangers with guns to patrol the park. These rangers would shoot or arrest anyone that they found trying to kill the rhinos. The punishment for poaching a rhino is up to 20 years in prison. There is also a fine of over $100,000.
But even with punishments and armed rangers, the rate of rhino deaths in Kruger Park was still very high. Authorities needed another solution to save the rhinos. So, they formed a new group in a nearby area called Balula Nature Reserve. This group has reduced trapping and poaching in their area by 76%.
This new force is made up only of women. They are named the Black Mambas after a deadly kind of snake. The Black Mambas do not carry guns. Instead, they concentrate on protecting the animals and natural environment in the park. Sipiwe Sitole is one of the Black Mambas. She explains to The Guardian why her group is so important.
There were men rangers carrying guns. But still the rhinos were being killed, and lots of animals were being poached. I think they said, "Let us start something and add women and see what happens." Women are more loyal to their jobs, so they feel very strongly about what they do.
In 2013, the park employed 26 women from the surrounding community. The women come from poor communities around the park. Before they begin, they receive military training and wildlife education. They learn methods to follow poachers' footprints and to take apart traps.
Since 2013, the Mambas have patrolled the metal fence which marks the park area. They watch for poachers. They remove traps or snares set by poachers, and they report everything they see. The Mambas also go into the community. There they educate people, especially children, about protecting animals.
And the women of the Black Mambas have made a big difference. The Guardian says in the 6 months before they began, 16 rhinos were killed in Balula. In the year after the Black Mambas started, only 3 rhinos were killed. Sipiwe Sitole says,
The Black Mambas are winning the war on poaching. We have zero acceptance of rhino poaching and the illegal wildlife trade. The poachers will fall, but it will not be with guns and bullets.
People all over the world have noticed the Black Mamba's success. The New York Times published pictures of them. They won an award from the UK organisation Helping Rhinos. And the UN gave them the Champions of the Earth Prize in 2015 for their courage. The executive director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Achim Steiner, said,
Their many successes are a result of their great courage and strong desire to make a difference in their community. The Black Mambas are an inspiration, not only locally, but across the world, to all those working to stop the ugliness of the illegal wildlife trade.
Winning awards like this shows people that it is possible to prevent poaching. It also shows local people that the Black Mambas are valuable. Mamba Felicia Mohakane explains.
It is about knowing that people in South Africa love and are thankful for what we are doing. They are so happy that there are mambas. Some years ago, they used to say, "This job is for men." Now, there are women who are working to protect the wildlife. It means a lot to us and makes us continue to do our job when we know that people are behind us, supporting us. If I were not doing this, I would be sitting at home without a job. Jobs are limited in South Africa. So this is a big chance for me because I am able to take care of my family.
The Black Mambas are doing important work to save rhinos. But they are also doing important work in their communities. They are supporting their families by earning money. And people respect and honour them because of the work that they do. the black mambas show that communities and nature can work together. They bring hope for both people and animals in South Africa. We close our program today with the words of another mamba, Colette Ngobeni, who shares her hope for the future.
If we work together as a community, we can solve this problem. People need to open their minds and their hearts. It is not about money. It is about our culture, our future.
The writer of this program was Rena Dam. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Black Mambas, Women Protecting South Africa.
You can also leave a comment on our website or email us at radio@radioenglish.net and find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio.
Look for our free listening app in the Google Play Store and in iTunes. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Roger Bassing.
And I'm Alice Irizarry. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Ito wakes up at 6 in the evening. He wears the same clothes that he did yesterday. His crowded room is filled with empty drink bottles and food wrappers. A huge desk takes up one side of the room. When Ito wakes, he does not get ready for class. He does not get ready for work. Instead, he goes to his computer and he plays video games for the entire day. Sometimes his mother comes to bring him food. He thanks her, but says nothing else. Ito's life is the same the next day and the next. He has lived without seeing other people for the past 3 years.
Ito is one of Japan's hikikomori. A hikikomori is someone in Japan who withdraws from society. Usually, these are young men. They isolate themselves from other people, and they depend on their parents to survive. Today, there may be 1 million people living like Ito. But why? Today's spotlight is on the hikikomori.
Japan has a very unique society. Traditionally, parents and children live together for many years. Several generations often live together at a time, and each family member supports the other. Younger people take care of the older, and everyone takes care of the children. This can be very positive for family members, knowing they will always have help. But it also lets people become hikikomori. A hikikomori knows someone will take care of them, so they do not need to find a job or go to school.
But people do not become hikikomori because they do not want to work. It is usually because of a great pain. A hikikomori might have lost a job, or they might be bullied in school. They see these events as failures. And once they have failed, it is difficult to try again. Masaki Ikegami is a journalist who writes about the hikikomori. He told the Japan Times,
"The Japanese society makes it difficult for people to succeed once they have made a mistake. I think most hikikomori have had difficulty with their working life. They have been hurt by their human relationships there. Other cases might be people who have had bad experiences at school, or they have been through troubles, accidents, or illnesses. Some have stopped working to stay at home and look after their aging parents. There are many different reasons. It can happen at any age."
Many hikikomori isolate for economic reasons. After the Second World War, Japan's economy grew quickly. College graduates got jobs easily. A person could get a job in a company, and that company would employ them for the rest of their lives. But in 1991, the economy crashed. Companies stopped hiring, or they continued to employ older workers. It became harder and harder to get a good job. Many people had to find lower paying work, or they did not find work at all. This economic time period is known as the Lost Decades.
The lost decades hurt a lot of people. In Japan, much of a person's self-worth is based on their job. Not having a job or not doing well in a job causes a lot of shame. And some people feel so worthless that they stop trying at all. Now, Hiro Kimura was a hikikomori for 10 years. He told the Japan Times,
"If you finish university in Japan, but do not get a job, people look at you strangely. People have a strong sense that you should be working. I was embarrassed. I did not want anyone to see me. When I saw someone wearing nice clothing, I would feel like I had caused trouble. I hated seeing working people. I would compare myself to them. It would make me feel very bad. I felt a strong sense of shame."
Many hikikomori also have depression, a kind of extreme sadness. Often a depressed person will want to move. They will want to work on things. But they feel that they have no worth. They believe their efforts will not change anything. So they feel even worse and become more depressed. It is difficult to recover from this way of thinking.
Vosat Ikeda is a hikikomori in his 50s. He became a hikikomori when he returned to Japan after living in a different country. He felt that he could not fit into Japanese society, so he became very depressed. He told the Japan Times,
I closed all the curtains, but the light outside still reflected on the curtains. I could see it from the back of the room. It felt like society was continuing on without me. That feeling made me lonely and insecure. Curtains were not enough. So I blocked more light from my windows. I made it like a cave. It made no difference whether I slept in the daytime or nighttime.
Having a hikikomori child is also very difficult for parents. Many feel that they must continue to support their children, but they also feel responsibility. Most do not know how to help, and some fear talking about their children because they also feel shame. Maika Elan is a photojournalist. She helped document the lives of many hikikomori. She told Muse magazine,
Parents know that people will see them differently if they talk about their children's lifestyle. They expect them to return to normal for months or years before seeking help. Most parents feel that a hikikomori child shows they have failed. Having someone help with it is like getting rid of your responsibility as a parent. It is like getting rid of your child.
Once a person becomes a hikikomori, it is very difficult to go back to normal life. Most do not know how to live by themselves, and they do not have the skills to find a new job. The Japanese government has opened up some jobs for hikikomori, and there are special programs to teach them skills, like cooking.
But the most helpful programs for the hikikomori help them find friends. After all, a person who is lonely or depressed does not only need a doctor. They do not only need help with getting a job. They need someone who will tell them the truth. They need someone who will try and understand them, to make them feel like they are not alone.
Do you know anyone who is lonely? How could you reach out to them? Tell us about it on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Always Alone, the story of Japan's hikikomori.
You can also get our programs delivered directly to your Android or Apple device through our free official Spotlight English app. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Ryan Gertzma.
And I'm Robin Basselin. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Three men climb near the top of Mount Everest. It is very, very cold, and the wind is blowing. The climbers decide to return to camp for the night. As they move back down the mountain, they meet a group of angry Sherpa men. These local guides help climbers on the mountain. But today, they are angry with the three climbers. The guides believe the climbers were unsafe, and they think the climbers caused an accident that hurt their friend.
Soon, almost 100 angry guides surround the three climbers. The climbers are scared. The fight has become violent. Just then, a woman walks into the angry crowd. She stands between the three climbers and the angry guides. She takes the hand of one of the guides. The woman calms the situation and encourages the men to talk. After 45 minutes, they all sign a paper. It says they agree to stop fighting.
The woman who stopped the fight is Melissa Arnott. She is a famous female mountain climber, and her desire to help other people has earned her the respect of climbers all over the world. Today's spotlight is on Melissa Arnott.
Melissa Arnott is from the Western United States. As a child, she enjoyed nature and being active. But she did not start climbing mountains until after university. In 2001, Arnott climbed her first mountain. It was Mount Rainier in the state of Washington. This climb changed her life. After, she decided to devote her life to climbing. She trained to become a wilderness emergency medical expert, and later she became a mountain climbing guide. Over the last 10 years, Arnott has climbed many of the world's tallest and most difficult mountains. She has climbed Mounts McKinley, Kilimanjaro, and Cayambe. She has also climbed Cotopaxi and Aconcagua 4 times each. But the mountain she has climbed the most is Mount Rainier. She has reached the top over 100 times. One of the most difficult mountains Arnott has climbed is Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world, and it is located in the country of Nepal. On May 21st, 2013, Arnott climbed Everest for the 5th time. This was a great achievement. After, Eddie Bauer asked Arnott if she felt a responsibility to encourage female climbers. She said,
I am proud to be a part of the continually changing sport of mountain climbing. I would be proud to encourage any climber, man or woman, to push their own limits in the mountains. The mountain does not know if you are a man or a woman.
Arnott loves climbing, but she does not do it just to set records. She told ESPN-W News,
The honest truth is that very few people care what I am doing. I am not curing cancer or feeding hungry children. I am continually working toward these goals. I am pushing myself into territory that is always changing. All I am really doing is trying to teach myself how to live.
Arnott loves to help other people live, learn, and push their own limits too. She has worked as a mountain climbing guide since 2004. She loves her work. But being a female guide can be difficult. Not all people are willing to work with Arnott. Some climbers have refused to let her guide them. And some guides treat her differently. She told ESPN-W News,
The other guides that I work with sometimes treat me like I am less able than them. I do not think they mean to do it. I just think their natural reaction to a small, young woman is that I cannot be their equal.
But Arnott has earned the respect of many people in the mountain climbing community. She works hard and always helps other people. These qualities have made her many friends. One particular friend was Chawang Nima. Nima was a well-known Nepali guide. He had climbed Everest 19 times. In 2010, Arnott was climbing with Nima. They had climbed together many times before. But on this climb, the ice broke, and Nima died.
Arnott could not stop thinking about Nima's wife and 2 sons. They were left alone. Arnott told Outside Magazine,
"For a few years, his wife refused to see me. She was not ready. Last year, she was finally ready to see me. We sat in her house, but she could not talk. She was just crying. It was a pain I cannot describe."
Arnott recognized that the family was suffering both emotionally and financially. The local Sherpa guides do very dangerous work, but there is little support for their families if they die. Arnott told Outside Magazine,
"The Sherpa will continue to take this dangerous work. They love Everest, and it is how they earn money to support themselves. So, I want to teach climbers to respect their support team. And I want to help Sherpa get what they need."
So Arnott and climber David Morton formed the organization Juniper Fund. The goal of this organization is to support local mountain guides, like the Sherpa. The organization provides rescue resources for local guides. And if a guide dies, they provide money and other resources for the families. For Arnott, this work is a way to give back to the climbing community. And it is a way to respect the important work of the Sherpa guides.
Arnott works in a field full of risk and challenge. Climbing is both exciting and dangerous, and it has taught her a lot. She has learned to develop her own abilities, and she has learned to care for other people. But Arnott told womensmovement.com,
"The most important thing I have learned is that mountains do not care who you are. They do not care where you came from. And they do not care how many times you have been there before. You have to show up with a desire to work with the uncontrollable and the unknown. This is something that continually translates back into my day-to-day life."
The writer of this program was Lauren Visser. The producer was Mark Drenth. The voices you heard were from the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.audiobooks.com. www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Melissa Arnott, Female Mountain Climber.
You can also find Spotlight on Facebook and Twitter. Just search for Spotlight Radio. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Megan Nolette.
And I'm Bruce Gulland. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
This program may be difficult for some people to hear. This program is about the death of a child.
Imagine a woman meeting her 7-year-old child. She has not seen the girl in a very long time. So when they do see each other, the girl asks where her mother has been. She says she has missed her mother. The woman bursts into tears, but the girl does not seem angry. Together they walk to a playground. The woman, still crying, watches her child play.
After a time, the girl takes her mother's hand. Together, they fly up to a place that is a little like heaven. This is where the girl lives now. Together, they eat some of the girl's favorite foods. Then, the girl is tired. She lies down in her bed. She tells her mother she loves her. "I am not in pain anymore," she says. Then she and the bed disappear for the last time. The woman cries and cries.
This woman's name is Zhang Ji-sung, and she is not really meeting with her daughter. Instead, she is in a virtual reality simulation. Her daughter died of blood cancer. She has been dead for 3 years. But virtual reality programmers have attempted to recreate what the child looked like. They talked to her parents to understand what she was like. They asked about her favourite things. Then they made a program that was just like her. They showed it to her mother. It was a program designed to help Zhang process her grief.
People struggle with how to deal with death. Losing someone can feel like losing a part of yourself. And many of us want to have those people back. We may not know how to deal with these feelings. So we tell stories about them. We look at pictures of them. And we try to get through the pain. But technology is becoming more advanced. And people are wondering if this advanced technology can change the way that we grieve. But are these technologies good? And are they the best way to deal with death? Today's spotlight is on how technology can change our ways of grieving.
Stories about rescuing people from the dead are part of a long tradition of storytelling. The story of Orpheus and Eurydice is from ancient Greece. It teaches us lessons about seeing our loved ones after they have already died. Megan tells the story of Orpheus and Eurydice.
Orpheus was a famous poet and musician, and Eurydice was his wife. They loved each other very much. Orpheus made music about her so beautiful that it made gods cry. But one day, Eurydice stepped on a poisonous snake. It bit her, and she died. Orpheus was incredibly sad. He was so troubled that he traveled to Hades. In Greek myth, Hades was the land of the dead. He convinced its ruler to free Eurydice. Orpheus could lead Eurydice back to the land of the living. But there was one problem. Orpheus could not look at Eurydice. If he did, Eurydice would remain in Hades. But Orpheus could not help himself. He was almost to the surface, and he glanced around at Eurydice. In that moment, she disappeared. He would never see her again. His grief was greater than when she first died. He had some hope. Now he had none.
This story is a warning about thinking too much about the past. The point of the story is that the dead are dead. Wishing they are not dead will only hurt you. It will stop you from living your life.
Modern stories show a different way of dealing with grief. They talk about how technology can affect the grieving process. Black Mirror is a British science fiction television show. Each episode tells a different story, and each deals with our relationship to technology. One episode is called Be Right Back. Bruce tells the story from this episode.
A woman's boyfriend dies in a car crash, but she discovers that there is a new technology. This technology can look at her boyfriend's social media. It can use this information to create an artificial intelligence. It is like her boyfriend. There is even technology to recreate a lifelike copy of his body. She uses this technology, but the copy is not quite the same. It does not have her boyfriend's negative qualities. It will do what she asks without question. She grows to hate the copy. It will never actually be her boyfriend.
This story is also a warning. It warns that technology can never replace humans, and that trying to bring people back will result only in pain.
But are all technologies like this? Nick Stavrou and Steve Koutsouliotas are game designers. In 2015, they started creating a program called Project Elysium. Project Elysium was a virtual reality program. In it, people could visit virtual images of their dead loved ones. They could sit with them. They might even play a game together. These virtual images would not be very realistic. They would not be able to talk, but they would look and act in similar ways. They would be like photographs that moved and smiled. Koutsouliotas spoke to Fast Company magazine. He talked about why he thinks Project Elysium could be a good thing. He said,
"What if you never had a chance to say goodbye? What if you feel like you are forgetting that person? Sometimes I panic. I feel like I am forgetting what my father's face looked like. It is the small things that I fear losing as time goes on, like sitting next to him or watching him smile when I told him something funny. These are the things that Project Elysium has a better chance at offering."
Stavro and Koutsouliotas believe that technology can help the grieving process. Visiting someone in Project Elysium would be just like looking at a picture. Or it could be like going to a memorial.
Still, there are concerns about this kind of technology. As it grows more advanced, could it become more like Black Mirror? Technology may one day be able to make a realistic virtual copy of someone. But someone who is living could also become a virtual copy, even if it is something they did not choose. And it could make grief worse.
But grief is different for everyone. For some people, seeing someone they loved in virtual reality will make them feel worse. For others, it may do a lot of good. For Zhang Jisung, seeing her daughter again was difficult, but it helped her do something she felt she had not been able to do. She could say goodbye. She spoke in a documentary made about her experience. She said,
"Maybe it is a real paradise. I met my daughter. She called me with a smile. It was a very short time, but it is a very happy time. I think I have had the dream I have always wanted."
Have you lost a loved one? How did you grieve? Would you want to meet them again in virtual reality? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Chrisman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called Technology and Death.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Adam Novice.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
A group of people wait in a room. They have gathered in a famous restaurant in Basel, Switzerland. They are waiting to eat dinner. Soon, a waiter arrives to guide them to their table.
Right this way.
This is all a normal experience at a restaurant. But then, something unusual happens.
The waiter asks everyone in the group to remove their watches and telephones. He puts these things in a box. Then, these guests form a line. Each person holds the shoulder of the person in front of them. The waiter stands at the front. He walks through one dark cloth curtain, and then another. He leads the group into a room that is completely dark. No one can see anything. It is like they are all blind. In fact, some people in the room are blind. This special restaurant is called Blinde Kuh. It is designed to share the experience of blindness with people who can see. The waiters and many other workers here are blind. Today's spotlight is on Blinde Kuh and the experience of eating in the dark.
The World Health Organization says that around the world, about 39 million people are blind. Some people are born blind. Others lose their ability to see in accidents. Some diseases also cause blindness. This is particularly true in places where people cannot get treatment from doctors.
Being blind can be very difficult. In many places, blind people are not given their full human rights. It is difficult for blind people to work. Many blind people have to depend on their families to survive. Sometimes they must even ask other people for food and money. But what if there was work that only blind people could do? What if there were jobs that used the particular skills of blind people?
Jorge Spielman is a Christian leader who lives in Zurich, Switzerland. He is blind. In the late 1990s, he opened the restaurant Blinde Kuh. It won many awards for his interesting business idea. But Spielmann did not start the restaurant to win awards. He did not plan to make a lot of money. Spielmann had two simple goals. He wanted to create jobs for blind people, and he wanted to show people what it is like to be blind.
Spielmann often invited friends into his home to share a meal. They would ask what it was like to be blind. So he would cover their eyes with dark cloth when they ate. His guests found that the meal was very different. They said that they had to concentrate on their food. They listened carefully to the people around them. They found it very interesting. Without their eyes, people use different senses. They concentrate more on hearing, smell, or touch. Food even has a different taste.
Today, there are many restaurants like Blinde Kuh, where people eat in the dark. There are many differences between them, but all of them work in a similar way to Blinde Kuh. Guests enter into a lighted space. Here, they order their food or buy drinks. In some of these restaurants, guests can choose a mystery meal. They will not know what they are eating. They have to use their other senses to recognize the food. They talk with their friends and other guests. Some look around the room. They seem worried. This will be the last time they see anything for the next few hours.
Then a waiter enters. A restaurant waiter usually takes orders and serves food. At the dark dining restaurants, the waiter does more. It is unusual for a blind person to be a guide. But in these restaurants, the waiter is the guide for the guests. To enter the restaurant, one guest holds the waiter's shoulders. Then the next guest holds the shoulder of the first guest.
Would you form a line, please?
Soon the guests form a line behind the waiter. Then the waiter begins to walk.
Follow me.
He leads the guests into the dining room. Here it is very dark. The guests cannot see anything. But the waiter never gets lost. He has done this many times. He does not need to see.
At many dark dining restaurants, guests do not eat alone. The tables are very large. Everyone sits together, so people may sit next to someone they have never met. Many people find it difficult to eat and talk with strangers, but sitting in the dark, they feel differently. people feel that they can speak without being judged. No one can see at all. So people sometimes do things that they would not normally do. They find a kind of freedom in the dark room.
There are many difficulties. Guests may spill food or drink. They may drop their forks or knives. Some people cannot easily find their own mouth. Sometimes people even feel afraid of the new, strange situation. The guests depend on their blind waiter for everything. But for most people, these difficulties are also a chance to learn.
After eating, guests often talk with their waiters. In some restaurants, waiters even tell stories to the whole group of guests. They talk about their experiences at the restaurant, and they tell stories about the rest of their lives. Blind people are often treated like they are less able than people who can see. They may learn to feel that their experiences are not as important. But the darkness of the restaurant changes this. While dining in the dark, everyone is blind. Here, blind people are the experts. They know more about living without sight than anyone.
These restaurants give blind people jobs. They give people who can see a new way of thinking. But most of all, they give blind people something they do not get enough of: respect. People who can see learn more about the experience of being blind. Jorge Spielman talked to writer Jacqueline Harmon Butler about this goal. He said,
"We would not want anyone to be blind. We just want people to have the chance to experience the world the way we experience it."
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Stephen Hoffman. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Eating in the Dark.
Tell us.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Colin Lowther.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
It is January 2005. A man named Lawrence Summers was speaking at a conference. The conference was about women who work in science and engineering jobs. These kinds of jobs are called STEM jobs. STEM is the first letter of science, technology, engineering, and math. It is a well-known fact that most of the people who work in STEM jobs are men.
At the time of the conference, Summers was president of the famous Harvard University. His words made a lot of people very angry. Summers claimed that men were more highly skilled in math and science. He said that people should consider that genetics could be the reason more men than women are in STEM work. Some people were so angry at this comment that they walked out of the conference. The next day, media around the world were talking about Lawrence Summers's comments. It is true that fewer women than men have STEM work. But is genetics the reason? Could it be culture or history? Are women able to be as good at STEM jobs as men? Today's spotlight is on women and STEM careers.
Almost every part of modern life involves technology and science. The global economy needs more and more people working in STEM jobs. The UN reports,
New ideas and improvements in STEM are very important. They are able to help achieve long-term development and the end of poverty.
The UN reports that in the area of engineering, men are the majority in almost every country. They also report low global percentages of women studying computer science. The Elsevier Foundation is an international organization that supports women in STEM jobs. The foundation did research in countries in some of the world's largest economies. These included the US, Korea, India, and Europe. They found that less than 30% of women study STEM subjects. However, the problem is even more serious. In some countries, women are studying STEM subjects, but they do not take jobs in science, technology, engineering, and math. Sophia Huyer is the executive director of the international organization Women in Global Science and Technology. She told the U.S. News and World Report,
Being able to get an education is not a solution all on its own.
Women are half of the global workforce, but less and less women are going into STEM jobs. Many different theories exist about why more men are in STEM careers. One of the most common is that women are less skilled in science, technology, engineering, and math. Many people believe this. But Joe Bowler disagrees. Bowler is a math education professor at Stanford University. She told Stanford Press,
"There is a huge belief that boys are better at math. This does not agree with the information we have. And yet, people believe it. You go into schools and the children will tell you that."
People also think that women do not choose STEM careers because of marriage and children. They say that STEM jobs are more demanding and difficult for people with family responsibilities. Often, STEM jobs involve big projects. Employers commonly expect workers to leave behind everything else until the project is finished, even if they have to work in the middle of the night. Lawrence Summers also talked about this in his comments about why fewer women work in STEM. He said,
"The best reason I can give is the general conflict between people's family desires and employers' desires for high power and high intensity."
Also, many women say that they do not try to get STEM jobs because other people discourage them. Jennifer Selvage is a student at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is one of the top schools for studying STEM subjects. She wrote in a Huffington Post blog,
"I am an engineer, an honors student, and a woman. People have also told me hundreds of times that I do not deserve to be where I am."
Many people believe that it is not fair that women do not have an equal chance to work in STEM jobs. So people around the world are trying to get more women into STEM careers. One way is by celebrating the achievement and raising the recognition of women in STEM careers. For example, the Elsevier Awards are given out by the World Academy of Sciences, the Elsevier Foundation, and the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. These awards go to women in science from the developing world.
Ekbal Mohammed Abdu Dawkan is one Elsevier Award winner. Dawkan is from Yemen. She is the head of the Medical Laboratory Science Department at the Al Said University in Taiz, Yemen. Dawkan told the foundation,
"My father is in engineering. My mother is a housewife. But she was pushing me to finish my studies. My older sister is a doctor in geographic science. One cousin is an engineer."
Elsevier Award winners come from all over the world. But one thing that many of them share is a strong system of support. The women scientists say that they have support from husbands, children, parents, and extended families. David Ruth is the executive director of the Elsevier Foundation. He told U.S. News and World Report,
"You see a lot of women coming to get this award with their families. They have a support network. In parts of the world where gender is more of an issue, it takes more than one individual to be able to succeed."
Women like Eqbal Mohammed Abdu Daukan show that women can be very good at STEM careers. And more women are getting support from organizations like the Elsevier Foundation. Hopefully, this will result in more women in STEM jobs around the world. This would provide more equal employment for women, and it would help their families and communities.
But it would also help science and technology. Women often have a different viewpoint and experience than men. They bring important skills to the STEM subjects. Maybe with more women in STEM jobs, these quickly growing areas would improve even more.
The writer of this program was Jen Hawkins. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Women in STEM Jobs.
Tell us what you think about today's program. You can leave a comment on our website or email us at radio@radioenglish.net. And find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Colin Lowther.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
It is January 2005. A man named Lawrence Summers was speaking at a conference. The conference was about women who work in science and engineering jobs. These kinds of jobs are called STEM jobs. STEM is the first letter of science, technology, engineering, and math. It is a well-known fact that most of the people who work in STEM jobs are men.
At the time of the conference, Summers was president of the famous Harvard University. His words made a lot of people very angry. Summers claimed that men were more highly skilled in math and science. He said that people should consider that genetics could be the reason more men than women are in STEM work. Some people were so angry at this comment that they walked out of the conference. The next day, media around the world were talking about Lawrence Summers's comments. It is true that fewer women than men have STEM work. But is genetics the reason? Could it be culture or history? Are women able to be as good at STEM jobs as men? Today's spotlight is on women and STEM careers.
Almost every part of modern life involves technology and science. The global economy needs more and more people working in STEM jobs. The UN reports,
New ideas and improvements in STEM are very important. They are able to help achieve long-term development and the end of poverty.
The UN reports that in the area of engineering, men are the majority in almost every country. They also report low global percentages of women studying computer science. The Elsevier Foundation is an international organization that supports women in STEM jobs. The foundation did research in countries in some of the world's largest economies. These included the US, Korea, India, and Europe. They found that less than 30% of women study STEM subjects. However, the problem is even more serious. In some countries, women are studying STEM subjects, but they do not take jobs in science, technology, engineering, and math. Sophia Huyer is the executive director of the international organization Women in Global Science and Technology. She told the U.S. News and World Report,
Being able to get an education is not a solution all on its own.
Women are half of the global workforce, but less and less women are going into STEM jobs. Many different theories exist about why more men are in STEM careers. One of the most common is that women are less skilled in science, technology, engineering, and math. Many people believe this, but Joe Bowler disagrees. Bowler is a math education professor at Stanford University. She told Stanford Press,
There is a huge belief that boys are better at math. This does not agree with the information we have. And yet, people believe it. You go into schools, and the children will tell you that.
People also think that women do not choose STEM careers because of marriage and children. They say that STEM jobs are more demanding and difficult for people with family responsibilities. Often, STEM jobs involve big projects. Employers commonly expect workers to leave behind everything else until the project is finished, even if they have to work in the middle of the night. Lawrence Summers also talked about this in his comments about why fewer women work in STEM. He said,
"The best reason I can give is the general conflict between people's family desires and employers' desires for high power and high intensity."
Also, many women say that they do not try to get STEM jobs because other people discourage them. Jennifer Selvage is a student at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is one of the top schools for studying STEM subjects. She wrote in a Huffington Post blog,
I am an engineer, an honors student, and a woman. People have also told me hundreds of times that I do not deserve to be where I am.
Many people believe that it is not fair that women do not have an equal chance to work in STEM jobs. So people around the world are trying to get more women into STEM careers. One way is by celebrating the achievement and raising the recognition of women in STEM careers. For example, the Elsevier Awards are given out by the World Academy of Sciences, the Elsevier Foundation, and the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. These awards go to women in science from the developing world.
Iqbal Mohammed Abdu Dawkan is one Elsevier Award winner. Dawkan is from Yemen. She is the head of the Medical Laboratory Science Department at the Al Said University in Taiz, Yemen. Dawkan told the foundation,
My father is in engineering. My mother is a housewife. But she was pushing me to finish my studies. My older sister is a doctor in geographic science. One cousin is an engineer.
Elsevier Award winners come from all over the world. But one thing that many of them share is a strong system of support. The women scientists say that they have support from husbands, children, parents, and extended families. David Ruth is the executive director of the Elsevier Foundation. He told U.S. News and World Report,
You see a lot of women coming to get this award with their families. They have a support network. in parts of the world where gender is more of an issue, it takes more than one individual to be able to succeed.
Women like Iqbal Mohammed Abdu Daukan show that women can be very good at STEM careers. And more women are getting support from organisations like the Elsevier Foundation. Hopefully, this will result in more women in STEM jobs around the world. This would provide more equal employment for women, and it would help their families and communities.
But it would also help science and technology. Women often have a different viewpoint and experience than men. They bring important skills to the STEM subjects. Maybe with more women in STEM jobs, these quickly growing areas would improve even more.
The writer of this program was Jen Hawkins. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted and voiced by Spotlight. You can listen to this program again and read it on the internet at www.radioenglish.net. This program is called Women in STEM Jobs.
Tell us what you think about today's program. You can leave a comment on our website or email us at radio@radioenglish.net. And find us on Facebook. Just search for Spotlight Radio. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Colin Lowther.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
Imagine you are in school. Picture the students sitting in their seats. And think of the teacher standing at the front of the room. How are you feeling in this moment? Are you excited to learn? Interested? Are you participating in discussion? Or are you bored? Maybe you are falling asleep watching the clock or flirting with a classmate. Your thoughts say a lot about you as a student, but they also say a lot about your teacher.
Being a teacher is very important. Teachers can be parents, professors, or even friends. But teaching is also very difficult. Each person learns differently. Some people learn better by seeing. Others learn better by reading. Some learn better by hearing, and still others learn best by doing. Some methods of teaching work best for certain subjects. Teachers must know how to best teach each different student. Have you ever tried to teach someone? Today's spotlight is on how to be a good teacher.
One of the most important parts of being a good teacher is understanding how people remember things. People naturally remember things that are interesting to them. Interesting facts are easy to memorize, but information that can be used directly in someone's life is even better. Imagine a history class. It is very difficult to learn the names of famous people who lived long ago. Event dates are difficult to remember. But if you were learning the history of another country where you were going to move, things might be different. It might be very important that you know the information.
People also learn better when they can connect the subject to something they already know. Imagine teaching someone to repair a car. If they have no experience with machines, it could be very difficult. But if they had worked on engines before, it would be easier. This is true of all subjects, whether it is language, art, or mathematics. We remember things that are useful to us, and if we do not have context, our minds will not recognize information. This is true even if you believe what you are learning is important. It might be very important to repair your car engine. But if you do not know the parts of an engine and what they do, you will not be able to learn. A good teacher will help connect new information to something you already understand. Or they will give you a wider base of knowledge to understand.
Another important part of teaching is learning to understand and care about your students. This means learning who they are. Not all students are the same, and some are going through things you do not know about. Suzanne Tingley is a teacher. She wrote on the blog Hey Teach.
A friend of mine teaches at a high school where 44 languages are spoken. She told me she heard a student say, "I am really tired. Last night I slept next to someone who snored." Kids may be dealing with issues we know nothing about. Do not assume video games are to blame when work is not complete.
A good teacher also knows their subject very well, and they know how students think about it. Teachers must be able to correct students when they are wrong. A good teacher provides constructive criticism often. Constructive criticism corrects students' mistakes. It gives them ideas for how to improve.
Many people do not like to criticize. Criticizing may seem rude. Criticism can lead to shame and bad feelings when it is not planned out. But teachers must learn how to criticize in a way that is helpful. Brooke Chaplin is a writer at The Advocate. She explains how to criticize correctly.
Constructive criticism is something that should always be shared in private. Begin by telling the student the good things you see about him or her. This will get you started in a good way. Then tell them what you think is delaying their progress. Then tell them how they can make a positive change. After, remind them that you believe in them as an individual. If you share your concerns in the right way, it is possible that the student will do what you suggested.
Finally, it is important to let your students be creative. They should not be afraid to ask their own questions. Much teaching in the past treated children as listeners only. Teachers gave students knowledge, and students accepted it. If a student could not learn, teachers decided the student was not intelligent enough. But today, we know that learning works differently. Students learn best when they believe they have the power to ask and explore. Sometimes it is even good when they get things wrong.
Imagine a mathematics class. The teacher shows you a problem, and then she shows you how to solve the problem. You memorize the formula and will use it later on tests. Then you will forget it. But what if instead your teacher asks you how you would solve the problem? You might not know the correct formula, but you can guess and work it out yourself. You think about the problem for several minutes. When you finish, your answer might be incorrect, and your teacher will finally tell you the answer. But while you are working on the problem, your attitude changes. The question becomes a puzzle. Now you want to know the answer to this puzzle. You care about the answer, and you have learned to think on your own.
Today, most good teachers know to change their lessons to fit their students. They learn about and care about their students. They know that learning is not about remembering everything you hear. But more than anything, they know they are not just teaching their subjects. They teach their students how to learn, and they teach them how to think for themselves. People who know how to think and learn will continue to grow. They can change more quickly when required to, and they will live fuller lives.
Who was your favourite teacher? Why do you think they were so good? Are you a good teacher? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United Kingdom and the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called How to Be a Good Teacher.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Colin Lowther. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
Would you attach magnets to your head so you could wear glasses?
Would you buy beef-flavoured water for your dog?
Would you buy a golf club that you could use as a toilet?
All of these are failed ideas. Someone thought of them and someone else paid to make them. But they all failed. Many even seem like jokes. But these are the kinds of real products you will find at the Museum of Failure.
The Museum of Failure takes its display of failed products from place to place. When you visit, you will see some of the world's most wonderful and stupid inventions ever sold. But the Museum of Failure is not only there so you can laugh at failed products. It also shows how very successful companies often fail. Even companies like Apple, Amazon, and Twitter. And you can see how these companies learned from their mistakes. Today's Spotlight is on the Museum of Failure.
Dr. Samuel West is a psychologist. He studies corporate behavior, how and why large companies act the way that they do. He noticed that people do not like to talk about their failures. They cause us shame. But Dr. West believes that failures are important. Failure often leads to success, and to make something new, it is often necessary to fail. Dr. West started the Museum of Failure so that people could talk about failure more openly. He spoke to the PBS News about creating the Museum of Failure.
If you explore new methods, new products, and technology, you will probably fail. In fact, 90% of new projects fail. This is the real obstacle to change. People are afraid of failing. I was thinking, what can I do to communicate that we need to start accepting failure rather than fear it?
So Dr. West began gathering failed products and telling their stories. At first, his collection was small, but soon he gathered over 150 examples of failure, and he opened a museum in Sweden to display them.
Some products in the Museum of Failure are just funny. Take, for example, the Rejuvenique. The Rejuvenique was a plastic face mask with electrodes inside it. When you put it on, the mask would send small electric shocks onto different parts of your face. Its inventors claimed that the shocks from the mask would make people look younger. But wearing the mask hurt. The mask looked very strange, and there was no evidence that it worked. The product failed soon after its release.
This product seems like a bad idea from the beginning, but it does show the importance of trying. Many people have better ideas than the Rejuvenique mask, but they do not act on them out of fear. The Rejuvenique mask shows that making something new is easier than you think. If someone can fail as badly as this, the risk you are taking does not seem as terrible.
Sometimes, though, these failures can have terrible consequences. One of the most important failures at the Museum of Failure is thalidomide. Thalidomide is a drug invented in the early 1950s. Today, doctors use it to treat cancer and leprosy, but thalidomide has a dark history. When it was first released, its creators said it was a wonder drug. It helped people sleep. It treated anxiety and worry. It even helped with morning sickness, an illness that sometimes happens during pregnancy. Thalidomide was very popular, and it was supposed to be safe. In some countries, you could even get it without a note from a doctor.
But the makers of thalidomide did not test it well, or they ignored their tests. Thalidomide was safe for adults. But if a pregnant woman took it, the drug hurt the baby. Thalidomide causes serious birth defects in early pregnancy. It can damage a baby's brain, its eyes, and its arms and legs. Many thalidomide babies were born with very short arms and legs. Many died. Doctors no longer give thalidomide during pregnancy, but over 24,000 children were hurt after the drug was released.
Thalidomide was one of the greatest disasters in medical history, but its failure did have some positive effects. Before thalidomide, companies did not have to report the results from all of their tests. There were fewer rules for what they had to test. After the thalidomide disaster, countries forced drug makers to test in more ways. Thalidomide hurt many people, but it also made the drugs we take today safer.
Some of the products at the Museum of Failure show that failure can even be the secret to success. Teflon is a chemical used in many different products. It makes surfaces very slippery. Nothing gets stuck to Teflon. So people use it in non-stick cooking pans. It does not let electricity pass through it. A lot of electronic devices have Teflon in them. People also use it in electric wiring. And it can also make fabric resistant to stains and water.
But the creation of Teflon was an accident. Roy Plunkett was the chemist who created Teflon. He worked for the American company DuPont. He was trying to mix different chemicals. One night he left some of these chemicals in a very cold environment. But when he came to work the next morning, the chemical had changed. Instead of being a liquid, it had turned into a white powder, and Plunkett had no idea what it was.
Plunkett could have ignored the material. He could have thrown it away. But instead, he decided to test the material. He spent 6 months trying to understand what it was. And interest in the chemical began to grow. Soon, DuPont was making millions of kilograms of Teflon each year. Plunkett had made a mistake, but he was able to turn his mistake into great success.
For Dr. West and the Museum of Failure, all of these failures are not just interesting stories. They teach us how to deal with our own failures. They can help us do better at our jobs. And they can make us better people. He writes about this on the Museum of Failure webpage.
The museum's goal is to say, hey, let us not forget these failures. Let's put them on display. Let us shine a spotlight on these failures. Then we can talk about them. Then we can learn from them.
Do you remember a time when you failed at something? What did you learn from it? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States and the United Kingdom. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called The Museum of Failure.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye. Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Liz Wade.
And I'm Roger Bassick. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Omar was a first-year university student. He had done very well in his studies before. But now that he was at university, he started having problems. Some of the ideas he was supposed to learn felt too complicated. And he was suddenly in a new environment. He had new friends and new activities to explore. He found it difficult to know when he should study. How much should he study? And what were the best ways to study?
Does this sound familiar to you? Learning can be difficult, in or out of school. Sometimes we forget too quickly, or the material can seem too difficult. But there are many different reasons why we do or do not learn a subject. And there are ways of studying that are more effective than others. In today's Spotlight, we will look at some of these methods. Today's Spotlight is on how to be a good student.
The first step to being a good student is having confidence in yourself. Often, students who are having a difficult time believe it is because they are not intelligent. But this is not true. Learning is how you become intelligent. All of us begin, as children, with no knowledge. From there, we learn and grow. Being a student means continuing this process. It means knowing you may not seem intelligent now, but you will be. Believing that you can learn is the most important step in being a good student. Jeff Nixon is a writer at GEM Learning. He writes about the importance of confidence.
Confidence is important in learning at any age. When we feel confident, we are more likely to try new things. That will help us improve our abilities. It will help us build on things we already know. Confidence drives resiliency. This is the ability to recover when something has gone wrong and try again.
The second step of being a good student is understanding what kind of learning you prefer. Take language learning as an example. Some people learn language best by listening. They might learn well by listening to podcasts, audiobooks, or even Spotlight English. But other people learn best by doing. It helps them to apply the knowledge. They might need to speak to others to learn best. Some people are social learners and study best with others. Others must be alone to learn. Understanding what style of learning you like can help you enjoy studying more. And when you enjoy studying, you will be better at it.
Being a good student also means taking care of yourself. Our brains work better when our bodies are healthy. This means eating well, drinking lots of water, and taking time for breaks. The Feinberg School of Medicine is a university in the United States. Its students take very difficult tests to become doctors. They study for months and take an 8-hour examination. One successful student spoke to school staff after her test. She shared her secret of success: staying healthy.
I do not care if I am the 1,000th person to say it. It is important. So I will say it again. Sleep, eat well, and exercise. Honestly, I think that was the most important thing I did. I focused better, and I learned better on days when I was doing those things.
Another way to learn more effectively is to make a routine. Have special times each week when you study. And study even if you do not feel like it. Studying is not always entertaining. You may not always want to do it. But having a routine will force you to focus.
Routines are also important in reducing stress, and stress can make learning more difficult. If you are stressed, you are not thinking about what you are studying. You are thinking about your stress. Callie Patrick is a psychologist. She wrote on entrepreneur.com about the importance of routine. She said that when you do not have a plan, life is uncertain. When you have no idea what is going to happen, you can feel worried, anxious, and out of control. Your fear response can turn on. Routines reduce stress naturally. They give some control back to you.
Good students also study over many days. They do not try to study everything all at once. Instead, it is better to repeat the same information several times over a longer period. Hermann Ebbinghaus was a German psychologist. He also studied memory. In 1885, he discovered that people forget at a fixed rate. If we learn a fact once, we lose that information quickly. But if we learn it again, after a short period, it will stay in our memories. The more we repeat it, the more we remember.
Finally, good students ask questions. This may seem frightening at first. Asking a question may show that you do not know about a subject, and that can cause shame and embarrassment. But if you do not ask, no one will be able to help. Questions are how we naturally seek answers. Alison Gopnik is a professor of psychology at the University of California at Berkeley. She studies the science of learning. She wrote that asking questions is what our brains were born to do. At least, this is the case when we were children. For young children, quite literally, seeking answers is just as important as seeking food or water.
If you can keep all of these tips in mind, they may help you be a better student and learner.
Now we have some questions for you. How do you learn best? Do you have any special study tips? Tell us what they are on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called How to Be a Good Student.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Colin Lowther.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand, no matter where in the world they live.
Think of an event in your life that you remember very well. You can think of any memory as long as it is clear. Think back. Where were you? Who were you with? What time was it? Can you smell anything? Taste anything? Why do you think you remember this event so well?
Memory is strange. Sometimes a person might remember something that is extremely important to them. At other times, she may remember a fact that does not matter at all. It may be difficult to learn something she wants to remember, like an English vocabulary word. But this does not always have to be the case. There are actually special methods that you can use to improve your memory. Today's Spotlight is on how to use your memory to remember anything.
No one's memory is perfect. What a person remembers can be unreliable. Even the most intelligent people forget things. This does not mean a person has a bad memory. It means he is not using his mind to his advantage.
The brain has two kinds of memory. The first is short-term or working memory. This kind of memory is useful for a very short time. Experts say you can store 4 sets of information in your short-term memory at the same time. Information in short-term memory will last about 20 to 30 seconds or less. Then it disappears.
The second kind of memory is long-term memory. Long-term memory is what people usually think of when they say they have memorized something. Memories in the long-term memory stay. A person can remember them again and again. These are memories like the names of people you know, how to do a task, or memories from a special event from a long time ago.
The trick of remembering is moving information from short-term to long-term memory. No one knows exactly how this happens, but scientists do have theories. Richard Mose is a writer at howstuffworks.com. He writes that going from one kind of memory to the other is all about attention. You must focus on particular things.
To properly create a memory, you must first be paying attention. You cannot pay attention to everything all the time, so most of what you see every day is filtered out. Only some information passes into your conscious awareness. How you pay attention to information may be the most important part of how much of it you actually remember.
People also remember things that are similar to what they already know. This is because of the structure of the brain. Most of the brain is made of cells called neurons. When we learn something, different neurons connect to each other. When these neurons stay connected, it forms a memory. The more connections a memory has, the stronger it will be. For example, think of a person you know. When you think of that person, the same neurons become active in your brain every time.
Memories can also link to other memories, making them stronger still. This is why memories with multiple senses last longer. For example, a memory where you experienced something by hearing, tasting, and smelling may be very strong because you used more senses in the experience. These memories connect different parts of the brain. Think of the person you just remembered. Do you remember what their laugh sounds like? Do you remember the sound of their voice?
Finally, we make memories when we have repeated experiences. Each time we do the same thing, our brains make new connections. Scientists say our neurons activate or fire. Richard Mose uses practicing music as an example.
If you play a piece of music over and over, certain cells in your brain fire repeatedly in a certain order. This makes it easier to repeat this firing later on. The result? You get better at playing music. You can play it faster, with fewer mistakes. Practice it long enough, and you will play it perfectly.
Practicing or repeating information is one of the most popular methods of remembering. If a person has vocabulary cards, they are usually using this method. But this is not always the best way to memorize. There are many methods which use the other ways we remember, or combine them.
Another memorization method is called a mnemonic device. One well-known mnemonic device is called an acronym. Acronyms are helpful in memorizing words. To create an acronym, find a list of words you would like to memorize. It is usually helpful if there is something similar about them. Then, take the first letter from each word. Organize those letters into a word or phrase. You have now made an acronym. Each letter in the final word stands in for another word. So, to memorize many words, you only have to remember one. One famous acronym for learning English conjunctions is fanboys. The F stands in for the word for. A stands for and. The rest stand for nor, but, or, yet, and so. Acronyms work because they make the information simple.
Another memorization method is visualization. In visualization, you think of an image or picture that represents the thing you are trying to remember. For example, imagine a person is trying to remember the name Melanie. He might think of a picture. In the picture, a woman is holding a melon fruit. She is crushing the melon with her knee. The sound of the two images will remind him of the name Melanie. The image is also very strange. It is easier for the mind to remember unusual things. Visualization works because it makes the foreign information into something familiar.
One of the most interesting mnemonic devices is called the method of loci. It is also called a memory palace. To create a memory palace, a person must think of a familiar area, like a house or a street. Then she must imagine a journey through that space. In the journey, she stops at different familiar areas. In each of these areas, she places an item. The item must have something to do with the thing she is trying to remember. Melanie Pinola is a writer and mental athlete. She competes with others to remember long lists of numbers or words. She wrote about the memory palace technique for lifehacker.com.
For everyday use, the memory palace is helpful for remembering a list of things. Start a journey beginning at a place you know very well, like your home. Begin at your door. If you want to remember a grocery list, imagine the items you need. Imagine a container of milk overflowing on your doorstep. When you get inside, perhaps 2 giant steaks attack you in your doorway. Continue to your living room to find pretzels dancing on the rug. Again, the more movement, strange experiences, and senses you put into your memory palace, the better for your memorization.
This may seem like a lot of work, creating more information than the person needs to memorize. But the method of loci is actually a way of hacking the brain. To remember something, the brain needs a network of information. Without this network, the memory will fade quickly. The method of loci creates a new network. It uses multiple senses, and then it attaches the network to something familiar. This way, what you are trying to remember enters the long-term memory.
There are many more mnemonic devices, but most memory methods involve one of these 3 steps. Make it simple, visualize it, that is, imagine you can see it in your mind, connect the information to something you already know. If you can master these simple tips, you will be able to remember huge amounts of information. What will you memorize now?
Do you have any special ways you remember things? What are they? Will you try a new method? You can leave a comment on our website at www.spotlightenglish.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
The writer of this program was Dan Christman. The producer was Michio Ozaki. The voices you heard were from the United Kingdom and the United States. All quotes were adapted for this program and voiced by Spotlight. This program is called How to Memorize Anything.
Visit our website to download our free official app for Android and Apple devices. We hope you can join us again for the next Spotlight program. Goodbye.
Hello, and welcome to Storynory. This is Jonna, and I'm back with another episode of Child Roland. In a recent episode of Storynory, we told you the story of Child Roland, a son of King Arthur, who rescued his 2 elder brothers and his sister from the King of the Elves. It's a very old story that is mentioned in the play King Lear by William Shakespeare, when his character Edgar says, "Child Roland to the dark tower came. His word was still. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of a Britishman." And the poet Robert Browning wrote a poem called Child Roland to the Dark Tower Came. The word child with an E on the end means the son of a noble who is yet to win his spurs as a knight. The tale does not actually tell us how old Roland is, but we do know that he is the youngest of the children. The traditional story ends with Roland defeating the elfin king in a sword fight and rescuing his siblings. We wondered what happened next to the children of King Arthur. Tradition doesn't tell us, so we decided to use a little imagination to fill out some of the blanks. The 4 children of Arthur departed from the dark castle. They had 3 horses between them. Ellen, who had arrived at the castle by the king's elfin magic, did not have her own mount. She sat sideways behind Roland on his palfrey. A palfrey is a kind of aristocratic horse, used in the Middle Ages. It does not trot, but ambles with a long, smooth step. The way home led them along a high pass between 2 crooked mountains. Dark clouds hung not far above them, threatening a cold drenching of rain. Ellen hung on to Roland's belt, made of metal chain that was wrapped twice around his scrawny waist. Their father's heavy sword, Excalibur, hung from the same belt, inside a scabbard studded with jewels. On his left arm, he carried a battered shield filled with dents, the marks of their father's many battles and encounters. Under the mud, grime and blood spatters, it still bore the family symbol of a dragon. Roland was even younger and more puny than his father Arthur had been when he first drew the sword from the stone. He was just 13 years old. The eldest of the brothers was called Benedict, and he was the son who looked most like their father. He had the same strong brow, thick chin, and blazing eyes. Naturally, he thought that their father's sword and shield belonged to him. But Roland told him, "Merlin entrusted them to me, and gave me the title child to denote that I shall be a knight one day. But the weapons look all wrong on you. You're too young and weak to be a knight," insisted Benedict. "So? I defeated the elfin king, did I not?" They rode on. They came across the stone hut of an elfin shepherd who looked after sheep and goats. The middle brother Edmund said, "Wait here, I'm going to buy some milk and cheese off this elf." But Roland rode in front of him, saying, "Stop! We must not eat anything until we leave the land of the elves. I'm weak with hunger. Who says we can't eat?" "Merlin. He gave me instructions. We must leave this land first, so the faster we go, the sooner we'll eat." At least the sun came out when they reached the lower slopes. They stopped to drink from a spring and looked enviously at the horses as they nibbled the grass without any ill effects. At night, they slept under the stars, feeling sharp hunger pains. And in the morning they rose early and continued. "I'm so hungry, I'm not sure I can go on much longer," complained Edmund. "How will we know when we've left the land of the elves?" asked Ellen. "When we start to see people who don't look like they're elves," said Roland. They rode on into the evening. All of them were weary and saddle sore. "Ow, my buttocks hurt," complained Roland. "Well, how do you think your horse feels carrying the 2 of us?" asked Ellen. It was late in the evening when they rode into a village with an inn. Through the window they could see a blazing fire and people. Or were they people? Elves were not so different from humans at a distance. In general, they were tall and slim, with delicate skin and fine features. They often sported a mass of lustrous blonde hair. "I don't care if they are elves, I'm going inside," said Edmund. "If I see another elf, I'm going to go crazy," said Ellen. Edmund dismounted from his horse and walked on wobbly legs into the inn. The others waited, swaying in their saddles with faintness. A few minutes later, Edmund came back and said, "What are you waiting for?" "There are people inside and the kitchen is working. Not an elf in sight. I've paid for 4 beds." Almost every muscle ached as they dismounted, tied up their horses, and walked the short distance to the door of the inn. But once they were inside, they immediately felt revived. The mixture of warmth, human chatter, and smells of food was the best medicine. The innkeeper who welcomed them was no elf. He was round and red-haired with freckles on his nose.
"Come in, young strangers. My daughter is preparing your room. Will you be eating before you settle down?"
"Oh yes, we'll eat a lot," said Edmund, putting a silver coin on the bar. "We're really, really hungry." "We've just come from the land of the elves, where we could not eat," added Ellen.
"Land of the elves, you say? Well, young noble lords and young lady, sit down and we'll bring you a feast fit for royalty. You can put your things down here. I'll take them upstairs for you."
But when he offered to take Roland's sword and shield, the boy said, "These never leave my sight." The innkeeper, admiring the golden sword hilt and the jewelled scabbard, said,
"Well, they are fine weapons, but a little unusual on one so young, if I may say so."
"Can we sit near the fire?" asked Ellen, who was feeling frozen.
"Yes, my dear, I'll move a table over for you."
And while the innkeeper was doing that, Roland propped Excalibur and the shield against either side of the fireplace. One of the guests at the inn looked up from his drink and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that's the ensign of Uther Pendragon, father of King Arthur." And the eldest brother told him, "I am Benedict Pendragon, and these are my brothers and my sister." The man raised his glass as if making a toast, and then said, "You children are on the young side to be riding out alone. The forests round here are thick with bandits who'll be glad to take those fine weapons off you. Thank you for the warning, but we can look after ourselves," Benedict told him. The man still could not take his eyes off the magnificent sword. Eventually, he stood up and went over to the fire to admire it closer up. He reached out to touch the hilt of Excalibur, and Roland sprang over, upsetting a tankard and spilling drink on one of the guests.
"Watch what you're doing!"
But he need not have worried. When the man's fingers touched the hilt of the sword, he recoiled. "Ooh!" he groaned. "That fire has made it red hot!" His friends roared with laughter.
"You dumb boy!"
However, Roland had no trouble picking up the sword and propping it against the table where they were sitting. The innkeeper brought a hearty meal, but it turned out that the 4 young Pendragons could not eat as much as they had anticipated. They were so starved that their stomachs had shrunk. So they asked the innkeeper to save the leftovers for the morning. They all slept solidly, and then ate a hearty breakfast which was served by the innkeeper's daughter. The horses were also refreshed, and they set out in a northerly direction, taking provisions with them so that they would not be hungry on the way. After they had ridden for about half an hour, the track entered a wood. "Everyone be on your guard for bandits," commanded Benedict, who rode on ahead to check that the way was safe. For a while he disappeared from view, and then the others heard a kerfuffle and the clash of metal. "Ben's in trouble," declared Edmund, and he spurred his horse onward to help. Roland wondered what to do. His sister was riding side saddle behind him, and he knew that if he charged into the fray, she would be vulnerable to falling off, or worse. "Ellen, wait here," he said. "No," she protested. "I don't want to be separated from you all." "All right then," he said, drawing Excalibur from its jewelled scabbard, and he charged on ahead. only to be met by his two brothers riding full tilt back towards them with 5 bandits in hot pursuit. Roland held out Excalibur in front of him and yelled at the top of his voice, "Ah!" Excalibur crashed into the shield of the first brigand, and he went flying from his horse. Roland soon engaged the second villain in a sword fight. A third brigand tried to grab Ellen, but he leaned out too far, and seeing that he was off balance, she grabbed his sleeve and yanked him off his horse. She was not a daughter of King Arthur for nothing. Meanwhile, their 2 elder brothers returned to the fray, and together they saw off the bandits, who fled on horseback and foot as best they could, leaving one of their number wounded and moaning on the ground. Ellen pulled back the visor of his helmet and saw a reddish face they all recognised. None other than their host of the previous evening, the innkeeper. In less than a minute, we'll be back to continue the story, so don't go away. First, I want to tell you about our sponsor. AI, artificial intelligence, is always in the news these days. It's all about computers doing things which we humans do, like writing stories. Well, Storybird.ai will use AI to write a story that features you and your favourite things, and then when it's written the story, it will read it for you and make it into a podcast episode. Ask your parents to please go to Storybird.ai. Kids with the best stories can even win $1,000. So go to Storybird.ai to create your own podcast story. That's Storybird.ai. Remember, Storybird. It lets you get stories just for you. And so, on with the story.
They came in the night and took me prisoner,
he groaned. A likely story, said Benedict.
Mercy help me,
cried the innkeeper. We can't leave him here to die, said Ellen. Oh, yes, we can, said Edmund. We'll bind his wounds and take him back to the inn, said Roland. How? Asked Ellen. He's not fit to ride. We shall see, said Roland, who took a sheet out of his bag and started to cut it with his knife to make bandages. If there are any healing plants in the forest, now would be a good time to gather them, he said. The sap from the pine trees can be good for wounds, said Ellen, who had learned many healing remedies from Merlin. But first we need to clean the wound.
Yeah,
groaned the innkeeper, touching his jacket pocket, which it turned out contained a flask of spirit. That will do nicely, said Ellen, who used it to clean out his wounds. Of course, the alcohol stung dreadfully, but the pain was worth it. Then Ellen and Edmund went to collect pine sap, which they used to seal up the worst wound before binding it with the torn sheet. Merlin had taught them well, not just to inflict wounds, but to heal them up. When all was done, the innkeeper was just about strong enough to clamber onto Roland's horse, with some help from the boys. They walked the horse back to the inn, with many a groan and moan from the innkeeper. Occasionally, he let out a blood-curdling oath. I think he's going to live, said Ellen with a wink. When they reached the inn, Roland went inside to break the news to the innkeeper's daughter. Father! She screamed, and came running out. He was propped up by Benedict and Edmund on either side. Fortunately, there was a bedroom at the back of the inn where he could lie down without having to tackle the stairs. The boys stood outside the room. We are helping a man who tried to rob us, complained Benedict. "A true knight shows compassion, even for his enemies," declared Roland. "Well, I think we've shown enough compassion now. We should leave," said Edmund. But Ellen came out of the sick room and gave the boys a list of plants to buy in the market. She needed them for medicine: radish, bishopwort, garlic, wormwood, and hollow leek. The boys stored some of their valuables, including their shields and helmets, in their room. "I feel uneasy. I don't trust this place," said Benedict as he closed the door. "Don't you remember?" asked Roland. "Merlin taught us a locking spell." He took out his dagger, and with its sharp edge he cut a lock of hair off his brother's head. He used it to tie the door latch. "Only you can open it now," he said. "I hope so," said Benedict. And that was the second episode in our new series, Child Roland, which carries on where the traditional story leaves off. It was written for Storynory by Bertie and read by me, Jana. We'll be back very soon to tell you what happened next. I can't wait. And don't forget you can support Storynory on Patreon. From me, Jana, at storynory.com. Bye for now. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory, where you will find yourself in a world of wonderment, with a treasure trove of stories to choose from. Our audio sessions are made by us, for you, a great way to escape into another existence. This week, I'm back with another episode in our series, Child Roland. Our story continues where the traditional tale leaves off. In the story so far, Roland, his two elder brothers and his sister Ellen have left the land of the elves. Back in the land of the humans, the first place they come to is an inn, where the innkeeper and some of the guests take a keen interest in Roland's sword, Excalibur. When the four young ones move on, they are ambushed in the woods by robbers. They fight off their attackers, who leave behind one of their number, wounded, on the ground. It turns out that the wounded man is the innkeeper. Even though he has attacked them, they tend to his wounds and take him back to the inn, where Ellen and the innkeeper's daughter take care of him. Ellen has sent her brothers out to buy some medicinal herbs. The boys rode into town, where they found plenty of common herbs on the market stalls, including nettles, wild primrose and cowslip, but plants on their sister's list were harder to find. "Good lady, do you sell bishopwort?" asked Edmund to one storeholder. "Bishop what?" Edmund shrugged. "It's got purple bells and it's good for aches and pains," said Roland, who had been an attentive student of Merlin. The two women behind the stall looked at each other. "Sounds like Bethany," said one. "Oh yes, I remember now. That's another name for it," said Roland. "Well, we don't have any." "We also need some wormwood and hollow leek." "What do you need those for?" "Medicine," said Edmund. The market woman scrutinised his face, as if she was looking for some mark or special feature. "You must be those young noble wizards everyone is talking about," she said. "We are the children of Arthur Pendragon," he said. "We are not wizards. We are apprentice knights." "Oh, so you want to be like them knights of the Round Table. We remember those times. Dark days they were. Dragons, elves, forever wars, always fighting." "How dare you say such things?" asked Edmund. "Those years were the most glorious in history. The noble knights of the Round Table lived without villainy or treachery. They protected the weak and the defenceless. They helped widows and orphans. They sought the Holy Grail. And we shall continue their good work. Well, you won't find them magic herbs here. You best try the nuns. They grow all sorts of strange plants in their medicine garden.
And indeed, the boys were able to buy what they needed from the convent that was outside the town. The nuns blessed the healing herbs and asked the boys to kneel so that they could sprinkle holy water on them. Then, as it was getting late, the boys rode back as fast as they could to the inn, carrying the medicine. For the next few days, Ellen and the innkeeper's daughter, who was called Tither, tended to the wounded innkeeper. Ellen boiled the herbs into a paste and used them as a soothing ointment. They also prepared healing herbal baths for the patient and fed him on chicken soup. Every day Benedict would come into the sick room and say, "He's looking better. Can we leave now?" And Ellen would reply, "Brother, be patient. Healing takes time." "Well, ask him why he was riding with the robbers then." "All in good time, brother. Let him rest." Benedict was not happy. He suspected that the innkeeper was part of a plot to rob them of their most precious possession, their father's sword Excalibur. As the eldest of the brothers, he thought he should be the one who carried the famous weapon on his side. But his younger brother Roland was adamant. "Merlin entrusted the sword to me." "Well, you better not let it out of your sight," said Benedict, "because if you lose it, you will have to answer to me." Over the next week, the boys took their horses out for gallops over the fields, hunted for game in the woods, and played football with the locals on the village green. Everywhere they went, Roland took Excalibur with him. Of course, playing football with a sword attached to your waist is no easy feat. So he had to lay it down on the ground, always within his sight. The wounded innkeeper was well on the road to recovery. Soon he managed to hobble into the main part of the inn to sit with the customers, who congratulated him on his recovery.
"Father, lie down. You are not well enough yet,"
protested his daughter.
"I'm not the fool you take me for. All the while I'm lying in bed, you lot are robbing me blind. 3 drinks on the house, I'll be bound. Lovely. Only I'm the one what's paying for it."
"You talk such nonsense, father."
His friends laughed and told him to stop moaning.
"Back from the dead, eh? We thought you was a goner."
"What medicine you taking? 'Cause I want some of that,"
Tither said.
"We're so grateful to Ellen. Her knowledge of healing is better than any magic. She's like a sister to me now."
"Yeah, I got toothache,"
said another man numbly.
"If you got anything for that."
"A little swipe of this ointment on your gums should help ease it," said Ellen, placing a blob of ointment in his hand. He dipped his finger in it and ran it inside his mouth, and then smiled.
"You don't lie. This is powerful magic,"
he said. The innkeeper sat with the customers until evening, when the boys returned from the hunt, splattered in mud and carrying partridges and wood pigeons for the kitchen. "Congratulations on your recovery," declared Benedict when he saw the innkeeper. "Now you can tell us why you were robbing us before I call the sheriff." Ellen came up to him and said,
"Brother, now's not the time."
But Benedict had lost patience. He drew his sword and lurched at the innkeeper. Tither tried to get in his way, but he grabbed the innkeeper by the collar.
"Confess now, or by the time I've finished with you, my sister will need more than a few herbs to heal your wounds."
3 of the innkeeper's friends pulled out their daggers. Edmund and Roland drew their swords and looked like they meant to use them. The innkeeper begged,
Calm yourself. Let me speak. I'll tell you the true story. I'm an innocent man. I swear I'm a man of peace."
"A fine man of peace who robs your own guests," declared Edmund.
"Everyone put your weapons away and let him speak,"
insisted Ellen.
"Is this how Merlin taught you to act as guests?"
And Roland said, Yes, no need for weapons or threats. Let him speak. And he returned his father's sword to its scabbard.
You see, 3 years ago, there was a fire in the kitchen and the whole inn burned down. You can ask anyone who lives here about it. I'm telling you the truth. Yuri speaks the truth. We remember it well,
said one of his friends.
What could I do? I had to borrow money while we built it again. But who could I borrow money from? I don't have rich friends. I had to go to the fairy folk. They're the ones with gold to spare around here.
Benedict scoffed. We don't believe fairies share their gold, he said.
You're right. They don't give it away. They demanded that I return twice what they lent me. That was their terms. And seeing as I can't pay, they threatened to take my dear daughter.
As he said this, tears welled up in his eyes.
That very night you young nobles arrived at the inn, the fairy queen came to take Tither. I begged Her Majesty, no, not her, do not take Tither. I love my child more than my own life. Take me instead. For a long time the Queen insisted on taking Tither to the land of the fairies. But after I had begged and begged, she relented and took me instead.
Oh, a fine tragic story, said Benedict. But it does not explain how you came to join the robbers.
I and all the men who attacked you were prisoners of the fairies. They force us to rob travellers to repay our debts to them. We have no choice. They use magic to make us commit these crimes.
Benedict looked at his younger brothers and sister. Do you believe this fairy tale? Yes, said Ellen. He seems like a good man to me. I've never heard such nonsense in my life, said Edmund. Benedict turned to Roland. And what do you say, young brother? It sounds like a made-up excuse, he said. But anything is possible. After all, so many strange things have happened in this world recently. A true knight does not need petty revenge. Let's leave in the morning. This man can answer to God if he is not telling the truth. And so they let the inn's cook prepare the game that they had caught. And after eating an excellent meal, they retired to bed for one last night under the roof of the inn. We'll continue the story in just over half a minute's time. But first, our writer Bertie is here to tell us about some modern magic called artificial intelligence. So Bertie, do you think artificial intelligence could write better stories than yours?
Well, that's not for me to say, Jana, but I do know that our sponsor, Storybird AI, can write and read a story that's tailored just specially for our listeners. That's you. You can give it your name and 3 things you're interested in, and it will come up with an original story and read it out loud. It's fun to try.
Ask your parents to please go to storybird.ai. Kids with the best stories can even win $1,000. So, go to storybird.ai to create your own podcast story. That's storybird.ai. Remember, Storybird. It lets you get stories just for you. They rose early in the morning, just as the cockerel was crowing. The boys saddled up the horses. Ellen wanted to wish goodbye to Tither. She knocked softly on her door. But there was no reply. When she could not find her in the kitchen, she returned to Tither's room and pushed the door open. Inside, her friend's bed was empty, and on the pillow lay a green sprig of clover with 4 leaves. Ellen picked up the clover and ran to the innkeeper's room on the ground floor. Tither's father was sitting on the bed.
I had a bad dream. I feel something's wrong.
Tither is not in her room. I found this on her pillow, reported Ellen. She unfolded her fingers and showed the clover to Tither's father.
My terrible dream has come to pass. The fairies have taken Tither.
That's where we leave this episode of Child Roland. We'll tell you what happens next very soon, so drop by to Storynory.com to catch the next episode. For now, from me, Jana, at Storynory.com. See you soon. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory. I'm back with the next episode of Child Roland, in which we find out what has happened to Tither, who has mysteriously disappeared. The 4 children of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere gathered in the stable to decide what to do. Roland said, "We have enough gold. We can repay the innkeeper's debt to release Tither from the fairies." But Edmund, the middle brother, held out his hands and said, "Don't you see? This is an obvious trick. Tither has probably gone to stay with a relative. They concocted the whole story to deceive us into giving them gold." "No!" insisted Ellen. "I'm certain Tither would never be party to a dirty trick like that. She's like a sister to me now." "I think Edmund is right," said the eldest brother, Benedict. "We must not give them gold. It is a trick." Ellen, her eyes full of tears, said, "Roland, you won't let the fairies keep Tither, will you?" "I have more than enough gold coins," said Roland, "but I won't hand any over to the innkeeper. I shall go to the woods and exchange the gold for Tither myself. That way, I shall find out if the whole story is true, or just a wicked lie." "Oh, Roland, thank you. At least you are a true knight," said Ellen. And then, turning to her other 2 brothers, "You will go with him to protect him, won't you?" "No," said Benedict. "I'm the eldest, and I have warned all along against this foolish trick that we have been falling into. If Roland believes these incredible stories, that is up to him, but I give my order that he cannot take Excalibur with him. It is our father's sword, and the symbol of his kingship. It belongs to all of us. He has no right to lose it through his stupidity when he falls into an ambush by robbers or fairies, or both." "That's right," agreed Edmund. "This is an obvious trick. You will be ambushed. They won't repeat their last mistake. This time they will come in great numbers and you won't be able to fight them off. And you will lose, not just the gold, but the sword that belongs to all of us. So, young brother, go if you wish, but Excalibur stays with us," said Benedict. "All right," said Roland, unbuckling Excalibur and handing it to Benedict. "Give me your sword. You can look after Excalibur while I'm away, but I want it back as soon as I return." Roland needed the innkeeper to show him the location of the fairy circle in the woods. He set up a horse and cart to make it easier for the innkeeper to travel. They set out in the late afternoon. As they were rattling down the lane, Ellen ran out of the inn and jumped up onto the cart. "I'm coming too," she insisted. They drove into the woods until they could go no further. They tied the horse to a thorn tree and walked along a path as the trees grew thicker and thicker. Roland could not help wondering if they were being led into a trap. It was growing dark. How would they ever find the way out? Eventually they came to a clearing where a ring of white flowers were like little lights, forming a magic circle. They sat down on a log. "What are we waiting here for?" asked Ellen.
"You'll see in due course,"
said the innkeeper. The air was growing cooler. Ellen shivered. "I feel like we are being watched," she whispered. "I think I can hear footsteps in the woods," said Roland.
"Just wait. You'll hear music next,"
said the innkeeper. And he was right. The notes of the fairy music drew closer and closer. And soon a band of little people appeared out of the woods and began to dance around the circle. Faster and faster, until all at last the ground opened up in the centre of the circle. A bright light arose out of the opening, until it became clear that the glow emanated from a golden crown on top of the head of a tall and elegant woman dressed in green velvet. She was followed by 2 miniature knights in armour, about half her height. Their raised visors revealed gnarled and fierce faces, with alert eyes scanning left and right. In just over a minute, we'll be back to continue the story, so don't go away. First, here's a short and sweet message from our high-tech sponsor, Storybird. AI, artificial intelligence, is always in the news these days. It's all about computers doing things which we humans do, like writing stories. And it's getting smarter and more creative all the time. Storybird.ai will use AI to write a story that features you and your favourite things. And then, when it's written the story, it will read it for you and make it into a podcast episode. So go to the website storybird.ai, where you can record a request for a story. Tell Storybird what you would like the story to be about, and in a very short time, the AI will create a story and record the narration for you. Ask your parents to please go to storybird.ai. Kids with the best stories can even win $1,000. So go to storybird.ai to create your own podcast story. That's storybird.ai. Remember, Storybird. It lets you get stories just for you. The dancers threw themselves onto the ground and chanted in unison.
All hail Sibyl, Queen of the Fairy Folk!
The light from the crown was bright enough to illuminate the entire fairy ring and the tree trunks that surrounded it. The innkeeper stood up from the log, shielded his dazzled eyes with his hand, and then went down on one knee.
"Fairy Queen, I have returned to ask you for the return of my daughter."
Innkeeper, we have missed you since you left our company. Your daughter is down below. She is awaiting your return.
"But I need her with me at the inn, and my friends have brought gold to repay my debt."
Good friends indeed. Step forward and show me the colour of your gold. Roland stood up and walked slowly into the brightly lit ring, being careful not to step on any prostrate fairy dancers. He did not kneel, but he said,
"This purse contains the gold coins."
Said the Queen. You will have to bring them down to the fairy treasury to be weighed.
Where is the treasury?
Asked Roland. She turned and gestured to the opening in the ground and the steps down. The treasury is in our world, she said, beneath yours.
But your Majesty, You can trust my word. I am Roland, son of King Arthur. I carry the honour of the Round Table in my heart. So you see, there is no need to weigh the gold. Not all those knights were that honest, you know, retorted the Queen. If you want to repay the debt, it must be weighed by the fairy treasury. That's the law. Whose law? My law. All right then. I will take the gold to your underground treasury. Who will lead the way? You shall come with me, said the Queen. I'm coming with you, called out Ellen, running forward. No, you're not. It might be a trick. You can't stop me. Tither is my friend, and I will make sure she is released before I return up to the air, she insisted. Let her come too, said the Queen. You will be both my honoured guests, provided that you are honest. But first, before you enter my palace, you must surrender your sword. Humans cannot carry arms in my palace. That is also my law. One of the fairy knights stepped forward. Roland drew his brother's sword from his side, and then, holding it sideways under the palms of his hands, he presented it to the knight, who then turned and showed it to the Queen. I thought you said you were Roland, son of Arthur, said the Queen. I am. Then why do you carry this human sword? Where is Excalibur? Excalibur is with my brother Benedict, who is also a son of Arthur, replied Roland. Why did you let it out of your sight? Merlin entrusted the famous fairy sword to you, not your brother. How do you know that? Because it is a fairy sword, and it is our property. It was lent to Merlin by my sister, the Lady of Avalon. She did so without my permission. Well, I did not bring it, Your Majesty. I see that you are cunning, just like your father. Well now, we shall descend. She turned around and stepped towards the opening in the ground. The Queen led the way down the steps, followed by one of the fairy knights. Ellen and Roland went next, and the second knight came behind them. The steps cut into the earth formed a spiral like an underground tower. Deeper and deeper they followed the light from the Queen's crown, until at last they came to a gleaming golden gate, guarded by knights with long axes. They passed through the gate into a bright hall, where the ceiling was held up and lit by shining gold pillars. All around, fairy folk were working at making ornaments, like gold leaves, or apples of rubies and emeralds, or toy mice made out of diamonds. Then they walked through the hall before descending more steps, deeper into the ground. Eventually they came to a much smaller chamber, in which sat 3 old men with crumpled faces. These are the fairy bankers, said the Queen. They will weigh your gold. Roland handed the purse to one of the bankers. He emptied 3 gold coins onto the table. He looked up at the Queen with his heavy-lidded eyes. Your Majesty, there is insufficient gold to repay the debt. This human gold only weighs half of our fairy gold. We need twice as many coins. So, said the Queen, pointing a long finger at Roland, you tried to deceive me, eh? You are a faithless fraudster like your father. Now you are my prisoner. Your Majesty, replied Roland, you have not weighed the gold. No need for weighing. We can see there is not enough. Your Majesty, You said that it was the law that the debt must be weighed. Is this fairy justice? You don't even follow your own laws.
The Queen nodded. It can be weighed if you wish. It will not make any difference. The banker put 3 pieces of fairy gold on one side of the scales, and Roland's 3 pieces on the other.
Your Majesty,
said the banker.
They are in balance.
What kind of trick is this?
Demanded the Queen.
Your Majesty, there is no trick. You lent the innkeeper fairy gold, and I have returned fairy gold. The debt is paid. My character does not know deceit. I am as honest as my father.
And from where did you steal this fairy gold?
The King of the Elves gave it to me, said Roland, as a parting gift when we left his dark tower.
And Ellen said,
We've paid the debt. Now please will you release Tither?
You have indeed repaid the debt, said the Queen. I shall show you Tither. We have grown quite fond of her. You will see that she has enjoyed a most comfortable stay with us. They followed the Queen along a corridor to another room, in which they found a dining table laid out with fine foods and drink. We cannot send you home without trying some of our fairy cuisine, said the Queen. And then turning to one of the guards, she said, Fetch the prisoner Tither, so that she may join us for supper. They took their seats around the table. While they waited for their friend, the Queen explained what the foods were. There was bread with butter from buttercups, milk and cheese from milkweed, sweet-smelling honey, of course, many berries, grasses and herbs, some of which were recognisable, mushrooms of the forest, larks' tongues and hummingbird hearts, and dainty cakes and pastries. When the guard returned with their friend, Ellen sprang up, exclaiming,
Tither!
She ran over to hug her, but Tither seemed drowsy.
Hello, Ellen,
she said sleepily. She took her seat at the table, but had trouble pulling the chair back. She was clearly not herself. Ellen looked at Roland. They both understood. The food contained magic that made humans sleepy. It was the same trick that the Elfin King had played. The Queen said, Do not be shy. You must be hungry, after all of your adventures. Roland replied,
Thank you, Your Majesty. I don't have any appetite.
Come, come. A growing boy like you needs to eat, if you want to be strong and fight off your enemies. And Ellen, adopting a sisterly tone, said,
Roland, have you been a good boy and taken your tonic today?
Tonic? Asked Roland.
Yes, your tonic,
said Ellen, handing him a little glass bottle.
3 drops in your water before every meal. You know what Merlin says. Prevention is as good as a cure.
She turned to the Queen and said,
He never has any appetite until he's had his tonic.
Roland, not sure if he was understanding his sister's meaning, sprinkled 3 drops in his cup of water.
Now drink it all down,
insisted his sister. Then, when he handed back the bottle, she gave 3 drops to Tither and put 3 drops in her own water.
Wonderful,
she said, when she had drunk her own tonic.
Now we can eat.
She reached out and put some of the food on her plate. Roland followed her cue. He ate as slowly as possible and as little as was polite. Ellen, meanwhile, took several cakes, and even Tither seemed to wake up and had an appetite. The Queen watched them. At length, she said, I expect you will be feeling tired. Would you like to lie down and rest?
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty,
said Ellen.
But it's time for us to be going. Tither's father and our brothers will be worried on our account.
Yes, we are ready to leave now, said Roland.
"But you look so sleepy," said the Queen, "and it's well past bedtime." "Your Majesty," said Roland, "I have never felt so wide awake. We have paid the debt of fairy gold. Now let us be on our way. You gave your word that we would be in no danger." "Well," said the Queen, "I am surprised by your attitude. Guard, escort these young humans back up to the human world. But if any of them grow weak or weary on the way, bring them back here for some rest."
"Yes, Your Majesty,"
said the guard. But Ellen, Tither and Roland did not grow weary on the way back to the surface. The drops of tonic had been brought by Ellen from the land of the elves. The drops were the same remedy for the magic sleeping potion that the King of the Elves had used to revive them. And so Tither was joyously reunited with her father. Ellen and Roland told their brothers a most interesting, true-life fairy tale. And that was the latest episode in our new series about Child Roland, his sister Ellen, and his two brothers. We do hope you enjoy these magical and adventurous stories. We have lots of other tales, both traditional and original, at Storynory.com and on the Storynory podcast. In fact, we are one of the longest running podcasts in the world. We've been going since 2005. And we've built up quite a collection over the years, so keep on listening. For now, from me, Jana, at Storynory.com. Bye for now! Child Roland, dedicated to Juliet and Willa, who support Storynory on Patreon. Hello, and welcome to Storynory. This is Jana, and I'm back with another English fairy tale. This story is quite dark and mysterious, and it features a very old English game, which we call football. Many centuries ago, in the time of knights and dragons, 3 brothers and their sister were playing football on a green in front of a church. The youngest, whose name was Roland, was the most skilled with the ball. He scooped it up off the ground with his foot and bounced it up and down on his knees, until finally he let it drop. But as he was about to kick it, he slipped in the mud, and instead of driving the ball towards the goal, he sent it up into the air and it soared over the nave of the church and landed in the graveyard behind it. His 2 elder brothers looked at him as he lay on the ground and chorused together, "Roland!" Meanwhile, their sister Ellen skipped off to fetch the ball from behind the church. But she was not careful to go around the church, keeping it on her right-hand side. No. Instead, she circled the church on her left. In other words, she went widdershins. In superstitious times, it was considered bad luck to go widdershins, because the sun travels in the opposite direction. The 3 boys waited for their sister to return from behind the church. And then they waited some more. But she did not come back. They looked at each other and shrugged.
Eventually, Roland went to look for Ellen. He found her footprints leading into the graveyard, but they stopped in mid-track, as if she had vanished into thin air. The mother of these 4 children was none other than Queen Guinevere. By this time, her husband King Arthur was buried on the island of Avalon. His famed Knights of the Round Table had dispersed. The castle of Camelot lay in ruins, and she now lived with her children in a townhouse in the northern city of Carlisle. When the 3 boys told their mother how their sister had disappeared, she was distraught. "Oh, my Ellen has been taken by the King of the Elves," she declared. "Only the bravest knight in all of England can save her now. Where is Sir Lancelot? Where is Sir Gawain? What has become of Sir Eric? They are all gone. Nobody is here to defend us." "Mother," said the eldest of the sons, "it's no use calling on those names of old. They are long gone. But do not despair. I shall travel to the land of the elves and rescue my sister." No, pleaded Guinevere. "I cannot lose another child." But what son of Arthur could leave his sister at the mercy of the elves? Young though he was, he mounted his steed and set off on a quest to rescue Ellen. He departed over the hill and did not return. For a whole year he was absent, and still they received no news of him. And then the day came when the second eldest son mounted his steed and swore that he would bring back his lost siblings. Guinevere cried and begged him not to go, pleading, "I must not lose a 3rd child." But all in vain. He was, after all, a son of Arthur, and the knight's code was deep inside him. And so the second son disappeared and did not return. A year passed, and the last and youngest of the family, Roland, came to his mother and said, "Mother, I see how you grieve every day for my sister and my 2 older brothers. You think that you shall never see them again. But have faith. I tell you, you are mistaken, for I shall rescue them from the land of the elves." No, this cannot be," pleaded Guinevere. "Is it not enough that I have lost a husband and 3 children? You are all I have left. Do not leave me." But Roland was a true son of King Arthur, and he could not turn his back on a challenge. "Dear mother," he said, "do not worry. I will enlist the help of father's most trusted friend. If I follow his advice, I cannot fail, for he knows more than any other person about magic, fairies and elves." And his mother knew exactly whom he was referring to, none other than the famous wizard, Merlin. After the passing of King Arthur, Merlin retired to live deep in the woods, where he kept a log cabin. In the woods he could find most of what he needed to experiment with medicines and spells. The children of Guinevere and Arthur were among the few people who knew how to find him, because he had been their teacher. The wooded hillside was teeming with magical beings. Roland knew, because Merlin had taught him, that a rabbit or a deer might contain the soul of an enchanted princess. There were fairies there too, and sometimes they bewitched human beings and kept them prisoner for 100 years. But as Roland led his horse along the woodland path, he kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, just in case. He found Merlin sitting at the table outside his hut. The old wizard was sorting through some mushrooms, picking out the most magical, and making sure that he had not picked any that were poisonous. When he saw King Arthur's youngest son, he greeted him and went inside to prepare a welcome drink out of herbs and berries. Then they both sat down at the oak table. Roland told him how his sister had disappeared behind the church, and how his 2 elder brothers had departed to rescue her, but had not returned. I must succeed where my brothers have failed, or else I shall break my mother's heart. This is why I have come to you, my father's most trusted friend and adviser. Merlin, if you make me a knight of the Round Table, I am certain to achieve victory. But Merlin shook his head and said,
You must earn your spurs before you can become a knight. I shall give you the title Child, which applies to one who seeks the honour of knighthood. From the moment you enter the land of the elves to the moment you depart, no food must pass between your lips, not a crumb, not a morsel, no matter how hungry you are. If you obey this rule, I believe that you shall succeed where your brothers have failed.
Thank you, said Roland. I shall succeed by the grace of God. And now I must be on my way.
Hold on a moment. Before you go, I have something to give you. Wait here.
Merlin went into his hut and returned with a magnificent weapon.
This was your father's sword. Its name is Excalibur, and it has never struck in vain.
Child Roland went down on one knee and thanked the wizard for the great gift. Now he knew that he had the wizard's trust. He set off in search of the land of the elves. So, do you think Roland will succeed on his quest? Or will he disappear without a trace like his brothers and sister before him? Listen on and I'll let you know. But first, here's a short and sweet message from our fantastic new sponsor, Storybird.ai. Listen up, kids. I want to tell you about Storybird.ai. Do you want a custom podcast episode just about you and your story? If you're a kid, now you can create custom podcast stories based on anything you want. It's easy with Storybird. Ask your parents to please go to Storybird.ai. Kids with the best stories can even win $1,000. Once again, if you're a kid, go to Storybird.ai to create your own podcast story. That's Storybird.ai. Remember, Storybird. It lets you get stories just for you. Now, on with our story. He rode along dusty roads, over crooked mountains, and across ominous moors. He passed many nights out in the open, cold, wet, and hungry. Eventually, he reached the land of the elves. There he met magical people who were not so different from human beings, only much larger, including those who looked after cows, horses, and pigs. He asked them all for directions to the castle of the king, and they all claimed that they did not know the answer to his questions. He suspected that they were all lying and rode on. Eventually he met a woman feeding her hens.
Well, young lad,
she said.
"If you wish to meet our king, you must ride 3 times round the green hill. Be sure to travel with the shins. Each time you go round, you must call out, 'Open up! Open up! Let me in!' And eventually the door of the castle shall open up for you. But beware of the King of the Elves. He keeps little human beings captive in his castle, he does."
"I can take care of myself," said Childe Roland, tapping his father's sword Excalibur, that had never struck in vain.
"Here, laddie, take some of these eggs, for you look half starved."
Childe Roland looked at the eggs greedily, and he was about to accept the gift when he recalled Merlin's warning not to eat any food while he was in the land of the elves. "Thank you for your help, but I have no time for food," he said, and he rode off in the direction of the green hill. Just as he had been told, he rode around the hill 3 times, widdershins, and called out, "Open up! Open up! Let me in!" And eventually, just as the woman had said, a door opened up. He tethered his horse to a tree trunk that was hollowed out, with a hole in it that gaped like a dead mouth. Then he passed through the door into the hillside. At first, he found himself in an arched tunnel with an eerie light that did not come from either windows or candles. He walked along the tunnel until he came to some double doors, which he pushed open. Now he was in a magnificent palace. The ceiling was as high as a cathedral's and was supported by huge Gothic columns. An immense lamp hung on a gold chain, and at its centre a black lump of coal emitted brilliant rays like the sun. The light danced on the multicoloured jewels, shaped into leaves and flowers, which crept around the floor of the hall like an ornamental garden. At the back was a giant couch made of velvet and silk, and seated on the couch he saw his sister Ellen combing her golden hair. She was not at all surprised or excited to see her brother, because the King of the Elves had put her under a spell that made her slow and docile. He went up to greet her, and she said coolly, "Your brothers came before you. Now they're prisoners in the Dark Tower, and are nearly dead. You should not have come here. The same fate shall befall you now, and our mother will have lost all her children." "I have promised her that I shall rescue you all," said Roland, tapping his father's sword Excalibur, that never struck in vain. "May God help you, you poor, helpless fool," said his sister. She put down the comb and slowly arose from the couch, before fetching a golden bowl of milk and bread for her brother. "Thank you, sister," he said. "I have never felt hunger such as this." She looked at him with eyes full of pity, but couldn't warn her brother not to eat the food, because of the spell that she was under. He was about to take it when he recalled Merlin's warning, and he said, "But I cannot eat until I have rescued you." Then a giant voice boomed from the tunnel.
Fee! Fi! Foo! Fa! I smell the blood of a British man. Child Roland to the Dark Tower came.
The voice was followed by the giant King of the Elves, who smashed through the double doors. Childe Roland drew his father's sword Excalibur, that never struck in vain.
The elf king was large and strong, but Roland was quick and nimble, and eventually he beat the king into submission. He could have cut off his elfin head, but instead he gave him a chance for survival. "Release my 2 brothers and grant all of us safe passage from the land of the elves. And only then I shall grant you life," he declared. The king agreed to Roland's terms. The brothers were lying in a trance in a cell of the dark tower. The king took a little phial of coloured liquid and sprinkled it on their foreheads, and they came to. He did the same for Ellen, who also snapped out of her trance. Then the 4 children departed for England, their home and their mother, Queen Guinevere. And that was the traditional English story of Childe Roland. And here's a little news for you. We are quite intrigued about the children of King Arthur having some adventures of their own. So we decided to create some new stories about them. So drop by soon, as we'll be back with some of those adventures. And in the meantime, I'd like to thank Juliet, aged 8, and Willa, aged 11, for supporting Storynory on Patreon. Their mother, Carolyn, writes, "We just discovered Storynory. My daughters Juliet 8 and Willa 11 absolutely love everything they've heard so far. Juliet now falls asleep to a Katie story every night." Well, thank you, Juliet and Willa, for listening to us. And parents, if your family supports us on Patreon, please remember to drop us a quick email with your request to bertie@storynory.com. And from me, Jana, bye for now. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory, where you will find a whole host of great stories. Here there is something for everyone. Funny stories, sad stories, fairy tales of all kinds, poems, songs, and music. The list goes on. I also want to extend a huge thank you to all of our followers and Patreon supporters, because you really are important to us. And this episode is dedicated to Hallie from New York. This is another one of our amusing stories featuring a monkey who is always full of tricks. The Tears of the Tigress. A man lived on the edge of the forest, where the monkey was a frequent visitor. The garden was full of trees, with bananas, coconuts and breadfruit, all of which the monkey loved to eat. He also liked to play and swing in the trees. Often he hung upside down and pulled faces at the children. Sometimes the man was tempted to pick up his gun and take a pot shot at the monkey, but his children said,
"No, Daddy, don't shoot the monkey. He's really funny."
So he put his gun down and called out,
"Stay away from the bananas, you thieving monkey, or next time I will shoot you without mercy."
But one time when the monkey visited, the house was unusually quiet. Nobody was playing or working in the garden.
"Oh, perhaps they went on holiday,"
thought the monkey. He scampered across the grass and jumped onto the veranda, where he played with the rocking chair.
This is kind of boring,"
he said after a while. He looked around the windows of the house, trying to find a way inside.
"You never know. They may have left some tasty food on the table just for me,"
he thought. Around the back of the house, he finally found an open window, and somewhat to his surprise, he heard some human voices. He jumped up onto the windowsill and peered inside. There he saw the man kneeling beside the bed of his little girl. Her forehead was pale and clammy, and she looked ill. The man looked up and saw the monkey on the sill.
Uh-oh,
thought the monkey.
He's gonna be cross with me now.
But he wasn't. Instead, the man said,
"Oh, it's you, monkey. Now would be a good time to pull a funny face and see if you can cheer up my little girl. She's sick, you know. See if you can make her feel better."
And so the monkey, who was kind-hearted and liked children, sat on the windowsill pulling faces and making funny whooping noises. The little girl watched him with her big eyes, but she was too weak to smile. The monkey was happy to dance and play like this all day, especially when he had an audience. After some time had gone by, he stopped and tilted his head on one side. He could hear human footsteps around the front of the house. Somebody pushed the front door open and found their way to the bedroom.
"Oh, hello, Doctor. Thank you for coming round,"
said the man. "Good evening," said the doctor. "Let's take a look at the patient." She felt the little girl's forehead and then put a thermometer under her arm. After a couple of minutes, she checked the thermometer reading and said, "I thought as much. Her temperature is high." Then she opened up her little black box and took out a stethoscope. The doctor asked the little girl to sit up so she could check her breathing. She used the stethoscope on her back and on her chest and asked her to cough. The girl did as she was told and sounded very wheezy. When this was done, the doctor said to the man, "She's not at all well."
"What's wrong with her, Doctor?"
"It's a very nasty bug that's going around. A lot of children around here are not well, but this is the worst case that I've seen so far."
"Do you have any medicine, Doctor?"
"Well, we did, but I'm afraid we've run out, and I can't be sure when we will have any more."
"Oh, please, Doctor, please find some medicine for my little girl. We don't have much money, but I do have bananas and coconuts and breadfruit, and I can feed you for a whole year if you cure my little girl."
"It's not about payment," said the doctor. "The medicine contains a very rare ingredient, you see. It's very hard to come by."
"What is it, Doctor? Tell me. I'll find it if I have to go to the ends of the earth."
"You'll never be able to find this ingredient. You see, what we need are the tears of a tiger. And as you know, tigers don't cry very often. They don't have much to cry about, you see. They are big, strong creatures, and they can get everything they want in life. Besides, they are very fierce, and it's extremely dangerous to go anywhere near them." The man looked sadly at his little girl. The monkey heard all of this, and he wanted to say,
"Hey, don't you worry. I'll get you some tiger tears, I will."
But all that the man and the doctor heard him say was,
"Ooh, ooh, ah, ah."
The little girl also heard the monkey, but unlike the grown-ups, she understood him perfectly. And for the first time in 3 days, she smiled just a little bit. Without wasting another minute, the monkey sped off through the trees to look for the tigress. He found her napping in her favourite tree.
"Miss?"
called out the monkey.
"Miss Tigress! Sorry to wake you, but it's urgent. Can I have some of your tears, please?"
At first, the tigress pretended not to hear the monkey's annoying voice, but his voice went on and on and on.
"Miss! Miss! Miss, sorry to be a pain. Wake up, please. I need your help urgently."
he said, prodding and poking her in the belly with a stick. The tigress yawned, and with her huge paw, she wiped sleepy crumbs away from her eyes. "Meow, what is it, monkey?" she asked, trying not to sound annoyed.
But please, miss, I need a few drops of your tears to cure a little girl who's very sick. And her daddy, the man, is extremely worried about her, and the doctor says that a few of your tears are the only medicine that can help her get better.
"Well, now, that's a pretty story," purred the tigress. "But you don't think I was born yesterday, do you? Since when did you care about anyone but yourself, dear monkey? Don't you know by now that I can see through all of your cheeky tricks?" Meow. The monkey climbed a little nearer, dangerously near.
No, miss, I promise this is not one of my tricks,
pleaded the monkey, but the tigress growled. "Get away before I wake up properly and eat you for my breakfast." All of a sudden, she lashed down at him with one of her great paws. And she would have swatted the monkey had he not very quickly jumped onto a vine and swung into the next tree, singing. The monkey carried on jumping and swinging until he was a safe distance away from the tigress. Then he thought,
"That was a bit too close for comfort. I will have to use a trick to collect some of her tears."
And so he climbed very carefully back through the trees, trying not to rustle any branches, until he was close to the tigress's sleeping tree. He could hear her snoring, softly for a tigress, but not so softly for anyone else. And as she snored, her stripy tail was hanging down and swinging to and fro. The monkey jumped from the tree, grabbed hold of her tail, and swung on it, chattering and singing at the top of his voice. The tigress roared and jumped down to the ground, where she chased her tail round and round as she tried to catch the monkey who was hanging off the end of it. Eventually, the monkey let go of the tail and went flying off into the bushes. From there, he saw that the spinning had made the tigress completely dizzy. She was wobbling on shaky legs, but she was not crying.
"Oh, darn it,"
said the monkey.
"That didn't work. But fortunately, I've got more ideas up my sleeve."
For his next trick, he found the porcupine asleep in her den, and he very carefully picked out one of her spikes. The spike was extremely sharp, just like a little spear it was. The monkey returned to the tigress's tree, where she was sound asleep on her branch. This time, she had been careful to tuck her tail underneath her, so no cheeky monkey could grab hold of it. Little did she expect what the monkey would do next. He used a vine to swing up to the tigress and stuck the spike into her bottom. The whole jungle heard how she roared with fierce pain. "You again, monkey! You are the most annoying monkey who ever lived! Meow! That's the last trick you ever play on me! Next time I see you, I'm having you for my supper." The monkey watched the tigress's tantrum from the top of a tree, scrutinizing her eyes. But although she was spitting with rage, she did not shed any tears.
"Oh, bother,"
whined the monkey.
"Third time lucky, they say."
But try as he might, he could not think of another trick. He sat on the great rock where monkeys meet to discuss their plans, and he thought long and hard. But no idea came to him. Eventually, the snake, who was slithering nearby, hissed.
What's wrong, monkey? You look puzzled. Yes, I am, admitted the monkey. Snake? You know lots of things, don't you? So tell me, how do you make a tiger cry?
Simple, said the snake. Use onions. Onions are famous for bringing tears to the eyes.
Brilliant, Snake,
said the monkey.
I knew you'd have the answer. Hang on. Where can I get some onions?
I saw some last time I was in the man's garden. They smelt so strong, they made me cry my eyes out.
Right. I'll go and fetch some right away.
So the monkey rushed to the man's garden and dug up a dozen onions. It wasn't stealing, because he was going to use them to collect the tears of the tigress for the man's daughter. The monkey found a canvas bag in the shed, which he used to gather up the onions, and soon he was swinging through the trees, singing at the top of his voice.
I've got some onions for the tigress's eye. I've got some onions and I'm going to make her cry.
But he was quiet when he arrived at the sleeping place of the tigress. Once more the forest resounded with the sound of her snoring. The monkey crept closer and closer to the sleeping tree, as close as he dared. Then he took out an onion from his bag and kissed it. Oh, how it made his eyes want to cry monkey tears.
Why didn't I think of this before?
He thought.
Onions are sure to make the tigress cry.
And so he loaded the onion into his catapult, pulled back the string, and fired it at the tigress. And before the tigress could roar, "What in the jungle was that?" he shot another onion at her, and another, and another. And each time the tigress roared. "Who is that firing onions at me? Monkey! I know it's you. You are done for now." But although the tigress's fur bristled and her eyes blazed and her claws flashed, she did not shed a single tear. When the monkey had fired all 12 of his onions, he exclaimed,
"If the onions won't make the tigress cry, nothing will."
And he marched off in a huff, feeling like a failure, because none of his tricks so far could help the sick little girl. As he stomped down the jungle track, it began to rain, and the wind began to blow. It was the season for the great monsoon, when the weather gets really bad. On the way, he came across the bear, who was wet and cold, and running for his cave. The monkey immediately threw his arms around a tree, and hugged it for dear life. "Hey, monkey," said the bear, "why are you hugging that tree?"
"Because the north wind is angry with the world, and he's sworn to blow all the animals off the side of the mountain. I'm holding on to this tree as tightly as I can so that he can't sweep me up in his arms and dump me down on the rocks. You better do the same, Bear. You don't want to get blown away, do you?
Thank you for the heads up, Monkey, said the bear, who quickly threw his arms around a strong tree and gave it his tightest bear hug.
Hang on a minute, I'll make you extra safe,
said the monkey. He pulled down some vines and ran round the tree, tying the bear to it. The north wind soon came, but it wasn't really much more than a strong puff, and certainly was not powerful enough to blow any animal away, let alone a great big bear. Not long after, the rain stopped. The jungle glistened bright and green, and the birds began to sing. The north wind is come and gone. Will you untie me now, Mr. Monkey? Asked the bear.
No, not just yet,
said the monkey.
You know there's another wind coming along soon, even stronger than the last one.
But the other wind did not come. But guess who did arrive? Someone big and strong. Yes, you guessed it. Along came the tigress, who was now wide awake and ready to enjoy the beautiful day. When she saw the bear tied to the tree, she was very curious indeed. Good morning, Bear, she said. Who tied you to that tree?
Meow.
Good morning, Tigress, said the bear. Well, since you ask, it was the monkey who tied me to the tree. And how did he manage to do that? Asked the tigress, coming closer and examining the knots in the vines with a smile on her lips. Well, he did it to stop the north wind blowing me away, said the bear. Oh, he did he? Said the tigress, who was now starting to chuckle. Oh, yes, it was very kind of him, said the bear. Otherwise I might have been blown to Kingdom Come. Oh, you would have, would you? Said the tigress, who was laughing. Yeah, I would have flown away just like a leaf. Now the tigress was roaring with laughter. You, a great big bear, was afraid you would be blown away by a tiny puff of wind? And so you let the monkey tie you to a tree? Oh, ha, ha! Oh, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen or heard of. Oh, that's so funny. And the tigress started to roll on the ground, helpless with laughter. She laughed and laughed till her sides hurt, and tears started to spurt out of her eyes like fountains. And just at the right moment, the monkey swung by with a coconut shell, and at last caught some drops of her tigress tears.
Thank you for the tears, tigress,
called out the monkey as he swung away. But the tigress was so busy laughing that she did not hear him. The monkey sped off as fast as he could towards the man's house. When he arrived at the window of the little girl's bedroom, he looked inside and saw her head on the pillow, with her hair all matted and beads of sweat on her forehead. Her father and the doctor were both in the room, not saying anything.
Oh, I really hope I'm not too late,
said the monkey. The man looked up.
Oh, hello, monkey. Have you come to try and cheer up my little girl? You can make some faces, have a go, but she's not at all well. We can't find the medicine she needs,
he said gravely.
Here you go,
said the monkey, holding out the coconut shell with the tears from the tigress. Of course, all the man and the doctor heard was,
Oh, ah!
The doctor stood up and said, I'm curious to see what the monkey has brought for us. Perhaps he knows some cure. Animals have a lot of natural healing knowledge, you know. She came over and took the coconut shell from the monkey. Peering inside, she saw the drops. She smelt them. Probably just coconut milk, she remarked.
Hey,
said the monkey.
Those drops aren't coconut milk. They are the actual tears of a tigress.
And then, realizing that the doctor did not understand, he started to act like a tiger, marching up and down on 4 paws, swishing his tail and roaring, and then he pointed to his eyes and said,
Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
"Do you know what?" said the doctor. "I think he's trying to tell us that these are the tears of the tigress." The man, surprised, said,
Really? Even if he is saying that, I wouldn't trust him. That monkey's full of tricks, you know.
"Well, what have we got to lose?" said the doctor. "Even if the drops are just coconut milk, they won't do any harm. And she should be drinking as much as possible anyway." So the man and the doctor sat the sick little girl up in bed, with pillows behind her back, holding the coconut shell to her lips. "Make sure you drink all the drops, dear," said the doctor. The girl just about managed to do as she was asked, before returning her head to the pillow and falling asleep. "I do believe your daughter is already looking a little better," said the doctor. It was a long evening and a long night while the man, the doctor and the monkey kept watch over the little girl. The monkey, who had very good hearing, noticed that she was breathing more and more easily. His animal instinct told him that she was getting better all the time. And he was right. When the sun began to shine through the window, she sat up in bed and said,
Good morning, Daddy. I'm hungry. What's for breakfast?
The man wiped the sleep from his eyes and exclaimed,
My lovely one, it's a miracle. You're better.
And the monkey did a little dance and sang,
I did it! I did it! I made the tigress cry! How clever am I? Ooh, ha, 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 ha! Ee-hee-hee-hee! Ooh, ah, 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 ah!
And that was The Tears of the Tigress, written by Bertie and read by me, Jana, for Storynory.com. And I'm delighted to dedicate this episode to Hallie from New York. Travis, Hallie's father, says, We just love your programme. My daughter would like you to know that she listens to Storynory every Monday on her way to and from gymnastics. Thank you so much, Hallie, and to Travis for supporting us on Patreon. Drop by soon for more exciting stories. Bye for now. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory and the third episode of the Indian epic, the Ramayana. In a moment, I'll be continuing the story with two new voices, my sister cousins, Parveen and Elizabeth. This episode features plenty of palace plotting and intrigue. But first, I'm going to give you a little reminder about the characters. King Dashratha of Ayodhya had 3 wives. Kausalya, the eldest, most revered wife and mother of Rama. Sumitra, the mother of the twins Lakshmana and Shatrughna. And Queen Kaikeyi, the youngest queen and mother of Bharata. All 4 sons of the wives have a little of the god Vishnu in them, but Rama has the most, and is therefore the most godlike of the brothers. In the previous episode, Rama married Princess Sita and returned with her to the kingdom of Ayodhya. Sometime later, his brother Bharata left the palace to visit his relatives in another kingdom. So now let's continue with the story, which introduces a new character to the plot. Manthara, a servant loyal to Queen Kaikeyi, mounted the stairs of the royal palace, rising like the moon. As she climbed, she could hear drums and musical instruments, and her nostrils were filled with the buttery scent of sandalwood. When she reached the flat rooftop, she paused to catch her breath before gazing out over the city of Ayodhya, which that evening was more splendid than ever. For the past few days, workers had been scrubbing the stones of the royal streets until they dazzled in the sunlight. And now the soldiers in bright uniforms were lining the pavements and crowds were gathering behind them. Mantra was not alone on the rooftop. Another servant, a nurse, was also taking in the view. Her eyes goggled with delight. Mantra turned to the nurse and asked,
"Why is the whole city getting ready to celebrate? Is Rama's mother going to throw gold and silver coins to the masses? The people are hanging around the streets as if they expect some sort of free gift."
And the nurse gushed out,
"Oh, haven't you heard the joyous news? King Dashratha is about to appoint his son, Prince Rama, as the new king.
All the people are celebrating because they love Prince Rama, who is a tiger among men. And as you rightly say, Queen Kausalya, who has kindness in her soul, has promised to give money to the people." The news was anything but joyous to Mantra. She turned up her nose and said,
"Well, that explains it. No wonder Rama's mother is in such a generous mood. Her son will soon be king. She can afford to give away money now."
And then she added under her breath,
"Unless I can prevent this happening."
And then she gathered up her skirts and left hastily, descending the stairs and heading straight for the chamber of Queen Kaikeyi, the mother of Prince Bharata. There the servant spoke to the queen as follows.
"You foolish woman! What are you doing lounging around as if nothing important is happening? Don't you realize that grief and misfortune are coming for you? Why aren't you begging your husband to see sense? Has your face lost its beauty? Have you forgotten how to use your charms? Don't you see your last chance to save yourself from ruin?"
The queen, who had been resting on her couch, tried to soothe her distraught servant, speaking gently.
"Oh, Mantra, what's upsetting you? Now you can tell me what's troubling you. You know I'll always look after you."
Mantra took a deep breath and steadied herself before explaining,
"Your Majesty, do not think I am worried on my own account. What happens to me is of no consequence. It is your fate that is concerning me. The whole city is celebrating because Dashratha is about to name Rama as the next king."
Kaikeyi laughed with relief.
"My dear, is that all that is troubling you? This is far from terrible news. It is a case for happiness. For Rama is the best of men. His gurus have taught him well. He knows right from wrong, and I love him just as much as my own son, Bharata."
A look of astonishment and disbelief passed over Mantra's face as her eyes widened and her mouth gaped. She began to shed hot tears as she implored Kaikeyi.
My queen, you think that way because you are too innocent and do not know the ways of the world. Do you not see how Kausalya envies your youth and beauty? Do you not realize how she longs to take her revenge on you? As soon as her son is king, she will have all the power, and she will make her move. She will banish you, or have you killed. The best you can hope for is to stay in the palace as her servant." Oh, what a sneaky old devil the king is, don't you see? He sent your son, Bharata, packing as soon as he was safely out of the way. She picked Rama to be the next king. How can you, my dear, lovely heart, hope to keep up with such tricks? He pretends to love you, but really he is like a viper in your bosom. So wake up. Now is the time to save yourself.
Finally, the young queen began to see why Mantra was so agitated. She got up from the couch and took a jewel from her hair, which she then gave to her servant, and then, trembling, she asked,
Oh, Mantra, it is true you are loyal and have my welfare at heart. But what can I do to avoid this terrible fate coming to pass?
What you must do, my dear, is this. You must go straight to the chamber of the king. Hurry. Do not waste any time. There you must wait for him. When he arrives, he must find you tearing your hair out and sobbing your eyes out. He will pity you. He will not be able to help himself, as he is weak and foolish old man. You are his most darling young queen. He would go through fire for your sake. He would give his own life for you. Then use your beauty. Look up at him with your big eyes. Remind him of the time he promised you 2 favors. Do you recall? He was wounded in battle and you nursed him back to health. He was so grateful that he promised you anything you wanted, twice over. Well, now is the time to call the favors in. He cannot refuse, for he is a foolish but honest man. He cannot break a promise. Tell him that for the first favor, he must banish Rama to the forest for 9 years. Then for the second, he must announce that your son, Bharata, shall be king. Do you understand what you must do?
Ah, yes, Mantra. I understand what I must do,
said the queen to her servant. So she immediately left her chamber and hurried along to King Dashratha's rooms, just as Mantra had said. While the young queen waited for Dashratha, she messed up her hair and rubbed her eyes until they were red. When the kindly king came into his rooms, he found her lying on the floor, beating her fists up and down and kicking her feet in the air.
What is the matter, my dear?
He asked, picking her up and stroking her hand.
I can't understand why you should be so upset. Are you unwell? Shall I call a doctor?
The queen turned to him, and he wiped the tears off her face with a silk scarf, until eventually she said,
In my whole life, nobody has treated me with so much disrespect as you have done.
What, my dear? How can you say such a thing? Save for Rama, there is nobody in the whole wide world that I love as much as you. I will do anything to make you happy.
Well, if you really love me, and don't just pretend, you recall how after I nursed your battle wounds and brought you back to health, you offered me 2 favours.
I do so recall.
And you agreed that I could save those favours until I needed them.
Certainly, my dear.
Well, at least you haven't forgotten. So now, I need you to keep your promise as guaranteed by holy law. If you truly are a man of honour, as the people say you are, you will not break your word.
Of course, you only have to say what you want, and it shall be so.
Do you swear by Indra and all the gods and the sun and the moon and the earth and all the stars that you will keep your word for me?
I do.
Oh, good. This is what I require. Listen carefully and do not falter. First, banish Rama to the forest for 9 years. And second, announce to the people that my son, Bharata, shall be king in his place.
It was hard for King Dashratha to take in these words. Was this a joke? Was she about to giggle and say that she was just testing him? And of course, all she really wanted was a box of jewels, or a baby elephant, or a gallon of perfume. He half smiled at the thought and said,
My dear, you know I can't do that.
And she flashed back at him with eyes blazing.
So you aren't a man of honour, and you don't love me, and you don't keep your promises. You're just a fake, an actor, a hypocrite, King.
No, my dear, I am a man of my word, but it is wrong of you to ask this of me.
No, it isn't. You promised me that I could have anything I wanted, and this is what I want. In fact, I demand that you keep your solemn oath that you gave me just a minute ago.
The king could bear this no longer. With tears soaking his old cheeks, he left his scheming youngest wife and went to his eldest queen, Kausalya, the mother of Rama.
Dear, most respected wife, something terrible has happened. As you know, I intended to anoint our son Rama as my successor later today. But now the youngest queen has called in her 2 favours that I granted her some time ago. She demands that I send Rama to the forest and declare that her son is king. Vile woman, now I see her for what she is, a viper in the nest. If I keep my word to her, as per holy law, I will be guilty of another crime, sending our noble son to the forest. There is no way to win. I only have 2 ways to lose. What must I do?
And Kausalya told him that he must follow the holy law and his conscience. So he consulted the wise men and seers, and the way was clear to him. He must keep his promise to his youngest wife and banish Rama to the forest for 9 years, while announcing her son as successor. And therefore he had no choice but to call Rama to his chambers and give him the terrible news. He sent his charioteer to fetch Rama, who was with his friends, preparing for the coronation. He hastily returned to the palace to meet his mother and father. Immediately he entered the room, he saw his father's face was looking ill, and his lip was trembling. He was unable to speak. "Father, what have I done to cause you such displeasure?" asked Rama. His father was unable to speak, and so his mother spoke in his place. "Dear son, you have done nothing wrong, but your father is overcome with grief. You are so dear to him that his lips cannot tell you what has happened. Today was supposed to be a day of rejoicing. He woke up this morning intending to announce that you are to be his successor, the next king. But before he could put his plans into action, Queen Kaikeyi came to him and asked that he grant her 2 favours that he promised her long ago. He, innocent man that he is, expected her to ask for playthings or jewels or clothes or perhaps a pet bird. But she showed her true colours and made an evil demand that you, dear Rama, tiger among men, be banished to the forest for 9 years. For her second favour, she insisted that her son, your brother Bharata, be made king in your place.
This is why your father cannot speak. He is struck dumb with grief. He has begged his wise men to find a way out of this dilemma, but they cannot. Holy law demands that he keep his word, and so now he must banish you, his dear son, to the forest. Rama was not angry. He did not argue. He did not curse the younger queen who had deprived him of his kinship. Instead, he said, "The way is clear. My father must keep his word. For his sake, I shall gladly obey and retire to the forest. And I have no concerns. My brother Bharata is noble and pure of heart. He will make an excellent king. My only concern is for my wife Sita, who will be lost without me. Mother, you must take care of her while I am away." "I shall, my son," said his mother. "I promise to look after Sita as if she were my own daughter." And without any further ado, Rama left calmly and peacefully to return to his quarters and prepare for his journey into the forest. And that was the third part of the Indian epic, the Ramayana. And thank you to my sister cousins Parveen and Elizabeth for taking part. We will be back soon to follow the fate of Rama and his beloved wife Sita. And if you like stories of a spiritual nature, you can tune in to our other podcast, Relaxivity, which is like Storynory, but for grown-ups. The stories are relaxing and fascinating at the same time, and sometimes are slightly more mature than Storynory. For now, from me, Jana, see you soon.
Hello, this is Natasha, and welcome back to Storynory. This is the story of Beatrice and the Ungolden Fish. This story takes us back to the time when Beatrice was just 15 years old, and it's about how she met a grumpy fish called Colin the carp. She came across Colin before she met Prince Bertie. Even then, she knew Bertie's name, of course, because who hasn't heard of the prince and his antics? For example, Princess Beatrice listened to an interview with Bertie on Mo Slogan's podcast. Bertie was talking about the time he set out to ride his mountain bike to the top of Mount Everest, and how he was intending to freewheel down the other side without pedalling until he reached the ocean. Mo asked him, "And did you succeed?" And Bertie replied, "No, unfortunately, I had to give up after I received a puncture in Kathmandu." To tell you the truth, Beatrice thought Bertie sounded like quite a silly sort of prince. Perhaps he wasn't the most silly prince in the world, but maybe he was number 3 after a couple of others we won't mention. She really didn't give Bertie or any prince much thought. Her main interest in life has always been animals and nature, including, of course, aquatic life. That's a fancy way of saying things that live in the water. She's always explaining to people that great white sharks aren't evil, and when they eat people, they are just following their instincts. After all, she once said, some people eat fish and chips. Are they evil? I'll say they are, said the wicked queen, who happened to be listening. That fish and chip shop opposite the palace is a disgrace. You see, the wicked queen detested the fish and chip shop that had opened 50 metres from the front gate of the palace. She thought it lowered the tone of the neighbourhood, and she didn't like seeing all the unwashed plebs hanging around on the street, waiting for their fish to fry on Friday night. In fact, shortly after that, the fish and chip shop received a visit from the Royal Health Inspector and had to close because they put too much salt on the chips. The next morning, the Queen was singing, "You shan't have a fishy on a little dishy. You shan't have a fishy when the boat comes in." But Beatrice took little notice of her mother's vendetta against the shop. She did not eat fish because she was vegan. And although she liked chips, the oil gave her spots, so she didn't eat them either. Little did she know that the closing of the fish and chip shop was to change the entire course of her life. Every morning, Beatrice went for a walk in the deer park behind the palace. She loved looking at the deer, as well as the rabbits, the birds, and a few sheep that lived there. Her route took her past a pond and under a willow tree. Some swans had a nest on a pile of reeds, and sometimes they hissed at her. She carefully skirted around them and went to the other end of the pond where there was a bench. She sat down and gazed into the water, as she liked to do so often. Sometimes she might catch a glimpse of some fishy shapes under the water, and occasionally you might hear a big splash and see a glimmering back wriggling, or even an entire golden carp might leap out and catch a fly in its mouth. On this particular day, the fish were in a friendly mood. First, one of them popped his blonde head out of the water and opened and closed his mouth as if he were talking, but of course he made no sound, because fish can't talk, can they? Beatrice clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, you're so funny," she exclaimed. "You're whispering sweet nothings to me." And then another fish joined in, doing the same thing. Soon they dived back into the pond, but it wasn't long before Beatrice saw at least 3 golden fish swimming around. "Fish are so beautiful," Beatrice said to herself. "I don't understand how Princess Jordan can be pescatarian," which means somebody who eats fish. For a while, the surface of the pond was quite still. Beatrice felt especially calm looking at the lily pads. After a while, another swam past where she was sitting. She had seen him before. He was a big carp, like the others, only his skin wasn't golden. It was sort of mud-coloured. He swam around in a circle, and then he poked his head out the water and looked at her with his mouth open. "Do you know who you remind me of?" she asked. And she was sure that the fish understood her words and shook his head in reply. "Well," she said, "you remind me of me."
"How come?" asked the fish. "You're really beautiful, and I'm really ugly."
Beatrice heard the fish's voice, but she didn't quite believe that it was the fish who was speaking. It seemed to her that somebody must have come up behind her. So she giggled just a little and finished her thought. I look at you, and you aren't golden and shiny like the other fish. You are sort of duller, and yes, perhaps most people wouldn't notice you. That's how I feel. My stepmother won't let me buy the clothes I want, or let me do my hair the way I want, and she doesn't allow me to go to balls and parties like other princesses. And besides, I'm rather shy, just like a fish. So despite the fact that I'm a princess, nobody really notices me.
Well, you poor little princess,
said the fish.
But at least you don't have my problems.
Wow, this was odd. The fish's mouth moved when it spoke. It was just like the words came from him. But of course, it had to be some person playing a joke on her, didn't it? Beatrice looked around. The only human being in sight was a dog walker, and he was far away. Are you a trick fish? She asked. Like some sort of projection. I know, you must be a hologram.
A hologram?
Asked the fish.
What makes you think that I am a hologram? I am a whole me, I am, or at least I am for now. Last night some kids came along and they are threatening to take my life away. They are.
You mean they want to murder you? Exclaimed Beatrice, standing up. They mustn't, that's frightful. We need to preserve aquatic life. Not take it away.
I couldn't agree more,
said the fish.
But these kids say that I shouldn't be allowed to live in this pond because my skin's not golden coloured. And one of them said that she would like to throw me on the rubbish heap. And then the other said, don't do that. I know, we can make him golden. Let's catch him and deep fry him in batter and eat him with chips. And another said, that's a great idea. Tomorrow's Friday, which used to be fish and chip night until the wicked queen closed down the fish and chip shop. And then the first one said, I've got a net at home. We'll come and get him tomorrow. So, Your Highness, you are looking at a doomed fish. Tonight, I shall be fried in golden batter, sprinkled with salt and cheap vinegar, and served up with oily chips.
Oh, no, you won't. I won't let that happen.
How are you going to stop them?
I'm going to rescue you. That's what I'm going to do, said Beatrice. Don't go away. I'm coming back to fetch you. Beatrice was already running back to the palace when the fish said,
Go away? What's she on about? Does she think I've got legs?
Beatrice soon returned with a couple of palace servants who were carrying a bathtub full of cold water. They put it down beside the pond and she called out, Oh, fish! Oh, fishy with the mud-coloured scales! Show me how you can jump into this lovely bathtub. I'm going to keep you safe until you can find a new home. At first, nothing happened. The pond was as calm as an ice cream soda. Oh, fishy! Don't be embarrassed just because you're not golden, said Beatrice. We don't judge by looks. We love all aquatic creatures, even ugly ones. When one of the servants sniggered, Beatrice gave him her fiercest look. And at the very moment that her eyes were turned away from the pond, there was a loud splash as a huge mud-coloured cup landed smack in the middle of the bath.
Your Royal Highness, said the servant, I've been fishing all my life and I've never caught a beauty like that.
Yes, he is a beauty, really, said Beatrice. And the fish, whose face normally seemed cross and grumpy, smiled. The servant carried the bathtub back to Beatrice's room, where they left her alone with the fish. And the princess asked, Well now, what shall we call you?
Colin,
said the fish. Why?
Because that's my name, Colin the Carp.
OK, if Colin is your name, then we shall call you Colin. And what do you want for supper?
Flies, please, said Colin. I like ones that are so fat and juicy that they can hardly fly. Besides, they are easier to catch.
Oh dear, but we're vegan here, replied Beatrice. We love all life, even insects.
I can't help wanting to eat flies, said Colin. It's my instinct.
Well, in that case, I shall leave the window open and look the other way, said Beatrice. And later I'll take a net down to the pond and fetch some green slime for your supper. You need to eat up your green veggies, you know.
Slime is okay, said the fish, and weeds.
Beatrice did as she promised. In fact, she asked the servants to bring buckets of pond water because it was full of tiny plankton and other nutrients that a growing carp like Colin needed. That evening in the palace dining room, fish and chips was on the menu. So Beatrice asked for her butternut squash linguine with fried sage to be sent up to her room. While she ate, Colin nibbled on his slime. I hope you won't find life in the palace boring, said Beatrice. I don't go out a lot, I'm afraid.
I was going to ask, said Colin, can you take me to a football match? Because I've never been to one.
That might be tricky, said Beatrice, looking at the bath.
I wouldn't want you to go out of your way for me, said Colin tragically. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Since you saved me from the frying pan, I can grant you 3 wishes.
What kind of wishes? Asked Beatrice.
The usual things. Money, power, and revenge.
I don't want any of those things, said Beatrice. How about saving the Anatolian water frog from extinction? I read in The Guardian that a ferocious appetite for frogs' legs among the French and Belgians is driving species in Indonesia, Turkey and Albania to the brink of extinction. Europe imports about 200 million frogs every year. Did you know that? I could hardly believe it when I read it. It's got to stop.
You want to save frogs' legs? Asked Colin, astonished. Well, your wish is my command. That's done. Frogs' legs are forever off the menu in France and Belgium. You've still got 2 more wishes left. My advice is to think of something really selfish. You won't regret it.
Selfish? Oh, I couldn't waste a wish on myself. Now, let me see. Can you stop the Arctic ice extent from melting too much each summer?
If you ask me, said Colin, that's another waste of a perfectly good wish. But consider it done. Now listen, you've done me a big favour, and I'm going to do you one. You are clearly a princess with a lovely heart. You are caring and compassionate. But you need to look after yourself. If you are confined to the palace and not allowed to be your true self, what good will that do anyone? You have just 1 wish left. Just this once, wish for something for yourself.
If you don't mind, said Beatrice, I'll save my wish while I sleep on it. Beatrice lay awake that night, thinking of all of the lovely privileges that most princesses enjoy as a birthright, like pet mice that turn into dappled ponies, pumpkins that become golden carriages, dancing lessons instead of school, cupboards full of freebies, designer clothes, gear and bling, little dogs that fit in handbags, celebrity chefs dropping by to cook dinner, any amount of ethical jewellery, Swiss bank cards without any names on them, sporty electrical cars, next generation iPhones that aren't even out yet, invitations to every red carpet event, and rows of international princes all queuing to marry you in a giant cathedral on a gorgeous day with crowds cheering and the entire world watching and smiling. Her stepmother, the wicked queen, was never going to allow her to have any of that because she was too stingy and mean. But now she could have it all. She only had to make one fishy wish. It was so very tempting. But no, she wasn't that sort of selfish princess. She wanted to dedicate her life to biodiversity. But then again, didn't she deserve just a little bit of happiness? Oh, bother. It was so difficult making a decision like this. She was only 15 years old, and it didn't seem fair to have so much responsibility. Eventually, she fell asleep, and she had a dream. In this dream, her only true friends in the world were the pond life, ducks, frogs, tadpoles, and fish. One day, one of the frogs asked her to marry him. In the morning, when she began to wake up, she was still thinking about her fairy tale dream and what it meant. I think, she said to herself, it means that I will find love and friendship in the most unexpected place, like in the bottom of a slimy pond. As she ate her piece of toast and Oxford thick-cut marmalade with no butter for breakfast, she considered what she should wish for. I don't want to be selfish, but I do deserve to be happy. If I can be happy, I can do more good in the world. She went back up to her room and opened up the Royalgram app on her phone. She posted a picture of Colin in his bathtub and asked, "Can anyone find a good home for this handsome carp?" Soon the replies started to fly in. Bing! Princess Meredith. You seem to like him so much. Why don't you marry him? Ping! Prince Gregory. He'd be at home on my plate with chips and mushy peas. Ping! Sultan Ahmed. Beatrice, dear, why don't you stop trying to save the planet for once and go shopping? Ping! Crown Prince Frederick. There's a sudden shortage of the frog's legs in all of the restaurants. Why don't you do something about that instead? Beatrice thought, typical. All the royals are so self-centred and uncaring. There's not one of them who's worth a second thought. And then she turned to Colin and said, I just wish that there was just one other royal person who cared about aquatic life and could be my friend. If that's your wish, replied Colin, and almost as soon as she had spoken, Beatrice's phone went ping. She almost did not dare to look, because if it was another horrid message, that would mean that Colin had been playing a mean joke on her and his wishes didn't come true. But eventually, she raised her big blue eyes and glanced at the screen. Prince Bertie. Dear Beatrice, we've not met before, but I would be more than delighted to adopt your homeless carp. He is most welcome to join our inclusive community of aquatic life in the pond at the bottom of our garden. Wow, said Beatrice out loud. What a nice chap. No wonder other royal people say mean things about him, like he's silly and does stupid things. They don't like him because he's nice, and they are all mean. And then she turned to Colin and said, would it be okay if I had just one more tiny weeny wish? When I'm old enough, I'd like to marry Prince Bertie. I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness, said Colin,
I'm only allowed to give you 3 wishes. I did try to tell you to be more selfish. I can't make Prince Bertie fall in love with you and ask you to marry him however much I try. Not by magic at any rate. But when I'm in the pond, if I get a chance, I'll have a word with him and suggest that he should ask you out on a date.
Oh, don't do that, said Beatrice, blushing. I'd be so embarrassed. I would die. But you know what? If it's my destiny to marry Prince Bertie, I think it will happen one day, don't you? In the meantime, it's good to know that there are other people who care about this world. It gives me hope. I'm going to get on with my own life and do what I can to help all living creatures and nature. One day, maybe I'll find some personal happiness too. And Colin, who thought the princess was crazy in her wishes, gave her one of his rare smiles. He knew it had been his very good fortune to come across someone who was so unselfish and kind-hearted. And that was the story of Beatrice and the Ungolden Fish, read by me, Natasha, from Storynory, and written by Prince Bertie. I'll be back soon with more stories on Storynory.com, and don't forget you can support us on Patreon. So for now, from me, Natasha, bye-bye. Any amount of ethical jewellery, Swiss bank cards without any names on them.
This is brilliant. This is a good, true dream list.
Because you laughed, you have to do that one again.
That's so funny.
The Bear's Birthday Party. Hello, this is Jana, and I'm here with one of our mischievous monkey stories. In this story, you will hear that he is a real party animal. There were 3 things in life that the monkey liked above all else, and they were bananas, music, and tricks. This story combines all 3. It was the time of year when the bear was getting ready to celebrate his birthday. He was going to be 5 years old, which meant that he was almost grown up. He was preparing to spend the whole day on his own, lazing on the bank of the river with a big pile of his favourite foods. But as he stood on his hind legs collecting cherries from a tree, a little mouse asked him,
Hey, Mr. Bear, are you having a party this year?
No, growled the bear.
Why not? Parties are fun. I had 200 mice come to my birthday bash.
Good for you,
said the bear.
But I don't have any friends.
Oh, that's easy to solve,
said the mouse.
When you're throwing a party, everyone's your friend, especially if you have plenty of delicious food and great music.
Oh yeah?
said the bear.
I could collect fish, nuts and berries for my new friends. But where would I find music?
Well, you should ask the monkey,
said the mouse.
He played his guitar and sang with his cousins at my birthday bash, and everyone raved all night long. He loves music so much that he would play for free. But if you pay him bananas, he will play even better.
Well, I bet he would,
mumbled the bear, who had no intention of asking the monkey to play music at his party, especially if he had to pay him. Why, he didn't even like the annoying monkey who was always playing tricks
that made the bear look foolish.
Nah,
said the bear to the mouse.
I don't think I'll have a party this year. Not in the mood.
And so he scooped up all the cherries in his arms and waddled off to his cave to enjoy them on his own. But not long after he was back in his cave, his neighbour the tigress dropped by. "Hey, bear, what are you doing for your birthday? Let's have a party."
Nah, not in a party sort of mood.
"Well, get yourself into one," said the tigress. "Otherwise, the word will get around that you're an old party pooper, and you wouldn't want that, would you?" growled the bear.
Why should I have a party if I don't want to? It's my birthday, and I can be a pooper if I want to.
The tigress purred. "But you do want to have a party. You just don't know it yet," which the bear thought was a very strange thing to say. Because how could she know what the bear really wanted? "Don't shake your grisly head," said the tigress. "Listen up. Our friend the monkey is a real party animal. If we invite him to play the music, he won't be able to resist. We'll have free music and dancing all night."
But I don't like music and dancing,
protested the bear.
And I like the monkey even less. Just the thought of him makes my hair bristle.
"You won't regret it," said the tigress, "because as soon as the party is nearly over, I'll give the secret signal and we'll both jump on the monkey. And that will be the end of him and all our troubles. Won't that be the best birthday present you'll get this year?"
"You've got a point,"
said the bear, smacking his lips at the thought of finally getting his claws on the monkey.
"That would be the best birthday present ever."
So the bear asked the mouse to ask the monkey to play the music at his party, and the monkey agreed. Then the bear invited all the animals to his moonlight birthday bash in the clearing outside his cave. The monkey, together with his 3 cousins who were in the band, built a treehouse above the cave, from where they rocked the jungle. And of course, they didn't forget to play Happy Birthday for the bear.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear bear. Oh, you bear. Happy birthday to you.
All the animals were dancing and having such enormous fun that the bigger animals even forgot to eat the smaller ones, at least for the evening. But just in case anyone stood on them, the smaller animals were dancing up in the treehouse where the monkeys were playing. Meanwhile, the big beasts, like the elephant, the bear and the tigress, were stomping down on the ground, making the whole jungle throb to the beat. Occasionally arguments broke out, such as when the hippo accused the rhino of stepping on his toes. But the bear smoothed the argument over, saying,
Now, no quarrelling, or else I'll throw you out of my party and you'll miss all the fun. And you'll be called party poopers forevermore.
Finally, as the first rosy rays of the dawn appeared in the sky behind the volcano, the monkey announced,
Thank you for being such a lovely audience. For our final number, we're going to play a slow song. So find your favourite partner and gaze into their eyes.
Hey bear, would you like to dance with me? Asked the tigress, and the bear said sleepily, All right, if you insist. And the bear began to lead the tigress round in a two-step until the bear said, Hang on, when are you going to give the secret signal to catch the monkey? Very soon, purred the tigress, who had been having such fun she had almost forgotten about the plan. But first, we have to sneak up close to the monkey, so we are within pouncing distance. Then the two of them danced towards the tree where the monkeys were playing. The tigress jumped onto a lower branch, and the bear pulled himself up onto another. Up and up they climbed, while the monkey crooned away. Eventually they reached the treehouse. There they pretended to dance together, just like they were deep in love. The smaller animals all started to leave, because they did not want to be trodden on. The monkey was reaching the final notes of his slow number, when a little voice, it was the mouse, squeaked.
Encore!
And all the other little animals who were leaving called out,
Encore, monkey, go! I love it, go!
Immediately the monkey and his band launched into a bouncy number with such a great beat that the tigress and the bear could not help themselves.
Can't catch me, don't you know? I will run like a bullet from a gun. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Anytime.
They started to jump up and down in time to the music. The treehouse began to shake, but they didn't notice because they were having such fun. And then the branches began to creak, but they didn't notice because the music was so loud. And then, just as the tigress was about to give the secret signal to pounce on the monkey, crash, bang, wallop! The whole dance floor collapsed, and the tigress and the bear went flying with it, tumbling head over heels through the branches, snapping them on the way, until eventually they landed on the jungle floor with a great big thud.
Anytime you wanna play, all you have to do is say.
But of course the monkeys weren't hurt at all. Laughing hysterically, they just swung onto the nearby trees, taking their instruments with them. And the little animals had already left, so they weren't hurt either. Only the bear and the tigress were bruised and very annoyed. But the bear was most annoyed of all. In fact, he was very, very angry. Not with the monkey, but with the tigress. You ruined my party. You're the worst party pooper of all time, he roared. And the tigress, seeing how angry the bear was, hobbled away as fast as her legs could carry her. And that was the bear's birthday party. Read by me, Jana, for Storynory.com. Drop by soon for more exciting stories. And don't forget to ask your parents or older siblings to tune in to our sister podcast for grown-ups called Relaxivity. Bye for now. The Cat Who Wanted to Be a Monkey. Hello, this is Jana,
and I'm here with two of our popular monkey stories. If you've heard any of them before, you will know that they are small, cheeky, and sweet, just like monkeys. And just in case you are waiting for the Ramayana, we'll be back soon with our epic serial. The first of our stories is called The Cat Who Wanted to Be a Monkey. Once upon a time, Mother Bush Cat, Father Bush Cat, and Baby Bush Cat were watching the monkey playing. They saw how he drank flower nectar, ate fruit, picked fleas from his friend's fur, and swung through the trees, shrieking and chattering. Indeed, he was a very noisy monkey, and best known for his naughty tricks. "It's all right for some," said Mother Bush Cat, after picking up Baby Bush Cat for the 15th time that day and putting him back in their den. "Yes, monkeys lead a very easy life," said Father Bush Cat as he stretched and yawned. And then Baby Bush Cat piped up,
"Mummy, can I be a monkey someday when I grow up?"
Mother Bush Cat laughed and said, "Oh, how you wish you were a monkey! But no, dear, you were born a bush cat, and you will always be a bush cat. That's the law of the jungle."
"Meow! Oh, that's not fair! Meow!"
protested Baby Bush Cat.
"I'm sure the monkeys would really like me to join them if I asked them nicely."
"Well, you can try, dear, and see what happens," said Mother Bush Cat, who was sure that her baby would soon forget about his idea to become a monkey. But Baby Bush Cat did not forget his ambition to become a monkey, and as soon as he was old enough to prowl out and about on his own, under strict instructions not to stray far, and to come back before dark, he set out to find the place where the monkeys were playing. Sure enough, he soon found a monkey sitting with his back to a banana tree.
"Meow, Mr. Monkey. I'm Baby Bush Cat. Pleased to meet you." "Likewise, Baby Bush Cat,"
said the monkey as he peeled a banana.
"I've seen you play. Meow. And I'd like to be a monkey too, if I can, please,"
said Baby Bush Cat.
"Well, now, it's no easy matter for the Baby Bush Cat to grow up into a monkey,"
said the monkey.
"Meow, please let me be a monkey, please. I really, really want to be a monkey, and I'll never forget you if you help me. And I'll always pick your fleas whenever you ask me." "All right then,"
said the monkey.
"We monkeys like enthusiasm. If you really want to be a monkey first, you must learn to scratch my back. I've got an itch just in the middle, but mind you are not too sharp with your claws."
Baby Bush Cat scratched the monkey's back, and the monkey said,
"Ah, that's just right. Meow! Great! Can I be a monkey now?" Hold on, not just yet. Next, you must learn to harvest the bananas. Climb up into that tree and get me a few."
Right away, the cat sprung up into the tree and cut down 6 bananas with his claw. And then he jumped down onto the forest floor and said,
"I've done it. I've cut down some bananas. Now can I be a monkey? Meow, please, please." Hold on, not just yet. We've got to sort out that tail of yours first. What's wrong with my tail? I've got a good tail, haven't I? Yeah, it's okay tail for a baby bush cat, but it isn't long enough for a monkey. So what can I do? Hold on a minute. I'll help you,
replied the monkey, who got up and began to pull Baby Bushcat's tail.
Meow! Ooh, that hurts! Meow!
Said Baby Bushcat.
Is it long enough yet? Not yet. But I'll tell you what. I'll just tie your tail to this branch, and that will do the trick. Meow! Tie my tail to a branch? I don't want you to tie my tail to a branch. Please, meow, please don't do that. Hold on a minute. I thought you said you wanted me to help you to become a monkey. Meow, I did. Well then, just let me tie your tail to this branch, and before too long, you'll be one. All right then. I suppose if you have to.
And so the Baby Bushcat let the monkey tie his tail to a branch of the banana tree. The monkey used some vines to tie him by a strong monkey knot, and then stood back to admire Baby Bushcat, who was now swinging upside down from the branch, almost like monkeys do.
Now can I be a monkey, please?
Baby Bushcat asked as he swung there by his tail.
Aha! I monkey tricked you!
Called out the monkey as he flew off through the trees, laughing to himself at the wonderful trick he had played on the Baby Bushcat, who was now left meowing and crying for his mummy. To tell you the truth, it was a very mean trick of the monkey to play on the Baby Bushcat. Now Baby Bushcat's tail was really starting to hurt, and he started to sob.
Meow! I want my mummy! Meow! 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 I don't want to be a monkey anymore! Meow!
Eventually Mother Bushcat came out to find him, and she bit through the vines and let him down. "Who tied your tail to that branch?" she asked, and Baby Bushcat sobbed.
The monkey! Meow! The monkey did it!
Do you still want to be a monkey?
No, I don't, because monkeys play mean tricks. Meow!
Well, you've learnt a very good lesson today, said Mother Bushcat, and from that day on, Baby Bushcat wanted to grow up to be a bushcat, just like Father Bushcat, which he did. And when he had his own babies, he told them to watch the monkeys and laugh at them, and never ever try to be one. And that was the story of the cat who wanted to be a monkey. In a moment, I'm going to tell you another monkey story. This one's called The Monkey Who Wanted to Fly. But first, let's hear from this week's sponsor, Wondery. Grown-ups, if your kids asked you how fast a peregrine falcon can fly, would you know the answer? 10 miles per hour? Maybe 25? 50? Well, in fact, the correct answer is 200 miles per hour. I know this because we've been listening to Flip and Mosey's guide to how to be an earthling. Flip and Mosey are exploring Earth and meeting animals from all around the world. One of our favourite travel pods from last season was when Flip and Mosey went swimming in the very chilly Arctic Ocean to meet a 250-year-old bowhead whale. But she's not as old as Mosey, who is turning 900 years old. Flip and Mosey's guide features songs the whole family will love, written and composed by the Pop-Ups, 3-time Grammy-nominated children's artists. This holiday, taking an adventure is as simple as pressing play on an episode of Flip and Mosey's Guide to How to Be an Earthling. Listen to new episodes of How to Be an Earthling on Thursdays, wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen early and ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app. And now, on with our next story, which is called The Monkey Who Wanted to Fly. Now, as you know, the monkey was always playing tricks on the other animals. I've already told you about the time that he tied baby bushcat to a tree by his tail. And he was always catching the other animals by surprise, making them jump with a sudden shriek, or sneaking up when they were asleep, and pulling their noses. He thought that his tricks were very, very funny, but the other animals found him very, very annoying. And the biggest and proudest beast, like the bear, the tiger, and the eagle, were most annoyed with him of all. Said the bear.
I wish I could bear punch him, but he's too fast and he always dodges.
Said the tiger.
I wish I could bite his cheeky head off, but he won't hang around long enough for me to eat him.
And then the eagle, who was the king of the birds, said,
Walk, walk! I'd like to pick him up by the scruff of his neck, fly high into the sky, and drop him into the ocean.
What a delightful idea, purred the tiger.
I like the way you think,
said the bear.
Why don't you do it? It will be a service to animal kind.
I would,
said the eagle.
But he hides in the trees, where the branches are too thick for me to swoop down and catch him.
And the bear, the tiger, and the eagle grumbled amongst themselves that nobody would ever catch that monkey. And he would carry on playing annoying tricks until the end of time. Now a little mouse happened to be listening to the conversation of the three big beasts, and he squeaked up.
Excuse me, sirs, if you don't mind me suggesting, but if you want to catch a trickster, you have to play a trick.
Oh, that's right. He's got a point there,
said the bear.
But what trick can we play?
Asked the tiger.
Remember, he knows all the tricks, because he's playing them already,
said the eagle.
I know, I have an idea,
said the mouse. And he told them his plan, which the three big beasts thought was a super smart idea, and ordered the other animals and birds to put into action. The eagle announced that for one day only, he was willing to take any animal who wanted up into the air for free to experience what it felt like to fly. And he promised not to eat them. Normally, none of the other animals would have agreed to try anything like that, because the idea of flying can be very frightening. Unless you are a bird, of course. But the bear and the tiger ordered the smaller animals, including the gerbil and the tortoise and the bush cat, to queue up and wait for their turn to go flying. As promised, the eagle picked each one of them up, soared into the air, and returned them safely to the ground. The smaller animals reported that flying was a bit sick-making, but very thrilling. And they were so happy to be alive when they returned that they did a little dance and told everyone else that they should try it too. Now, the monkey saw the animals go up into the air and return safely. And eventually, he could not resist the opportunity to experience what it was like to fly. So, he stepped forward and said,
Can I have a go?
Well done, monkey, that's a good fellow,
roared the tiger.
That will be a thrill of a lifetime. I wish I could go up, but I'm too heavy to fly. Now you're just the right size and you'll love it.
And then the monkey clung for dear life to the eagle's legs as the bird's great wings soared across the warm air currents over the tops of the trees and out above the waves of the ocean.
I feel sick. Can we go back now, please?
Asked the monkey.
Wow! Tricked you!
Called back the eagle. who started to swoop this way and that until the monkey was so dizzy he would not hold on any more, and he fell down into the sea as the eagle called out,
"Bombs away!"
Now that would have been the end of the monkey. But it so happened that a fisherman caught the monkey in his net and hauled him on board. The monkey was the strangest fish he had ever seen. And the monkey soon shot up to the top of the boat's mast, where he sat above the sail like a lookout, until they reached the shoreline, where he hopped into the branches of a nearby tree. The eagle returned to the spot where he had left the other animals and declared,
"Mission accomplished. I dropped the cargo into the ocean waves. The monkey has tricked his last."
But no sooner had he spoken than the monkey called out from a nearby tree,
"Ha ha! Tricked you!"
And the three big beasts jumped into the air with shock.
"Thanks for taking me flying," called out the monkey. "I didn't ask to go swimming, but that was fun too. See you soon for another funny trick."
Growled the tiger at the eagle.
"Mission accomplished, you said? Total failure, more like."
And the eagle saw how angry the tiger and the bear were, and decided to fly back to his nest on top of a craggy mountain. And that was the story of the monkey who wanted to fly. I do hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back soon with another episode of the Ramayana here at Storynory.com. For now, from me, Jana, see you soon. Honest Jack. Dedicated to Edwin in LA who supports Storynory on Patreon. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome back to Storynory. This is a traditional story from England. As is often the case with stories from England, the hero is a boy called Jack. Honest Jack. Jack was in love with the prettiest girl in his village. He was poor, and so was she. But he was sure they would be happy together. He dreamed that with a lot of hard work and a little luck, one day they would live in a nice big house and have lots of children. On a fine morning, he went to ask the girl's parents if he could marry their daughter. He knew that the girl was listening at the door to the conversation that would decide her future. She could hear him pop the question to her mother. "Mom, I want to marry Annie, and she wants to marry me. Will you give us the go-ahead, Mom?" But however carefully the girl was listening at the door, she could not catch the answer. Her mother said nothing. She just stared blankly at Jack with her glassy eyes. It was hard to know if she had even understood the question. "Well, Mom, I suppose you don't have to speak out loud," said Jack. Just a nod will do." At last, after a long, stony silence, the woman spoke. In fact, she shrieked.
"Husband, come here right now. This good-for-nothing boy without a penny to his name wants to marry our daughter."
A moment later, the father, grasping a wooden spoon in his hand, appeared from the kitchen.
"How dare you want to marry our daughter when you haven't even got any money? Come here, you filthy little whippersnapper, and let me tap you on the head with this wooden spoon, and maybe I shall bash some manners into you."
Jack, having swiftly decided that he did not want to be tapped on the head with a wooden spoon, departed via the open window and ran through the garden and down the road as fast as he could. Eventually, when he arrived at the safety of some woods, he leaned against a tree and said to himself,
I shall catch my breath, and then I shall carry on running into the world until I find some work, and I shall earn some good, honest money. And then, after about a year, I shall return to my village, and I shall marry Annie. And then we shall live as happily ever after as Cinderella and Prince Charming. So there.
And so he put his plan into action. He kept on running until he found an old widow who was gathering sticks for her fire. He stopped to help her pick up the sticks, and she said to him,
Oh, you're a helpful lad, aren't you? If you come to work for me and prove yourself to be an honest lad, I shall pay you fairly, I will.
Why, thank you, Mum,
said Jack, who agreed right away to work for the widow. He did everything she asked of him, including chopping wood, fetching water, lighting her fire, scrubbing her kitchen, feeding her hens, and milking her goat. But the most important task of all was to look after her donkey called Alchemy, whom he soon learned had a very special secret. Every morning he had to pull Alchemy's ears. Then the donkey would say, He would lift up his tail and poop out 6 gold coins. The boy collected the gold coins, washed them under the pump, and gave them to the old widow. Jack worked honestly for the old lady for an entire year, until one day he said to her,
Mum, I've worked honestly for 1 year and done everything you asked of me, and now I think it's time for me to return to my village and marry the lassie I love. Will you be so kind as to pay me fairly, as you promised that you would?
He was hoping that the old lady might give him just one of the gold coins that her donkey pooped out every morning. The widow looked him up and down and said,
You have indeed proved yourself to be hard-working and honest. I am old, and I have enough gold coins to last out the rest of my days. You can have my magic donkey so that you and your sweetheart shall never lack for any money.
Why, thank you, Mum,
exclaimed Jack. And in the best of spirits, he ran to the stable to collect Alchemy, the magic gold-pooping donkey. He sat on the donkey's back and set off in the direction of his village. Alchemy was not the speediest of animals. When Jack saw that the sun was setting and the sky was turning red, he stopped for the night at an inn. After all, he would have no trouble paying now that he owned a gold-pooping donkey.
I'll have the best room in the house, he said to the innkeeper, and send up your best food.
The innkeeper looked at the boy and saw that he was young and had an air of poverty, including his frayed shirt and worn boots.
Anything you want, he said, so long as you pay up front. Just a moment, said the boy. I'll fetch the money.
He went out of the door, and the innkeeper thought that would be the last he saw of him. He thought he would have a good laugh watching him run off. But when he went to the window, he saw the boy stroke his donkey that was tethered to the gatepost. Then the boy pulled the donkey's ears. The donkey said, lifted his tail, and pooped out 6 gold and silver coins. The boy picked up the coins, washed them under the pump, and returned to the inn, where he paid for everything he had asked for, and more, with a silver coin. The innkeeper showed the boy to the best room in the house, and promised to lodge his donkey in the stable, and to feed and water him. Unfortunately, honesty was not the innkeeper's strongest suit. That night, he swapped the boy's magical donkey for his own, who looked very similar. In the morning, the boy headed off to his village without noticing the swap. He was so excited that he rode straight to the house of the girl he loved and knocked on the door. When the father opened up, the boy said,
"Good morning, sir. I have returned to ask once more for the hand of your daughter in marriage. But before you tap me on the head with a wooden spoon, let me explain that I have worked hard for 1 year, and I now possess a miraculous donkey who poops gold and silver coins. If I marry Annie, I promise that we shall never lack for any money." Well now, a donkey who poops gold and silver coins? I have to see this, said the father, reaching for his riding crop. I'm happy to demonstrate, said the boy. He returned to the gatepost and pulled the donkey's ears. Said the donkey crossly. But he did not poop any gold or silver. Come on, Alchemy, said the boy. This is no time to be constipated. And he pulled the donkey's ears a second time. Said the donkey, who was not called Alchemy and didn't like having his ears pulled. In fact, he belonged to the innkeeper and was called Barrel. Jack went around the back of the donkey and pulled his tail. This was not his best idea. The donkey kicked with his hind legs and caught the girl's father with his heels. Oh, said Jack, looking at the man who was now rolling on the ground holding his bloody nose. I don't suppose I'll be marrying your daughter today. I think I'll be off now. And he ran out of the village as fast as his legs would carry him. After he had run a long while, he came across a carpenter who was making a table. Excuse me, sir, said the boy. Can I please work for you? The carpenter agreed to give him a chance. As long as the boy worked well and honestly, he would pay him fairly. Thank you, sir, said the boy. What shall I do first? The carpenter asked him to go and fetch some wood. The boy continued to work hard, cleaning and fetching and delivering furniture. His most important job was preparing the carpenter's meals, which was easy to do, as he had a magic table. All the boy had to do was go to the kitchen and say to the table, "Table, my master has been sawing and hammering all day, and he's hungry." And in an instant, a wonderful meal would appear on the table. After the boy had worked for a year, he said to the carpenter, "Sir, I've worked for you honestly for 1 year, and I've done everything you asked of me. And now it is time for me to return to my village and marry the apple of my eye. Will you be so kind as to pay me fairly as you promised you would?" And the carpenter agreed that the boy had worked hard and proved himself to be an honest lad. He gave him a very special wedding gift.
You and your sweetheart need never worry about going hungry. You shall have my magic table. After all, my wife wants me to make a bigger table that will feed all my family and friends.
Why, thank you, said Jack.
And he went to the kitchen to fetch the magic table. He set off for his village. But it wasn't easy carrying it on his back. So he went slowly. Towards evening, he reached an inn where he decided to rest for the night. The innkeeper asked him what he would like to order for supper. And the boy replied, "I don't need to order any food. I can provide myself with a 6-course meal." The innkeeper saw the boy take the table up to his room, and he was curious to see how he was going to feed himself. He spied through the keyhole of the room. He saw the boy address the furniture and say, "Table, I've been carrying you on my back all day, and the walk has made me hungry." Immediately, a scrumptious meal appeared on the table with rough bread, butter, chicken liver pate, pheasant, fish, roast potatoes, carrots, green beans, chocolate cake, and lemonade.
Well now, thought the innkeeper, if I had a wonderful table like that, I could sack my cook and never have to buy any food again. I could feed the whole village, charge a fortune at the inn, and never pay a penny. My need for such a table is clearly greater than the lad's.
And so when Jack was fast asleep, the innkeeper crept into his room and swapped the magic table for an ordinary one. Jack rose at the crack of dawn, picked up the table, left the inn, and headed off to his village, eager to win the hand of his sweetheart. He went straight to her house, where he met the girl's mother.
Good morning, Mum. I've come to ask once more for permission to marry Annie, said Jack. And what makes you think I will change my mind this time when you are just as poor, scruffy, and as good for nothing as you were on the last two occasions?
Because, said Jack, I have a magic table that will be covered in food any time I give the word.
Oh,
said the mother.
That's why they call you Jack the Liar.
I'm no liar, retorted Jack. You'll see in a moment. And then he went outside to fetch the table, which he placed down in the middle of the parlour. Good morning, table, he said as the mother looked on with her glassy, expressionless eyes.
I'm feeling rather peckish. I think it's time for breakfast, don't you?
But the table was not the magic one. It was a table from the inn that smelt of spilt beer.
Table,
he said, frustrated.
We need food now.
But still nothing happened.
Magic table, my foot,
exclaimed his sweetheart's mother.
You lying scoundrel! Get out of here before I beat you with this rolling pin and never darken our door again!
Jack, who did not fancy a beating with the rolling pin, ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. Eventually he came to a stream where a man was trying to build a bridge. Jack helped him by climbing up a tree and pulling it down across the stream so that it bent over onto the opposite bank. The man thanked Jack for his help, saying that an honest lad deserved an honest reward. He took out his knife and cut a stick for him. Then he gave the stick to Jack, saying,
Anytime anyone gives you any trouble, just say, "Stick, beat my enemies," and it will do the job for you. You need never put up with any dishonest or bad person ever again.
Why, thank you kindly, said the boy, who took the stick and headed back in the direction of his village. On the way, he came to the inn where he had stayed 2 years earlier. He went inside and found the innkeeper, who asked,
What can I do for you? Give me back alchemy, my magic money-making donkey,
demanded the boy.
Are you accusing me of being a thief?
Asked the innkeeper.
Get out of here now, before I throw you out, you lying scoundrel. We'll see about that, retorted Jack, and spoke to the stick, saying, Stick, Stick, I need your help. And when the innkeeper saw the stick flying out of the boy's hand and point at him threateningly, he grew very afraid of the boy wizard and agreed to let him take alchemy from the stable. In the best of spirits, the boy rode on to the next inn, where the stick soon persuaded the innkeeper to hand over the magic table. Now the boy was ready to return to his village in triumph. But he did not head straight for his sweetheart's house. Instead, he went to his parents, where he showed them his wonderful gold and silver pooping donkey, and his magic table that was filled with food as soon as he gave the word. But he did not tell a soul about the magic stick that would punish his enemies. The word soon got around that Jack had returned home with some powerful magic that had made him very rich. Now all the families with daughters wanted him for a son-in-law. The parents called round to his house every day, offering to give him their cows, their pigs, and all their money if he would marry their daughter. But he turned them all away. The only people who did not believe the story about Jack's magical triumph were Annie's parents.
Everyone has lost their minds believing those crazy stories. We, and we alone, know what a shameless liar that boy is,
said the mother. That night, Annie wept tears, and when they landed on her pillow, they turned into diamonds. In the morning, Jack visited the house to ask once more for her hand in marriage. As soon as Annie's parents saw the lad at their garden gate, the father rushed out, brandishing a hammer. "Stick! Defend me!" cried the boy. And when the father saw the stick fly out of the boy's hand and come for him, he ran back straight away into the house and bolted the door.
What are you so afraid of, husband?
Demanded his wife, but the man was too petrified to speak a word.
Oh, well, a woman's work is never done,
said his wife, taking her mop and planning to give the boy a beating. But it was not long before she too came running back into the house. Meanwhile, Annie was watching Jack and waving to him from her window. Jack brought a ladder so that she could climb down, and of course she brought the diamond tears in her apron pocket. That afternoon, they went to the church to be married. When Annie said, "I do," the donkey who was standing outside the church pooped enough gold and silver coins for all the villagers to have as presents. After the ceremony, Jack set the table out on the village green, and it produced a wonderful banquet, including a white wedding cake, and everyone ate their fill. And then Annie and Jack bought a big house on the hill and lived as happily ever after as Cinderella and Prince Charming. And Jack was always honest, generous and kind, and was never again so naive as to let anyone steal his wonderful possessions. And that was Honest Jack, read by me, Jana, for Storynory.com. And we are delighted to dedicate this story to Edwin in Los Angeles, California, who is turning 11 years old this month. His mother Heidi tells us, Edwin's been listening to your podcast nearly daily since he was 6 years old. There are too many favourites to list, but some outstanding tales are The Goblin Spider, Finette, The Evil Mouse, 1001 Nights, and the Ramayana tales. Thank you for spreading the joy, creativity, and a love for stories. Well, Edwin, we wish you a very happy birthday. And a big thank you to you and your family for supporting Storynory on Patreon.
Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory. We are here with an amusing story from the Punjab in the north of India. We know we have lots of listeners in India, so to all of you, I'd just like to say, Hamari dua hai, aap hamesha khush raho, meaning, we wish you happiness always. The Greedy Bear. Once upon a time, a poor woodman and his wife lived in a tiny hut close to the orchard of a rich man. So close that the branches of a pear tree hung right over the cottage yard. It was agreed between the rich man and the couple that if any of the fruit fell into the yard, the couple were to be allowed to eat it. So you may imagine with what hungry eyes they watched the pears ripening, and prayed for a storm of wind or a flock of flying foxes or anything that would cause the fruit to fall. Apart from the pears, the couple did not have a rich choice of foods to eat, but they did have yellow lentils, ghee and some spices. The wife was particularly good at making this dish called dal. What an appetizing smell it had, to be sure. The woodman gobbled it up as soon as it was ready. But one day his wife said,
"No, not until you fetch some dry wood. Off you go."
So off he went into the forest and began to hack and saw away at the wood, and with each cut he seemed to smell the savoury dal. Just then a bear came swinging by, with its great black nose tilted in the air and its little keen eyes peering about. For bears, though good enough fellows on the whole, are just dreadfully inquisitive.
"Peace be with you, friend,"
said the bear.
"And what may you be doing with that bundle of wood?"
"Well, it's for my wife," returned the woodman. "Fact is," he added confidentially, smacking his lips, "she has made such a wonderful dal for dinner, and if I bring in a good bundle of wood, she's pretty sure to give me a plentiful portion. Oh, my dear fellow, you should just smell that dal." At this, the bear's mouth began to water, for like all bears, he was dreadfully greedy.
"Do you think your wife would give me some too, if I brought her a bundle of wood?"
he asked anxiously.
"Perhaps, if it was a very big load,"
answered the woodman craftily.
Would 400 weight be enough?"
asked the bear. "I'm afraid not," returned the woodman, shaking his head. "You see, dal is an expensive dish to make. You need plenty of ghee and loads of yellow lentils and...
Would 800 be enough?"
"Let's say half a ton, and it's a bargain,"
said the woodman.
"Half a ton is a lot."
"Well, there is saffron in the dal," remarked the woodman casually, which wasn't actually true, because saffron is terribly expensive. The bear licked his lips, and his little eyes twinkled with greed and delight.
"Well, it's a bargain. Go home, smartish, and tell your wife to keep that dal hot. I'll be with you in a trice."
Away went the woodman in great glee to tell his wife how the bear had agreed to bring half a ton of wood in return for a share of the dal. Now his wife said,
"That bear will surely be greedy, like all bears, and eat your supper if you aren't careful, dear husband."
At this the woodman became quite pale.
"Oh, in that case, we had better begin now and have a fair start."
So without further ado, they sat down on the floor with a brass pot full of dal between them and began to eat as fast as they could.
Remember to leave some for the bear,"
said the wife to the husband, speaking with her mouth crammed full.
Certainly,
he replied, helping himself to another handful.
"My dear,"
cried the husband a little later, with his mouth so full that he could hardly speak.
"remember the poor bear."
"Of course, my love,"
returned the wife, taking another mouthful. So it went on till there was not a single grain left in the pot. "What's to be done now?" said the woodman. "It's all your fault for eating so much."
"My fault?" retorted his wife scornfully. "Why, you ate twice as much as I did."
"No, I didn't."
"Yes, you did. Men always eat more than women."
"No, we don't."
"Oh, yes, you do."
"Well, it's no use quarrelling about it now, is there?" said the woodman. "The dal's gone, and the bear will be furious."
"Well, that wouldn't matter much if we could get the wood," said his wife. "I'll tell you what we must do. We must lock up everything there is to eat in the house, leave the dal pot by the fire, and hide in the attic. When the bear comes, he will think we've gone out and left his dinner for him. Then he will throw down his bundle and come in. Course he will rampage a little when he finds the pot is empty, but he can't do much mischief. And I don't think he will take the trouble of carrying the wood away, do you?"
So they made haste to lock up all the food and hide themselves in the attic. Meanwhile, the bear had been toiling and moiling away at his bundle of wood, which took him much longer to collect than he expected. However, at last he arrived quite exhausted at the woodcutter's cottage. Seeing the brass dal pot by the fire, he threw down his load and went in. And then, mercy me, wasn't he angry when he found nothing in it? Not even a grain of rice, nor a tiny wee bit of pulse, but only a smell that was so uncommonly nice that he actually cried with rage and disappointment. He flew into the most dreadful temper. But though he turned the house topsy-turvy, he could not find a morsel of food. Finally, he declared he would take the wood away again, but as the crafty wife had imagined, when he came to the task, he did not care, even for the sake of revenge, to carry so heavy a burden.
"I won't go away empty-handed,"
said he to himself, seizing the dal pot.
"If I can't get the taste, I'll get the smell."
Now, as he left the cottage, he caught sight of the beautiful golden pears hanging over into the yard. His mouth began to water at once, for he was so desperately hungry, and the pears were the first of the season. In a trice, he was up the wall, up the tree, and gathering up the biggest and ripest one he could find. He was just putting it in his mouth when a thought struck him.
If I take these pears home, I shall be able to sell them for ever so much to the other bears, and then with the money I shall be able to buy some of that dal. Ha! I shall have the best bargain after all."
So saying, he began to gather the ripe pears as fast as he could and put them into the pot. But whenever he came to an unripe one, he would shake his head and say,
"No one would buy that. Yet it is a pity to waste it."
So he would pop it into his mouth and eat it, making wry faces, as if it was very sour. Now all this time, the woodman's wife had been watching the bear through a crack and holding her breath for fear of discovery. But at last, what with the attic being rather dusty, just as the pot was quite full of golden ripe pears, out she came with the most tremendous sneeze you ever heard. Achoo! The bear, thinking someone had fired a gun at him, dropped the pot into the cottage yard and fled into the forest as fast as his legs would carry him. So the woodman and his wife got the dal, the wood, and the lovely pears. But the poor bear got nothing but a very bad stomachache from eating unripe fruit. And that was the story of the greedy bear, though perhaps it was the two humans that were more greedy. In fact, I feel a bit sorry for that hungry bear. And I just want to give a special shout out to Sarah from India, who is visually and hearing impaired. She reads our stories using a braille display called Orbit Reader. So Sarah, thank you so much for reading our stories, and we wish you every happiness. Humari dua hai aap hamesha khush raho. From me, Jana, at Storynory.com. Bye for now.
Katie's Botanical Birthday. Hello, this is Natasha, and I'm happy to be back on Storynory. I'm here with a story about Katie the Witch. In this story, you'll hear about botany, which is the study of plants. Not everyone rates botany as the most exciting subject in the world, but if you are a witch, it's very important for making spells. So, without further ado, here's the story. Katie never knows quite what to expect for her birthday. One year, her mum gave her a large green encyclopedia of botany. It identified all sorts of obscure plants from around the world, giving their health and magical properties. For example, you could discover that pennyworth has traditionally been used for rheumatism and asthma, and Madagascar periwinkle can cure all sorts of nasty things. Wow, thanks, Mum, said Katie when she unwrapped it. But to tell you the truth, the volume was a little on the heavy side for her tastes. It spent most of the time under her bed, unloved and forgotten. The following birthday, what Katie really wanted was a new laptop. Dad had given her some money for Christmas and would probably give her some more on her birthday. But would it be enough for her to buy the one she wanted? Oh dear, sighed Katie when she spoke to her best friend Isis. As I get older, I wonder if I really want to be a witch. What makes you say that? Asked Isis, astonished. Magic is so useful. I'm really envious that you can do so many things with a snap of your finger. Magic is much harder than it looks, said Katie. And besides, it doesn't make you rich. Look at us. We're so hard up. And Isis, whose parents were rich and gave her everything she wanted, had to agree that Katie wasn't quite so fortunate. Why don't you just magic up some money? She asked. Dad always used to ask the same question. It's one of the reasons my parents broke up. They were always arguing about it. Mum says it's immoral to make money out of nothing and would ruin the economy. Dad says politicians do it all the time. So why shouldn't hard-up people use a little magic now and then? Well, cheer up. Let's go rollerblading. At least that's free. I can't, said Katie. My blades are broken and Mum doesn't like me skating because she thinks it's dangerous. So instead they went for a walk in the botanical gardens, which are lovely at any time of year. Some of the trees had lost their leaves, but others were red or golden. The greenhouses were hot and steamy, and when the girls stepped out into the air, they both shivered. Brrr, said Katie. I should have brought my botany book. All those weird plants will be in there. But it's so heavy that if I carried it in my bag, I would need to find a magical cure for backache. But Isis wasn't listening. She was staring at a clump of evergreen bushes. I'm sure I just saw your cat, Solomon, she said. No, that's impossible. That lazy kitty is curled up in the airing cupboard at home. No, look, exclaimed Isis, pointing at the branch of a tree. So Katie looked. There was no doubt about it. The black cat, with a cheeky face like Solomon's, was crawling along a low branch. Then he leapt down into the bushes and disappeared. I think you're right, said Katie. I can feel a sort of tingle in my nose. That means it really is him, not just any old black cat. What do you think he's doing here? We're on the other side of town from his usual prowling ground. I don't know, said Katie. Let's find out. So she said some magic words and snapped her fingers. A moment later, Katie and Isis were both cats. Isis was a natural blonde cat, and Katie was a dark chestnutty colour. They both ran in the direction of the bushes. Soon they were crawling through the undergrowth. The leaves tickled their bellies, and their whiskers tingled when they tried to go through a gap that was too narrow. The world seemed quite noisy because they had both developed ultra-sensitive hearing. They could catch every bird tweet and every leaf rustle. "This is so much more fun than rollerblading," said Isis. Or at least she tried to say that. But what came out of her mouth was a pathetic sort of whiny meow. Meow. Because she wasn't used to talking like a cat. When they poked their noses out of the bushes, they caught sight of Solomon. He was using his mouth to pick some leaves off a plant. Both Isis and Katie stayed ever so still as they watched him. "I know what he's up to," thought Katie. "He's collecting magical ingredients. I wonder what spell he wants to do." Fortunately, Solomon went on his way without noticing that he was being followed. Isis and Katie ran up to the bush where he'd been collecting leaves. Katie noted the tag that read Salvia militariza, red sage. She repeated the name 3 times to commit it to memory. Salvia militariza. Salvia militariza. Salvia militariza. Before running on in the same direction that she had last seen Solomon heading. They soon spied him by an ornamental pond. "I hope he isn't stupid enough to go near the lilies," thought Katie, worried. She knew that the powder from the lilies is extremely poisonous to pets, especially cats. Fortunately, Solomon gave the lilies a wide berth and went up to a weeping willow tree where he scratched some of the bark with his claw. When he moved on, Katie and Isis ran up and saw that the name of the tree was Salix alba. Katie repeated, Salix alba, Salix alba, Salix alba. They swiftly sprinted over to the steamy hothouse where Solomon was prowling through a weird jungle made up of spiky cactus plants. Finally, he found what he was looking for, and he carefully scratched off a bit of the stem of a cactus. Then, in a flash, he vanished into the jungle. "Did he see us?" meowed Isis, who had now got the hang of cat talk. "I don't know," replied Katie. "It's a good thing we are in disguise." Then she noted the name of the cactus plant that Solomon had sampled. Aloe vera, aloe vera, aloe vera. After that, they couldn't track down Solomon. He must have been taking care to not be followed. So eventually, Katie said the reverse spell, and the 2 temporary cats turned back into girls. "Wow, that was amazing!" exclaimed Isis. "I've always wondered what it would feel like to be a cat." "It was fun," agreed Katie. "But I wonder what spells Solomon is making." "How does he manage to carry so many leaves and bits of cactus in his mouth?" asked Isis. "Oh, he swallows them and then he sicks them up when he gets home, usually in the laundry basket." "Yuck!" exclaimed Isis. "He's a naughty cat, really," agreed Katie. Now that Katie was back to normal, she wrote down the names of the plants before she forgot them. She couldn't wait to get back to her desk and consult the green botany book that her mother had given her. That evening, after thumbing through the pages and taking notes, she learned that Salvia militariza, or red sage, is prized in Chinese medicine and has long been used to treat heart disease. Salix alba, or white willow, has been used since ancient Egyptian times to bring down fevers, and that the ancient Greeks and Romans used the cactus-like plant aloe vera to treat burns and wounds, and these days it is often found in cosmetics and skincare. Katie was still puzzled. Is he opening a herbal medicine shop? She wondered. Perhaps he's going to sell natural remedies online. She continued to turn the pages back and forth, and finally she had an idea. She looked up cats in the index, and there on page 1423 was a reference to cat remedies. Quickly she scanned the page and found that magical cats sometimes use willow bark to heal one of their 9 lives. Further on, she read, cats also prize the healing qualities of aloe vera, and that Chinese cats have long appreciated the magical qualities of red sage. So that explains it, thought Katie. He's a health-conscious cat. Well, why not? Katie's birthday came a few days later. Her dad sent her the best sort of birthday card, one that has some money inside it. And her mum gave her, much to her surprise, some new rollerblades. "Oh, thank you, Mum," exclaimed Katie. "You used to say that rollerblading is dangerous." "Well, I think it still is," said Mum. "But Solomon has been helping out with that." "Meow, so I have," said Solomon. "Come on, hand it over to Katie." Mum gave Katie a small present, which she soon unwrapped. Inside was a little jar full of ointment. "Well, thank you," said Katie. What is it for?" "It's an ancient salve called 9 Lives," said Katie's mum. "Rub a little behind your ears before you go rollerblading, and it will give you a kind of cat sense. If you fall, even at speed, you should land gracefully without any harm." Solomon went out and collected most of the magical ingredients for it. "Wow, thank you, Solomon. That's so kind of you," exclaimed Katie, and she gave her beloved pet a big hug. "Oh, it's nothing really," said Solomon. "We cats are generous and thoughtful by nature." And of course, Katie couldn't wait to go rollerblading with her best friend Isis. And she even let Isis use a little bit of 9 Lives behind her ear so that both of them managed to land as safely as a cat does. And that was the...
Hello, this is Jana, and I am back with a story to celebrate the Chinese New Year. As you may know, each year is named after an animal, and this year, 2023, is the year of the rabbit. According to Chinese astrology, if you were born in the year of the rabbit, you are likely to be kind and extremely generous and be a healing sort of character. This Chinese story about the moon rabbit is often told in autumn at the time of the moon festival, but because it's the start of the new year of the rabbit, we're bringing it to you a little early. The story is known all over East Asia in various forms and is related to both Buddhist and Taoist religions. It was the night when the moon was full. 4 animals, the monkey, the otter, the jackal and the rabbit, got together. The monkey said,
"This is the night to do charity practice. The Jade Emperor has promised a great reward to the kindest animal."
"Well," said the jackal, "we'd better find some worthy creature to help. And may the best animal win." So the 4 animals went down the forest path until they found an old man sitting in front of his cave
warming his hands on the fire. He had no relatives to help him and was extremely hungry.
Here's our chance,
said the monkey.
Let's see who can help him the most.
And before the others got going, he leapt into the tree to gather nuts to give to the old man. The otter hurried off to the river to catch a fish, and the jackal sniffed around until he found a lizard and a pot with some rancid curd. The first 3 animals presented their gifts to the old man, who was extremely grateful. But the rabbit was in a quandary. He only knew how to nibble grass. And he thought a human, even a beggar, would not be very satisfied with grass.
I have nothing to give,
he thought sadly, as he watched the old man crunching his teeth on the lizard.
The other animals have put me to shame with their generosity and kindness.
And then he thought,
I know. Some humans like to cook rabbits and eat them. I have an excellent gift. Myself.
So having decided what he must do, he jumped into the fire. Fortunately for the rabbit, the old man wasn't actually a beggar, but he was the Jade Emperor, who had come down to earth in disguise. He was extremely impressed with the rabbit's kindness and generosity, and made sure the flames did not so much as singe his fur. The Jade Emperor told the rabbit,
You have won the competition, for although the other animals gave worthy gifts, yours was the greatest sacrifice of all, your own life. Therefore, I have a great honour and reward for you. You will live in a beautiful palace in the sky. There you will have a very special job. You will make medicines to cure diseases, including the elixir of life that we immortals drink to live forever.
It turned out that the palace was on the moon, where he lived peacefully with the moon goddess Chang'e as her companion. So, if you look up at the moon when it is full, you will see the shape of a rabbit, his long ears and his long legs. He is standing up, working with a pestle and mortar to ground the ingredients of medicines into powder. And in autumn, at the time of the moon festival, the rabbit returns to earth and brings gifts including lanterns and mooncakes. Because the rabbit is still the kindest and most generous of animals. And that is the Chinese story of the moon rabbit to celebrate the year of the rabbit. And you might be interested to know that the moon rabbit is called Yutu in Chinese. China has sent an automatic vehicle to the moon named after the moon rabbit. It is also called Yutu. It can rove over the moon, up and down craters, and send information back to Earth about what it finds. From me, Jana, at Storynory.com, wishing you prosperity. Gung Qi Fa Chai. The Ramayana, Part 2. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory. I am back with the second part of our Indian epic, the Ramayana. And before I start, I would like to thank Gaius, Clement and Lucia, who support us on Patreon. If you'd like to help us, you can donate as little as $5 per month at patreon.com/Storynory. In the first episode, we heard how a holy man, Vishwamitra, was being harassed by evil demons every time he tried to meditate and pray. He asked King Dashratha for the help of his son Rama and his brother Lakshmana. Rama fought the demons and killed them. Vishwamitra led the 2 boys, Rama and his brother Lakshmana, out of the forest. Rama strode along like a tiger. He had broad shoulders, powerful long arms, and his hands were as strong as diamonds. Most remarkable of all, his skin was sky blue, like the god Vishnu, because of course part of Vishnu was in him. His loyal brother Lakshmana had a complexion like gold, and a head full of curly hair. They were heading for the kingdom of Mithila, in the Himalayan mountains, where Janaka was king. King Janaka owned a remarkable weapon, the magnificent bow of Shiva. One time, the gods refused to share a sacrifice with Shiva. In anger, he picked up the bow and rushed at his fellow gods, meaning to kill them with it. Seeing his anger, the other gods began to sing hymns in praise of Shiva, just in the nick of time, because their voices calmed Shiva and soothed his temper. They persuaded Shiva to lay down the bow, and he gave it to a mortal man who was king of Mithila. He was Janaka's ancestor, and the bow has come down to Janaka. The divine weapon was incredibly powerful, and indeed, an arrow fired from it could destroy an entire city. But it was so strong that no human had been able to string it, let alone load an arrow and fire it. King Janaka offered the hand in marriage of his daughter, Princess Sita, to any man who could string the bow. Sita was a remarkable young woman. The earth had given birth to her, and King Janaka had found her in a ploughed field. Many kings and princes had tried to string the bow, and all had failed. When Vishwamitra had told the story, he said,
"Rama, shall we see if you can succeed where others have failed?"
"Why not?" And so they walked on, higher and higher into the Himalayan mountains and the city of Mithila, which was in the country we now call Nepal. King Janaka met them at the break of day. He knelt down at the feet of Vishwamitra and pressed his hands together with the fingers pointing upwards.
Vishwamitra, you are famed as one of the wisest rishis on earth, a living saint. I am greatly honoured by your visit. Command me, and I shall obey.
You are known throughout the 3 worlds as a righteous king who follows the way of holy law. Dharma, I thank you for your hospitality. The gods have rewarded you with the divine bow of Shiva. We have heard how you have promised the hand in marriage of your daughter, Sita, to the first man who can string the bow. We have come to take up the challenge. Let me introduce you to the noble sons of King Dasratha, the lotus-eyed Prince Rama, and the trusty Prince Lakshmana. Let us see if Prince Rama can lift the mighty bow and string it.
If that is your wish, Vishwamitra, of course I shall do exactly as you desire. But first, I must tell you that many kings and princes have tried their hands at the bow, and not one has been able to lift it out of its box, let alone string it. Many of them have been frustrated and angry.
That is exactly as I have heard, and I do not doubt that no mortal man has been able to lift the bow so far. But I am curious to see if Prince Rama can succeed where others have failed, and I assure you, if he may succeed or fail, there will be no anger or frustration.
I am a man of my word. I shall do exactly as you have commanded. It is my honour to obey a man who is so famed for his wisdom and holiness.
And so King Janaka ordered preparations to be made for the trial of the bow. On the appointed day, Crowds of nobles, holy men, and ordinary folk gathered in the fields before the palace. The bow was kept in an iron chest on 8 wheels, garlanded with flowers and scented with perfumes. It was so heavy that it took many men to haul the chest out, while musicians played and women danced. Rama stepped down from the platform and strolled over to the iron chest. He peered inside and saw the magnificent bow of Shiva, with its many wonderful carvings and decorations. He reached inside the chest with one arm and lifted up the bow as if it was as light as a reed. Then, holding it with his foot, he bent the bow to string it. The crowd fell silent and gazed as he steadily pulled the top of the bow towards him until all of a sudden it snapped in two, with a crack as loud as thunder. And the whole palace and the pavilion shook. People ducked and hid, some fainted, and others ran away. Only Vishwamitra, King Janaka, Lakshmana, and of course Rama himself did not flinch. After some time, the earth stopped trembling and people had a chance to come to their senses. King Janaka sent ambassadors in swift chariots to Rama's father, King Dashratha, in Ayodhya, to ask his permission for the marriage and to invite him to come as soon as possible to Mithila. The ambassadors arrived with their horses exhausted by the great rush. The chief ambassador knelt before King Dashratha, with his hands pressed together, and said,
King Janaka of Mithila, delight of his people, sends you greetings and asks after your health. He wishes you to know that your son, the lotus-eyed Prince Rama, has succeeded in breaking the divine bow of Shiva and has won the hand of his daughter, Princess Sita. He asks for your permission for your son to marry Sita.
King Dashratha immediately made preparations to travel to Mithila for the wedding. He sent priests ahead of him, escorted by soldiers with rich gifts of treasure. He himself set off with his army. Soldiers carried the king in a golden palanquin. When they arrived, they were greeted by King Janaka, and preparations were made for the magnificent wedding. The streets are filled with sweet-sung songs that charm the ears, and joyful tears and cheers of delight, clattering of hooves, trumpets of elephant's might. Flowers are strewn across the way, and merchants put out their rich displays. Women dance, and rishis trance, soldiers drill, and spectators thrill. All are ready for the great celebration. All await holy vows of affirmation. Rama readies himself by fasting and fixing his soul on the everlasting. His head is shaved according to the way that the gods decreed for this wedding day. His brother Lakshmana is to be married too, to Sita's sister, who is beautiful, kind, and true. And then the ceremony begins.
Rama, this is my daughter Sita. Take her hand.
I hold your hand according to Dhamma. We are husband and wife.
Lakshmana, this is my daughter Urmila. Take her hand. Urmila, I hold your hand according to Dharma. We are husband and wife.
Three times Rama and Sita circled the sacred flame, and Lakshmana and his bride do the same. Then celestial drums sound out on high, and blossoms fall down from the cloudless sky. Joyous cheers sound across the land, mingled with music from the wedding bands. After the celebrations had finally come to a close, Vishwamitra announced that he had accomplished all he wished for and took his leave, heading for the higher-up slopes of the Himalayan mountains, where he could contemplate in solitude. It was also time for King Dashratha to return to Ayodhya with his sons and their new wives. Before they departed, King Janaka gave the newlyweds many rich gifts, including horses, chariots, and many of the finest cows. Finally, they set out on the way. But the journey home was not uneventful. Along the road out of Mithila, they heard birds shrieking terribly, and the sun went dark. King Dashratha asked his family priest, Vasistha, what was the meaning of the dreadful sounds? And the priest replied,
Something terrible is about to happen. But do not trouble yourself, because it will end well.
And his wise words were soon proven to be correct. The road ahead caught fire, and a huge mountain of a man stepped out of the flames, with an axe slung over his shoulder, and his hands holding a bow, very like the one that Rama had broken. King Dashratha's men fell to the ground unconscious. Only the king, his family and his priests were left standing. The family priest, Vasistha, recognized the terrifying figure as Parashurama, or the Rama with an axe. Like Rama, he was an avatar of the god Vishnu. An avatar has the form of a human being, and at the same time represents a god on earth. The god Shiva had taught Parashurama the art of war, and had given him an axe and a bow which he always carried with him. He was not shy to use his weapons of war. He caused so much death and destruction that the god Indra made him vow to put down his weapons and lead a life of peace. It seemed that he had forgotten his promise. King Dashratha's son Rama stepped forward and spoke to Rama with an axe. He chose his words carefully, so as to soothe the fierce warrior. As he spoke, he held his hands together in a respectful greeting. Mighty Parashurama, Namaste, he said. I am most highly honoured to meet you. Your wish is my command.
Prince Rama, I saw how you broke the mighty bow of Shiva. Now you think you're stronger than anyone else on earth? A real tough guy, aren't you? Well, I've got news for you. That bow was ready to snap. It spent 1,000 years inside a rusty old box. The rain got to it and rotted it. Well, as it happens, I have one just like it. Another bow given by mighty Shiva. And now I present this bow to you, for you to use as a replacement.
Thank you for this wonderful gift, said Rama.
You're welcome. And here's what you can do for me in return. We shall fight a duel to the death and see who is the strongest. You with the bow or me with the axe? If you are as strong as you think you are, you will be able to string that bow in a second or two and shoot me before I can get near you with my axe. But somehow I don't feel afraid. I don't think you have the strength. I think you are a weakling. Now let us both try our luck and see if I am correct.
Parashurama, if a duel to the death is what you wish for, then I cannot refuse your request, said Rama. But as soon as he spoke these words, King Dashratha was filled with fear for the life of his beloved son. Raising his hands and trembling, he cried,
Honoured Parashurama, do not think of fighting or killing. I've heard you made a promise to thousand-eyed Indra to put aside your weapons. So keep to your word, I say. If you were to kill Rama, you would be killing me too. And all of us. Because we cannot live without him. There is no need for such a terrible trial of strength. Think of harmony on earth and the gods in heaven. And, above all, remember your vow of peace.
But the Rama with an axe took no notice of the king, and still addressing Prince Rama, said,
This bow is divine, without equal. Its arrows are powerful enough to destroy cities. How could you not want to try it? Though I doubt that you have the strength to use it.
But when Parashurama saw Rama pull the impossibly powerful bow back to his head and take aim, he realized that he had made a terrible mistake. He began to tremble and say,
Rama, please do not destroy me altogether. Allow me the freedom to travel to the mountains and live as a hermit. I will never be violent again. I give my word.
Rama replied, I will not kill you with this arrow, though I do have the power to do so. This arrow will drive the arrogance out of you once and for all. And with a mighty earth-shattering twang, the arrow flew from the bow of Shiva, striking Parashurama and sending him flying to the Mahendra Mountains in the east, where he landed with a shuddering thud. He was no longer the Rama with an axe, because he dropped his mighty weapon. He was shaken to the core, and heaven was barred to him for breaking his vow of peace. But now at last, he began to lead a blameless life of contemplation. Then Rama, with the bow of Shiva in his hand, prayed to the gods to thank them for his gift and victory. When the wedding party reached Ayodhya, Rama and his brothers and their brides were greeted by the 3 wives of King Dashratha and welcomed into the family, and all of them lived blissfully, enjoying the beautiful surroundings, friends, and each other. Rama and Sita grew more and more in love. With each passing year, he became more godlike, and she more and more resembled a goddess. After some time had passed, King Dashratha summoned Rama's brother, Prince Bharat. He told him that his uncle had arrived from the kingdom of Kakeya, where his mother had been born. He wished him to visit his relatives at home. Prince Bharat readily agreed to do as his father wished. Bharat set out with his uncle on his journey. His mother, Queen Kakeyi, was naturally sad to be parted from her son, but she was also happy for him to visit her relatives. She did not think it was anything other than a normal family visit, until one of her servants came to her and told her to be worried. And if you would like to find out what the servant told Queen Kakeyi, tune in soon to Storynory's version of the Ramayana. We are going to finish the show by telling you about a few of the Hindu gods. But first, let's hear from our sponsor, Wandery. Grown-ups, if your kids asked you how long a camel can go without water, would you know the answer? A day? A week? A month? Well, in fact, the correct answer is 2 weeks. I know this because we've been listening to Flip and Mosey's guide to how to be an Earthling. Flip and Mosey are exploring Earth and meeting animals from all around the world. One of our favourite travel pods from last season was when Flip and Mosey visited the Philippines. Flip climbed into a tree to meet a paradise tree snake, which showed off how he could fly. Flip tried to fly too, with hilarious results. Flip and Mosey's guide features songs the whole family will love, written and composed by the Pop-Ups, 3-time Grammy-nominated children's artists. This holiday, taking an adventure is as simple as pressing play on an episode of Flip and Mosey's Guide to How to Be an Earthling. Listen to new episodes of How to Be an Earthling on Thursdays, wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen early and ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app. We really hope you are enjoying Storynory's Ramayana, and if you are not familiar with the Hindu gods, here's a little guide. Brahma is the creator of the universe, and is often shown with 4 faces and 4 arms. Vishnu is the preserver of the universe. He's often shown with blue skin and 4 arms, and he takes on many human forms or avatars, including Rama, Krishna, and Buddha. Shiva is the destroyer of the universe. He reaps a kind of creative destruction, because without destruction, there can be no rebirth. Do tune in soon to Storynory to continue with this Indian epic. And I would very much like to thank Gaius, Clement, and Lucia for supporting Storynory on Patreon. Their father writes, I just wanted to thank you for all the wonderful audio stories. My 3 young children love them. Storynory is just the type of resource I was looking for. Audio stories, like books, require much more active attention than video, and I think such active listening is great for children. You too can support us for as little as $5 per month at patreon.com/Storynory, or look for the link in the sidebar of Storynory.com. The Ramayana is adapted by Storynory's Bertie and read by me, Jana. It features the voices of Bertie and Tom Ferrance. And just as a reminder, we have another podcast called Relaxivity. It is aimed at teenagers and adults and features audio of a spiritual and calming nature. And now I'm going to play you out with a Hindu prayer to the Lord of the Universe. I think you will find the words of universal appeal. For now, from me, Jana, see you soon. Om Jai Jagadish Hari, Swami Jai Jagadish Hari, Bhakta Jano ke Sankat, Das Jano संकट जन में दूर करे Monkey's Gold. Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory. I'm dropping by with another one of our popular monkey stories. It was dawn. The monkey jumped out of the tree and crept down to the lake to drink. He scooped up the water in his paw and listened carefully for any sounds that might signal danger, like a crocodile or a big cat. While he sipped the delicious water, he rolled his big eyes up at the sky. The monkey thought,
"The sun is made of gold. If only I could own it, I could be rich. And then I could buy all the bananas in the world."
Then he looked down in the water and saw something glinting, just like a tiny sun.
"I'm in luck," he thought. "It might not be as big as the sun, but it's gold all right, and I can spend it."
So he picked up the glimmering lump of gold and ran off, chuckling to himself.
"I know which animal is the biggest fool. The man is the biggest fool, because he thinks that gold is worth more than bananas. Oh! I'll swap my gold for enough bananas to feed not just me, but all my monkey friends."
He found the man who was living on the edge of the village, where he kept a wonderful banana tree in his garden. This man also had a gun, and if any thieving monkeys climbed into his banana tree, he used to shoot at them. Once he caught the end of our monkey's tail, and that hurt frightfully. The monkey climbed up the top of the fence that ran around the man's garden. He saw that the man was busy collecting coconuts that had fallen on the ground. Some humans trained monkeys to climb up the trees and knock the coconuts down, but our monkey did not want to do a job like that. He wanted to get rich quick.
"Hey, Mr. Man,"
called out the monkey.
"I've got something you like much more than coconuts or even bananas."
The man looked over and saw the monkey. Fortunately, he had left his gun leaning against the fence, or else he might have taken aim and shot him.
"What you say, monkey?"
he called out.
"I said I've got gold."
The monkey held up the lump of gold that he had found in the river. The man saw it glint in the sun, and he became very interested indeed. He walked over to where the monkey was sitting on the fence.
"Where'd you find that, monkey?"
"Ha-ha! I'm not telling you, because it's a secret. But if you give me bananas, I'll give you gold. And then tomorrow, I'll bring more gold. And you can trade me more bananas. And then the next day, we'll do the same. Until you will be ever so happy. Because you will be the richest human alive."
"Well, that is a very nice piece of gold,"
said the man, looking at the lump in the monkey's paw. "All right, I'll tell you what. You're in luck. I'll give you one whole banana for it."
said the monkey. "I wasn't born yesterday. I know that teeny weeny lump of gold is worth loads and loads of ripe yellow bananas."
"I see you're a smart monkey. I'll give you 10 bananas for that lump of gold."
"Make it 23 bananas. And you've got a deal."
23 bananas? How can one monkey eat so many bananas? They will just rot and go to waste."
"They won't, because all my friends like bananas, just as much as I do,"
said the monkey, and he put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Very soon a whole bunch of hungry monkeys came swinging through the trees.
"All right, you've got yourself a good deal,"
said the man, who went to fetch 23 bananas in a big basket. Fortunately, he did not know that the monkey could not count, or else he might have cheated him. All the monkey friends collected a banana, and there were 3 left for our monkey.
Nice to do business with you,
called out the man as they swung away.
Be sure to come back tomorrow and bring more gold. Bring as much as you can. Any time you've got gold, I've got bananas.
Because you see, the man thought he had made a very good bargain. He hoped the monkeys would bring him so much gold that he could move out of the village and buy a big palace and live like a Raj. The next day, the monkey again went down to the river where he found another lump of gold. He took it in his paw and scampered off laughing as he thought of all the bananas he was going to buy. The gold was twice as big as the previous day, so he could buy even more bananas, like 30 or 13 or 63 or, well, a nice number anyway. But this time, just before he reached the village, the tiger jumped down from a tree and stood in his way.
What trick are you planning to play now, monkey?
He growled.
No trick,
said the monkey.
I'm rich. I've got gold.
Gold?
Asked the tiger.
What's that?
See here,
said the monkey, showing him the lump of gold.
What use is that yellow thing?
None to us, but the man values it greatly. And he's going to give me 73 bananas for this little lump of gold.
Oh, really? And what does the man want that little lump of gold for?
Well, he puts it in his magical pot, and it feeds his entire family, including all his nephews and nieces,
said the monkey, who really had no idea what the gold was for, but did not like to sound ignorant.
Fascinating. But here's the law of the jungle. I'm bigger and stronger and more fierce than you. So what is yours is mine. Hand over your gold or I'll eat you up.
Why would you want this teeny-weeny piece of gold? I'm so little and weak, this is all I can carry. But a big, strong tiger like you can carry a huge piece of gold to the man. And then the man will give you anything you want. You could ask him for a whole cart full of catnip, or a field full of fat, juicy lamb chops, or a giant tree house overlooking the ocean.
I could I?
Yes, but you'd better hurry before the other animals dig up all the gold and there won't be any left for you.
Dig it up, you say? Where is this gold?
Listen carefully. The greedy old bear lives on top of a gold mine. He doesn't want to share it with anyone, so he's keeping it all for himself. But there's gold in the ground all around his cave. If you dig a deep hole anywhere near his cave, you'll be rich. But hurry, because the secret is getting around, and all the other animals want the gold for themselves. Hurry, 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 hurry!
The tiger roared.
I knew that bear was hiding something from us all.
And he bounded off to the part of the forest where the bear lived. Now the monkey laughed to himself. And he went on his way to the man's garden. The man was waiting for him to appear on top of the wall. And when he did, he was ready with his gun, and he took a shot at him. Fortunately, he missed. The monkey grabbed a vine and swung up into a tree.
Hey! If you shoot me, I can't give you my gold!
You cheating monkey! That ain't real gold, that's fool's gold!
You see, the monkey had found pyrite in the river. Pyrite is yellow like gold, but it's not real gold. It just looks like it, and it's not valuable at all. It's often called fool's gold. The man had taken his gold to the market where the traders laughed at him.
Didn't it taste nice then?
Asked the monkey. And the man took another shot at him. So he thought he had better get away fast.
Oh well, I won't get rich this time. But hey, at least I bought some bananas yesterday. And I wonder how the tiger is getting on with the bear. You never know, he might find some real gold. That would be funny, wouldn't it, if there was real gold in the place where I made up a story about a gold mine?
By the time he reached the bear's cave, word had got around the forest that there was gold buried under the ground there. The animals did not know what gold was, but the crows told them that it would make them rich. So they all caught gold fever and rushed like mad to the bear's cave. All the animals started to dig holes. The commotion woke up the bear, who emerged from his cave and growled.
Hey, what's going on? Why are you digging up the ground around my cave? What a mess you're making! Go away! Stop ruining my garden patio!
You greedy bear have been living on top of a gold mine all this time and kept it secret. Didn't your mother bear tell you that sharing is caring?
I'm not a caring or a sharing bear, and this is my property, and you are all digging up my garden. All of you, scram now, trespassers!
Do not tell me to scram!
And soon the tiger and the bear came to blows. Of course, the cheeky monkey thought all of this was hugely funny, and he was so busy laughing that he forgot all about his disappointment about the fool's gold and not being rich. Because what monkeys like best in the world, even more than they like bananas, is to play pranks on the other animals. And that was the story called Monkey's Gold, adapted by Bertie for Storynory and read by me, Jana. Oh, hang on, because in just over a minute, we have some more musical monkey business for you. But first, let's hear from this week's wonderful sponsor, Little Passports. Are you worried about how you'll keep your kids busy all summer without letting them fall into the screen time trap? Well, look no further than Little Passports. Little Passports is a subscription, not a digital subscription. It sends you educational games, activities and books to your door. The box we've just opened up is all about Brazil. In the book that comes with it, Sophia and Sam are transported to Brazil on a red scooter. You can join them collecting the Little Passports country coins, or you can touch and feel a real amethyst. And we now have the Little Passports map of the world on our wall. Choose from month to month, 6-month or 12-month subscriptions, whichever is right for you. And you can stop anytime. For listeners of the show, Little Passports is offering new customers 50% off your first month of any subscription when you go to littlepassports.com/Storynory and use promo code Storynory at checkout. That's 50% off your first month of any subscription when you go to littlepassports.com/Storynory and use Storynory at checkout. littlepassports.com/Storynory and Storynory at checkout. And here is some monkey music.
Pegadina-minga pango tree, Pegadina-minga pango tree. Please, 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 pretty please, please give fruit to me. Pegadina-minga pango tree, Pegadina-minga pango tree. Please, please, pretty please, give me fruit to me. Pegadina Dina mango tree. Please, 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 pretty please, give me macadamia.
And that's all from me, Jonna, at Storynory.com. See you soon.
Om Jai Jagadish Hare, Swami Jai Jagadish Hare, Bhakta Jano ke Sankat, Das Jano ke Sankat, Janame Dur Kare. Om Jai Jagadish Hare. O Lord of the whole universe, mighty Lord of the whole universe, the suffering of your followers, the sorrows of your followers, in a moment you take them away. Om Jai Jagadish Hare.
The Halloween Skeleton in the Closet. Dedicated to Mila, who supports Storynory on Patreon. Hello, this is Jonna. And I'm back with a new episode from our series about the haunted Dutch hotel. We began this series a year ago in the run-up to Halloween. If you've been following, you will know that the Jones family managed the Dutch Hotel. There are all sorts of strange apparitions that might be ghosts, or might be time travellers. One member of the family is steadfastly sceptical about all things supernatural. And that is the mother, Angeliki. In this episode, we find out why. The Halloween skeleton in the closet. It was October, and of course the main event in the Dutch Hotel's calendar was Halloween. The staff were planning a fancy dress ball, with or without any real ghosts. But in the personal life of the Jones family, who managed the hotel, the biggest event on the horizon was the arrival of Angeliki's mother from Cyprus. She was planning a 2-week stay.
Just in time for Halloween,
Alan remarked dryly, and as soon as he had muttered the words, he was relieved that his wife had not heard them. The truth was, Alan didn't mind his mother-in-law too much. It was just that she could be a little bit domineering. On her previous visit, Alan had been growing a beard. Eleni, that was her name, chided him every day, saying,
"What, are you becoming a priest?"
Fortunately, Alan could smile about Eleni and her eccentric views. But what he found harder to bear was when Angeliki and her mother started quarrelling. Sometimes the shouting got so loud that he had to go out to the pub for some peace and quiet. That was in the old days when they were in the small Mews house. Now they had moved into the Dutch Hotel, he could find a quiet corner of the property because it had 66 rooms. When Eleni arrived at Heathrow Airport, Alan was there to collect her. He was pleasantly surprised with her warm greeting and her maternal kisses on either cheek, followed by a hearty slap on the back. For a moment, he hoped that his mother-in-law was a reformed woman. But then she prodded him in the stomach and remarked,
"Leaky's been feeding you well, I see. Look at that tummy. And I thank the Lord that you finally took my advice and cut off that dreadful beard."
That didn't last long.
He took her bags, which were extra heavy, and led the way to the Rolls-Royce in the car park.
"Alan, when are you going to get rid of that old car?"
she asked. But he pretended not to notice. Once he was in the driving seat, he reached for his AirPod phones and plugged them into each ear. He selected his favourite 1970s playlist and drove blissfully. At least Eleni was suitably impressed when they arrived at the Dutch Hotel. She didn't say so, but Alan could tell by the way she was looking around the fluted columns, marble floors, and works of art. Angeliki met her mother with hugs and kisses before showing her to her suite of rooms, which was bigger than a whole floor of the Mews house.
"What's this? It's a bath or a swimming pool?"
she asked.
"You want me to drown in it?"
The kids were slightly afraid of their Nana because she was always telling them off. But they also liked the fact that she gave them gifts of money when she arrived, even if the notes were in euros. Not only that, but she always bought boxes of Turkish delight, only the kids were ticked off for calling them Turkish, because Nana was very patriotic about them being made in the Greek part of Cyprus. Even before she had any time to rest, Eleni wanted to cook supper. The family had a kitchen in their apartment, but they usually ordered food from the hotel. After all, the chef was one of the best in London, with a Michelin star, and anything they ordered was free, because they managed the hotel. Eleni couldn't resist scolding Alan, saying that he should not feed his family on takeaway food.
"Too much salt and preservatives, you know,"
she chided.
"No wonder you are getting so chubby."
And so she sent Alan out to buy the ingredients for Greek salad and moussaka. She supplied the olive oil herself. Now Alan understood why her luggage was so heavy. She had brought 4 large canisters of extra virgin olive oil. Soon she was busy at the stove. Even Alan, who considered himself to be a dab hand at cooking, could not deny Eleni's food was excellent. While they were enjoying their delicious meal, Yogi asked,
Nana, what are you doing for Halloween? I have no plans, dear, she said. I just wondered because Dad said you got here just in time for Halloween, said Yogi.
Angeliki gave her husband a fierce glare across the table, and he quickly averted his eyes. Eleni went about explaining that it hadn't been Halloween that had brought her to London in October. In the years when she had lived in North London, bringing up the family, autumn had always been her favourite season, because the trees turned a beautiful shade of gold.
Nana, you've come to the right place at the right time, because our hotel's haunted. And Halloween is going to be extra spooky,
added Yogi excitedly.
Haunted, you say? You sound just like your mother. She's extra superstitious, you know.
No, I'm not, protested Angeliki.
I don't believe in any of that nonsense, and I'm fed up telling the kids not to believe in ghosts. Is that right, Leaky? You different now?
Eleni asked, looking her daughter in the eye. She then recounted how terrified of ghosts her daughter used to be, and how she would scream at the top of her lungs after a bad nightmare.
Have you forgotten rushing into our room in the middle of the night crying about ghosts creeping about your room? I had to beg the priest to come, but that made you even more crazy.
Mama, that's not true. Please stop telling stories, exclaimed Angeliki, who was now very agitated. But her mother seemed oblivious to her daughter's frowning face. She just went on.
Oh, the stories I could tell the kids about when you were little. Remember the fortune teller?
Oh, please don't, begged Angeliki, now with her head in her hands.
Eleni turned to the kids and began disclosing their mother's secrets. When she was about 12 years old, living in Finchley, her best friend was a neighbour whose name was Eliza, a very strange girl.
No, Mama, please stop.
But Eleni took no notice.
Eliza called herself a goth. Her long pitch-black hair went all the way down to her waist.
It wasn't that long, Ma.
It grew until it reached below her knees, you know. Her face was as white as my wedding dress, she continued,
and told them how easily Eliza could have passed as a ghost. Eliza, she said, had been a very bad influence on Angeliki because she believed superstitious nonsense. And one particular Halloween, she dragged her to see a fortune teller at the fairground. It was after that the worst nightmares began.
There was no sleep in our house until Christmas, I tell you.
Enough!
Screeched Angeliki, standing up and banging the table.
I said stop it, Mama. You exaggerate everything 1,000 times over. I had the occasional nightmare, that's all. It's a perfectly normal thing to happen while you're growing up.
Okay, if you say so, dear,
sighed her mother, who held her peace for the rest of the supper. But of course the kids were very intrigued about everything that had been said and wanted to know the rest of the story. It might explain why their mother was so against superstition and believing in ghosts, even when they were living in a hotel with actual apparitions that appeared all the time. The next day, Yogi begged his Nana to tell the rest of the story about their mother and the fortune teller, but she was no longer in a talkative mood.
You'll have to ask her yourself about the skeleton in her closet,
she said.
She has made me take an oath of secrecy.
You mean Mum has got an actual skeleton?
Eleni shook her head and refused to say anything more on the subject. Later that day, his sister Nafsi got Yogi up to speed, explaining that the skeleton in the closet was just a figure of speech. Yogi knew that if he asked his mother any uncomfortable questions, she would respond by yelling at him to do his homework or tidy his room. So he did not bother trying. But his sister Nafsi was more subtle. When she was alone with her mother in the living room, she said.
Mum, I sometimes have nightmares. They are really scary. How did you get over yours?
Well, by using healthy thinking and good psychology, said her mother. What do you mean by that? Can you explain? Nafsi asked craftily. Okay, well, this is what really happened to me when I was young, said her mother. Yep, it's true that my friend Eliza introduced me to a fortune teller. But it wasn't at a fairground. We visited her flat, which was above a shop on the high street. That was my first mistake. I should never have agreed to go there without telling my parents. Anyway, she dealt us tarot cards, which are used for fortune telling.
Oh, she didn't deal you the death card, did she? Asked Nafsi, who thought she could see where the story was heading.
No, in a way it was worse. She pulled out a card called The Fork in the Road. She said it meant that my life could go in one of two directions, and it was all up to me. If I could dream positive dreams, they would all come true. But if I had bad dreams, they would also come true. And here's the really heavy part. Not just for me, but for all of the world.
How could that be?
Nafsi was intrigued. Well, she said we each live in our own dimension, and our thoughts come true at a particular stage in our life. The fork in the road card meant that I was at the special stage where my dreams would determine all the world's destiny.
Wow, that's insane!
I knew it was crazy, but I couldn't get the idea out of my head. And Eliza made it worse. On the way home, she told me that I must have positive dreams, or else I, and I alone, would be responsible for everything bad that happened in the world. I was only 12. It was too much for me. I couldn't control my dreams, and I started to see every plague, pestilence, and war that anyone could imagine. Eventually, it ended with psychopathic aliens invading the world. I couldn't sleep for weeks on end. I was exhausted and miserable and falling behind at school.
So how did you cure yourself? Asked Nafsi.
Well, fortunately, there was this teacher at school who was interested in hypnosis and psychology. He noticed that I was in a bad way, so we used to have talks about all that I was going through. He gave me some of the best advice I've ever had. He told me to think of something positive and write it out 15 times a day. That way, it would come true.
But isn't that a sort of magic?
You might think so, but he said not. He said my subconscious would start to notice opportunities, and I would release positive energy from my brain. I would see the world in a better light and make good luck for myself.
And did it work? Asked Nafsi.
Oh, yes. The most remarkable things started to happen to me. I wrote down every day that there will be peace in the world. And you know what happened? When Mr. Reagan was president of the United States, he met Mr. Gorbachev, who was president of the Soviet Union, and they agreed to be friends and not bomb each other.
But that can't have been you, Mum, laughed Nafsi.
Probably not. But at least it felt good, and I slept better. So next I tried writing. I will get A's in all my exams 15 times a day. Of course, I started working harder on my homework and I was less tired. So it wasn't all just some supernatural force. But when my results came through, every result was A.
That's incredible, smiled Nafsi. I'm going to try it too.
You mustn't do it instead of working hard for your goals, added her mum. You have to put the effort in too, but it will help you achieve the impossible. I'm not superstitious, but I do believe that you can change your own luck and your own world. You have to program your brain to do it. That's all."
"That's fantastic, Mum," said Nafsi. And she began to think about all the things she would like to achieve. Her important exams were not due for another 2 years, so she wanted to think of something else. "I know," she thought. "I want to pass my grade 8 at piano." As she was still struggling with grade 2, this was a suitably ambitious test for writing out an affirmation 15 times a day. And when she told Yogi, he was excited too.
"What do you want to achieve?"
asked his sister.
"Oh, that's easy. We're going to have the best Halloween ever."
"But it's only in 2 days' time."
"Well, if Mum's magic spell doesn't work fast, it's probably not going to work at all,"
he declared. "It isn't magic. It's good mental health," insisted Nafsi.
"Oh, whatever."
Yogi diligently wrote out,
"We're going to have the best Halloween ever at the Dutch Hotel."
15 times, and his labours paid off. On the night of the party, Dad allowed the kids to stay up until after midnight, so that they could see him play the saxophone with a jazz band that he had hired. He was dressed in a black boiler suit with a luminous skeleton painted on it. The guests were all in good spirits, dressed up as ghouls, vampires and characters from their favourite horror movies. The kids were hoping to see some of their ghostly friends, and they were not disappointed. Mr. Lucas and Mr. Levi, the Dutch twins who had founded the hotel 200 years ago, were there, and they brought their employees, Maria and Mr. Cooper, to the 21st century for the party. But the strangest thing happened when Yogi ran over to say,
"Trick or treat!"
They just vanished. And so when the ghosts appeared again 10 minutes later, the kids resisted the temptation to approach them. But there was another ghost who caused even more of a stir. His name was Mackenzie, an old butler from years gone by, who looked about 100 years old. He kept appearing in a chair next to Eleni, and disappearing again a few minutes later. Eleni, who was dressed as the Wicked Witch of the West, grew more and more impatient with him, and said,
"You don't fool me with your trick or treating."
The fourth time he appeared, he leant over to say something in her ear. That was the final straw, so she stood up and gave him a good beating with her handbag. This caused the kids a great deal of laughter, especially as Mackenzie's costume split in half, revealing the old butler in his underpants. Both the kids saw what really happened, but the other guests could only see an old witch thrashing a chair with her handbag and shouting,
"You should know better at your age."
All in all, the Halloween party was enjoyed by everyone. The faithful chef put on a magnificent feast of ghoulish but delicious food, fit only for the best event in London, and Alan's solo was a success. And although the family missed Eleni when she flew back to Cyprus in November, they were also quite relieved. And I'm delighted to dedicate this Halloween episode of the Dutch Hotel to Mila, whose family kindly supports Storynory on Patreon. Her mother Anna writes, "Thank you so much for recording these amazing stories. Our daughter Mila is obsessed with them and has been listening to them on repeat. Her favourites are definitely The Wicked Uncle's School Days and The Ungolden Fish. She also loves the Dutch Hotel. Thank you so much, Mila, for supporting us on Patreon. And to all our listeners, have the best Halloween ever." Hello, this is Jana, and welcome to Storynory,
This story comes from one of our favourite places. One time in India, there lived an old soldier who was extremely poor. When he died, his son found 6 silver rupees in the pocket of his old threadbare uniform, and nothing more. He gave 3 coins to his mother and said,
"Spend these very carefully and wait for me to return. I'm going into the world to seek my fortune, and when I return, we shall have more rupees than we can ever spend."
"Go if you must," said his mother. "But do one thing, beta. Don't get eaten by any wild animals." The boy hugged his mother and said,
"Don't worry, I don't intend to be a snack for anyone."
And he set off down the path which led through the forest. After he had tramped 2 or 3 miles, he met a tigress who was sitting and blocking his way. The tigress held up her paw, mewed like a kitten, and said,
Meow. Good lad, if you will take out this thorn from my paw, I shall be forever grateful. Meow.
The boy backed off, saying,
"No, ask somebody else. I'm on my way to seek my fortune, and I promised my old mother that I wouldn't get eaten by any wild animals."
Meow, but I'm not hungry. I'm in pain,
pleaded the tigress.
"All the same,"
said the boy,
"if I begin to pull the thorn out, it will hurt you even more, and then you shall kill me in agony with one pat of your paw."
Meow, no,
cried the tigress.
I will turn my face to this tree, and when the pain comes, I will pat the tree. Meow.
The soldier's son had a kind heart, and he did not like to see an animal suffer. So he agreed to do as the tigress asked. He pulled out the thorn. The pain in the tigress's paw was so sharp that she slapped the trunk of the tree, splitting it into pieces. A moment or two later, a little smile of relief appeared on the lips of the tigress. She purred and rubbed her side against the boy, just like a little kitty cat. "Thank you. You are a good boy, well worthy of your father and your mother. I have a reward for you. Look behind that clump of vines, and you will find a box. Take it, but do not open it until you have walked 9 miles with it." And the grateful tigress was not lying, because the boy found the box with orange and black stripes on it, behind the vines, where she had said it would be. As he picked it up and examined the little lock and key on the side, the tigress reminded him, "But remember this one thing. Don't open it until you have gone 9 miles. Now off you go." And the soldier's son waved goodbye and marched on through the forest, all the while keeping a keen lookout for wild animals. Before he had gone too far, the stripy box started to feel heavier.
"That's strange. I'm not tired, and I'm in the best of spirits. But I'm sure this box was easier to carry to begin with,"
thought the boy. On he went, and the box grew heavier and heavier, and harder to carry, until eventually, in a fit of annoyance, he exclaimed,
"That tigress is a witch. This box is some sort of magical trick."
And he flung it, as hard as he could, against a tree. The lid flew off, and much to his surprise, he saw a little man spring out and start running around in circles, waving his hands in the air while making a noise like... The little man was no higher than the boy's knee. He was dressed in a soldier's uniform, just like the boy's father had worn, and his long grey beard trailed along the ground as he ran all over the place, buzzing like a bee.
"And who are you?"
demanded the soldier's son. Immediately the little man stood to attention and saluted.
I am Sir Buzz. Salam G.
He shouted just like a soldier on parade.
And why, sir, are you so small?
Asked the boy, trying not to laugh at the little man.
Because you threw me out of the box too soon, sir.
Well, sir, that was because you were growing so heavy inside that box,
replied the boy.
I am ready to serve you, sir. What is your command?
Ready to serve me, sir, are you? Well, I'm rather hungry. Here's 4 rupees. Go and buy me a fantastic banquet.
The miniature Sir Buzz took the silver coins and replied,
It's as good as done. I'll be back in a jiffy, sir.
Then there was a buzz, a whiz and a bang, and Sir Buzz shot off through the air. He soon arrived in the town and landed in the market just on top of the stall that was selling flour. The little man held out a silver rupee and demanded,
Give me a sack of flour, double quick.
But the stall holder did not reply. You see, Sir Buzz was so tiny that he failed to notice him.
My boss is very hungry and growing impatient for his dinner,
called out Sir Buzz, stamping his foot. The stall holder seemed to have been deaf, because he still did not notice the little soldier until he began to buzz and whiz and bang like a firecracker. That got his attention. Now he saw him, and more importantly, he noticed his silver rupee. It seemed unlikely that one so small could carry a sack of flour, but he managed it with ease and flew off to the next stall, where he bought some vegetables, including mooli and carrots. Next, he bought some spices, and finally some desserts called mithai. His sack full of food was far bigger than him, but he had no trouble pulling it along. And then, with a buzz and a whiz and a bang, off he flew back to the boy. It turned out that the magical tiger box contained a kitchen full of cooking implements, and soon Sir Buzz had a fire going and was chopping and peeling and stirring. The banquet smelt fantastic and tasted even better. The boy ate his fill, and Sir Buzz exclaimed,
Is that all you can eat? Don't you like my cooking?
It's truly delicious,
said the boy.
But I'm stuffed. There's enough food here to feed an army.
There's barely enough for one soldier,
exclaimed Sir Buzz, and he gobbled up the rest of the food without any trouble. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and said,
What wish is closest to your heart?
I think it's high time I got married, don't you?
Certainly. But to whom?
To a princess, of course.
Of course, sir.
And with an extra loud buzz, whiz and a bang, both of them flew off to the city, where they set their feet down in the bazaar. There was a danger that somebody in the bazaar might tread on Sir Buzz by accident if he stayed on the ground. So instead, he stood on the boy's shoulder, steadying himself with his hand on the boy's head. Together they went round the bazaar, inquiring if anyone knew of a young and beautiful princess who was ready to marry. Several people gave the same answer.
Oh, for sure. It's well known that the Raj and Rani want Princess Blossom to marry a young prince from the next door kingdom. She refuses to do as her parents say anyway, and therefore her parents have locked her in the tower until she changes her mind.
And what do people say about this?
Asked the boy. People were divided. Some said her parents were right to punish their daughter, because she ought to obey them. Others said that the daughter had a perfect right to marry whomever she pleased, or nobody, if she so wished. And then the boy asked about how she got her name, and some said she was called Princess Blossom because she weighed only as much as 5 rose petals. but others said it was because she was as fragrant as jasmine blossom. The soldier's son liked the jasmine idea better, because if she weighed only 5 rose petals, she would hardly be there at all.
Sir Buzz,
said the young boy,
take me to meet Princess Blossom.
The people in the bazaar watched in wonder as the pair flew off with a buzz, a whiz, and a bang. They flew straight through the window of Princess Blossom and landed in her room at the top of the tower. Sir Buzz stood to attention and said,
This is Princess Blossom, sir.
The girl sat up in her bed and was about to scream in horror when the young lad went down on one knee and said,
Princess Blossom, your highness, do not call out. I've come to liberate you from this tower.
Are you a sorcerer?
No, but I have my own genie. He is very small and very powerful.
And he picked up Sir Buzz, still saluting and standing smartly to attention. Oh, how sweet! Exclaimed the princess. Sir Buzz did not like being called sweet, and he started to go bzzz.
But hurry,
urged the boy.
Somebody might have seen us fly in through your window. Let's be gone before the guards arrive.
And indeed, the footsteps of the guards on the stairs could already be heard. If you can do magic, do it now! Cried the princess. The bed rose up and hovered in the air.
All aboard!
Commanded Sir Buzz. The boy jumped onto the end of the bed, and at that moment the roof of the tower dissolved, and they could see the sky and clouds above them. Soon they were flying just below the clouds and looking down on the city, and all the people in the bazaar looking like tiny ants, and thick tall trees seemed like blades of grass. Princess Blossom's hair flew in the breeze and she called out, What's that sound?
Do you mean the sound that goes bzzz? That's a buzz. He always makes that sound when he performs magic.
Well, his magic is amazing! The couple were married in a temple on top of a mountain, and they flew all over India to see the great sights, such as the Taj Mahal, the Golden Temple of Amritsar, the River Ganges, and the holy city of Benares. Finally, the couple settled down in a little house with a beautiful garden, a spring, and an orchard. After a while, the boy said to Sir Buzz,
Sir Buzz, you have served us loyally and done all you can for us. Now it's time for you to retire. You may return to your mistress, the tigress.
Sir Buzz stood to attention and saluted.
If that is your wish, then I shall leave. But if I may be so bold, I suggest you keep a little lock of my grey beard. And if you ever need me, burn it, and I shall be by your side in the blink of an eye, sir.
The boy agreed. Sir Buzz cut off the tip of his grey beard and handed it to him. The boy then gave it to Princess Blossom, who kept it in a golden locket that hung around her neck. When it was all done, Sir Buzz departed with a buzz, a whiz, and a bang. For a while the happy couple lived quietly, but eventually the boy remembered his old mother. He told the princess that he had to visit her to make sure she had enough to eat. Princess Blossom would not think of leaving his side, so they travelled together. Their journey took them through the forest. Naturally, the boy was on the lookout for any wild animals that might try to eat them, and he kept one hand on the hilt of his sword as the path went deeper into the forest, and the light grew less and less. They listened attentively to the whoops of birds and slithers and crackles in the undergrowth. To tell you the truth, the lad was not sure if they were following the right path at all, so they were relieved when they came across a holy man, an old Brahmin. He seemed kindly and offered them shelter for the night in his hut, which was not far away. The hut turned out to be quite a fancy house. He left them in the kitchen, saying that they could cook whatever they wished. He only asked them not to open the cupboard with the golden key. The couple found all sorts of ingredients and began to prepare dinner. Of course, the boy could not resist peeking inside the cupboard with the golden key, and he found all sorts of gold and jewels inside. He quickly shut the door and locked it. Now you might have guessed, the kindly holy man was neither kindly nor holy. He was a monster, or monster in disguise. As soon as dinner was ready, he appeared in the kitchen in his real form, with several ugly heads and lots of sharp teeth. The boy thought of his mother and how she had warned him to avoid wild beasts in the forest. Now he had been caught by one.
Thank you for preparing dinner. You will make tasty appetizers, though it's a shame that the princess doesn't have much meat on her.
As he spoke, there was a loud bzzz, then a whiz and a bang. Because the princess had thought quickly and burnt the lock of Sir Buzz's grey beard in the fire. In a moment, the little man was standing on the table.
What is this pint-sized old soldier doing in my kitchen?
Demanded the monster.
Salam Ji. I am Sir Buzz.
A great wind drove the monster backwards, and he flew out of the house, where he turned himself into fire. Sir Buzz became a flood of water and began to chase the fire through the woods. The fire soon became a bird and took off into the air, and Sir Buzz became a hawk that chased the bird all the way through the sky to the court of the great god, Lord Indra, who was surrounded by musicians and dancers. The bird landed on Lord Indra's lap and became a rose. At this, Sir Buzz became a dancing girl and performed so wonderfully that Lord Indra threw the rose to her, which she caught. But as she did so, one petal fell to the ground and became a mouse that scurried away. Sir Buzz turned into a cat and pounced on the mouse. And that was the end of the monster. Sir Buzz found Princess Blossom and the soldier's son standing in the garden and gazing up into the heavens, searching for a sign of who had won the mortal combat. As soon as they heard a buzz, a whiz and a bang, they knew that Sir Buzz had triumphed.
Mission accomplished, sir,
he announced, standing to attention.
I await your orders. What to do next?
Sir Buzz, we are forever grateful. Now, do this one last thing for us. Take us to my old mother.
Right away, sir,
said Sir Buzz. But before he took them, he gathered up all the gold and jewels from the monster's kitchen and placed them in a stripy box.
If you had walked 9 miles with the box, sir,
said Sir Buzz,
you would have found jewels instead of me, sir.
And then, with a buzz, a whiz and a bang, he transported them to the house of the boy's old mother, who had been living all this time on 2 silver rupees and the produce of her garden. And of course they lived richly, healthily, and happily ever after. The Dutch Hotel, The Duel, Conclusion. Hello, this is Jana. I'm back with the third part of our story called The Duel in our series, The Dutch Hotel. Be sure to catch up with our earlier episodes. In brief, the duel has now been fought, and the kids, Nafsi and Yogi, must return to their parents in the present time. It was hard to believe that the twin brothers had wanted to kill one another just half an hour earlier. They were laughing and joking and slapping each other on the back. Meanwhile, Mr. Cooper and the hotel staff were setting out a table by the side of the Serpentine River, with starched white linen, silver cutlery, and porcelain plates.
Excuse me?
Asked Yogi.
Do you like each other now?
Well, it's like this, said Mr. Lucas. My brother Levi is very happy to be alive, and I am very happy not to have killed him. No, don't believe him. It is the other way round. Lucas is happy to be alive, and I am happy not to have killed him, insisted Levi.
You mean you missed on purpose?
Yes,
replied the brothers in unison.
Only don't believe him. He is just a terrible shot. No, don't believe my brother. I am a marksman. He is a bad shooter. He does too much reading by candlelight and has very bad eyesight.
Yogi did not know who to believe, but Mr. Cooper said to him quietly,
It is clear that they are both very happy to be alive. I hope they will appreciate their good fortune from now on.
What about Maria?
Asked Nafsi.
Aren't you worried about her?
She meant his daughter, whom both the brothers had loved, and who had run off to Scotland.
I am a little nervous,
said Mr. Cooper.
But there is more to that story than meets the eye.
Mr. Cooper returned to work, taking a champagne bottle out of the ice bucket, popping the cork, and pouring the bubbly wine for the brothers. They took their places at the table on the riverbank, raised their glasses and said,
Prost,
which means health in Dutch.
Next time I put a bullet in you, you filthy scoundrel,
added Mr. Levi, looking into his brother's eyes.
That doesn't sound very friendly,
said Yogi.
Now, Cooper,
said Mr. Levi,
be so good as to tell us whom your fair daughter is to marry. Neither of us know. Who is the lucky devil? I hope he's richer than we are.
I am not privy to her plans. I am merely relieved that my daughter has not been the cause of a tragedy.
If Mr. Cooper knew about his daughter's plans, he was certainly keeping it a tight secret. At around 8 a.m., when everyone returned to the hotel, the staff and those of the guests who knew about the duel were waiting anxiously for the result.
What is up with you, Ed?
Said Mr. Lucas to the doorman.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
I'm glad that you're both looking so well today,
replied Edward.
Indeed, I have never felt better. Apart from slight ringing in the ears, it's almost as if somebody fired a pistol close to my head. Talking of which, did you remember to bring the pistols with you, Cooper?
Yes, sir, of course.
That Brooke fellow made us pay pretty price for them. Put them in the safe, will you? And if you don't mind, store that letter from your fair daughter with them. They will be mementos of an unusual morning.
Certainly, sir.
When they went inside, Yogi said,
I know where the safe is. It's down in the cellar. My dad wanted to open it, but he couldn't find the key, so he doesn't know what's inside. He's hoping it might be gold bars.
We don't have any gold bars, but we do keep some important documents in it, and now these pistols.
And then he went behind the reception desk and opened a little door at the top of the desk. Inside, he pulled out a piece of wood.
Wow, that's a secret compartment. Can I tell Dad in 150 years' time?
Yes, well, he'll be the manager of the hotel after all.
But the problem for Nafsi and Yogi was how to return to the 21st century. The e-skateboard had landed in the Serpentine River, and its motor was making a sickly sound.
My advice is for you both to take some rest, and then to try returning home at 11 a.m., around the same time as when you arrived here in our era. When I travelled to your period, it was as if I walked through a hidden gate that had opened up, but I did not have any transportation devices such as yours, wheels or no wheels. You shall return by passing through the secret gate.
I hope you're right, said Nafsi, holding back a yawn. With all the excitement, they had hardly slept the previous night. Mr. Cooper woke the children at 10:30, and just before 11, they stood in the mews behind the hotel.
Well, until next time,
he said, holding out his hand. Nafsi wondered for a moment what she should do, and then she realised it was polite to shake hands, which she did. Yogi held his hand, and Mr. Cooper shook it, saying,
I hope to see you again, young man. You are always welcome here in our era.
And you should hang out and watch TV or play games with us,
said Yogi.
And be sure to bring Maria,
added Nafsi. Of course, these fond farewells assumed that they were about to return home, which was far from certain. Nafsi drove the scooter, and Yogi stood behind her on the platform. At the moment the church bell began to chime the hour, she drove down the mews over the cobbles. Halfway along, the mews seemed to change. The garage doors that had been painted green turned white, and a smart windowsill became all flaky and in need of repair. And burglar alarms appeared on some of the houses, and suddenly, Norman the chauffeur was saying,
"Oh, there you two are. Your mother was just asking after you. It's a good thing she didn't see you both standing on one scooter."
"How long have we been gone?"
asked Yogi.
You shouldn't have left the mews at all. But it can't have been more than 5 minutes,
said Norman.
Don't worry, I won't tell.
The e-skateboard fell in the Serpentine and it's not working so well.
Honestly, you promised you would be careful. Do you want me to get the sack?
We won't let Dad give you the sack, Norman,
promised Nafsi. While they were speaking, a bright yellow open-top car turned into the mews. The driver was wearing sunglasses and a scarf around her neck. She stopped the car on a double yellow line in front of the garage where Norman kept the hotel's Rolls-Royce.
"Excuse me, madame,"
he said.
"You can't park here."
The woman looked at him and said,
"Then you park it for me."
And she threw him the keys, which he fumbled and dropped onto the cobbles.
"Sorry, I take it you are a guest at the hotel,"
he said, as he picked up the keys.
"I own it,"
said the woman as she got out of the car.
"Hello,"
said Nafsi.
"Hi, kids,"
said the woman.
"Zelda,"
said Yogi.
"Don't sack Norman. He's new. He doesn't know that you own the hotel."
"I won't. I pay your father to do the hiring and the firing."
And so she set off briskly out of the mews, presumably to walk round to the front entrance of the large, impressive building that was her property.
"That's Zelda,"
said Nafsi.
"She's the owner."
"Now I know,"
said Norman, who opened the door of the car and sat down in the driver's seat. It was part of his job to take the guest cars to the local church that rented out parking spaces. He turned the key in the ignition, and the car jumped forward. He hadn't noticed that Zelda had left it in gear. When Norman finally headed off in the car, the kids left the scooter and the e-skateboard in his office. Then they headed back to the hotel. On the way, they agreed it was best not to tell anyone about their adventure in Victorian times. There were too many reasons why they might get into trouble, like using the e-vehicles, getting involved in a duel, and telling stories that nobody would believe. Zelda was standing in the lobby waiting for their dad.
"You're not going to sack him, are you?" asked Nafsi. "No, your father is doing a very good job." "No, I meant Norman." "Well, if he doesn't crash my car, then he can keep his job for now."
"Oh, good, because he's very nice," said Nafsi. "What have you come to see Dad about?"
"Oh, it's very exciting. We are going to make a documentary film about the history of the hotel. I have been doing a lot of research into its history, and I found a lady in the Netherlands called Theresa van Gaal, who is like the great-great-granddaughter of one of the founders of the hotel. You know, in the story, there are two twins who wanted to marry the same girl. They fought a duel in Hyde Park and killed each other. So tragic, so romantic. Such a great marketing story."
"But I don't understand," said Nafsi. "If they both shot each other and died before they got married, how can they have a great-great-great-granddaughter?"
"Good point. Maybe she's a near relative."
"Oh, I know,"
said Yogi.
"Maybe they fought the duel, aimed their pistols at each other, and they both missed because they were such bad shooters."
"Maybe," said Zelda, patting his head. "But we need the story to be a romantic tragedy, not a comedy."
Alan Jones, the children's father, who was the manager of the hotel, had arrived at the front desk.
Shall we have tea in the Amsterdam room?
"Yes, please."
No, not you kids. I meant Zelda,
replied Alan.
"Oh, they can come too if they want. I like to hear what they think of our films. Kids have plenty of imagination."
Dad chose a table which was more or less in the place where the kids had sat 150 years earlier when they had met Maria, Mr. Cooper's daughter. This time their waitress was called Abby. Everything was very similar except for the sponge cake, which Yogi noted was not nearly so good as it had been in Victorian times. The kids listened as Zelda explained her plans for the documentary, which she hoped to sell to a streaming service such as Flimflix or Congo. The film followed Theresa van Gaal as she researched her family history and the legend of the twin brothers who owned the Dutch hotel. She was due to arrive next week, and she would of course want to see every part of the hotel, including the kitchens, the laundry, the garages, and talk to the staff, in particular asking if they had ever seen any ghosts. The turning point of the documentary would come when they opened the safe in the cellar and revealed whatever secrets were held within.
"I bet they'll find the pistols they used in the duel inside that safe,"
said Yogi.
"Exactly,"
said Zelda.
"Your kids understand the high drama of the film. So, Yogi, tell me, what do you think about this idea? When Theresa visits the hotel, we get a safe cracker to blow up the safe with explosives, and we find out what's inside. How do you think that would look on the film?"
"Wow, that would be amazing!"
But I hate to be a spoil sport, but what if there's nothing inside? Or we find an old cheese sandwich or a mousetrap? Would that be a letdown?
"Well, you are a proper spoiled sport," said Zelda. "But this is up to you. You find the key to the safe and we can make sure that it is not empty."
But we've searched for the key and nobody's found it,
protested Alan. Zelda looked at her phone.
"Oh, I'm sorry I have to be at another meeting. I shall be on my way, as long as that Norman guy can bring me my car. But don't forget, Alan, find that key. I'm counting on you."
Yes, boss,
said Alan as Zelda got up and left. He had a glum look on his face.
This isn't exactly fair, is it? The key's probably been missing for 100 years or more. What shall I do? Pick the lock? I'm not a safe cracker.
Nafsi looked at Yogi. She knew that he couldn't hold the secret, but she decided that it was time she got a word in.
You know, Dad, I've got a hunch that there might be a secret compartment in the reception desk. I know a lot of old desks had them. That's where I think the key would be.
But I cleaned up that desk and polished it, and I didn't find a secret compartment.
Well, that's because you didn't know where to look,
said Yogi. Dad was willing to give any idea a chance. So, on the way out, the three of them went over to the reception desk, where that morning, or was it 150 years ago, they had seen Mr. Cooper hide the key in a secret compartment.
Our history teacher told us about these secret desks, said Yogi. If you open up the little door in the centre, there's like this miniature cupboard for keeping letters. And if you feel the sides, they probably come out. And that's your secret compartment.
You seem very certain,
said Dad. But all the same, he took a look at the desk. At first he could not pull out the false wall, but Nafsi helped him, and to his surprise, they found a secret compartment and the key that was inside it.
See? I told you,
said Yogi. Alan was completely baffled as to how his son and daughter could have been so spot on. Next, they went down to the cellar and tried the key in the lock of the safe. It was very stiff, but the door of the safe opened with a creak.
Well, 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 what have we got in here?
He took out a wooden box, opened it, and found 2 pistols.
Yay!
said Yogi excitedly.
Amazing,
said their father.
Did Zelda tell you where the key was?
No, we promised she doesn't know anything about this.
Look, Dad, there are some papers in here. They might be interesting. Dad carefully pulled out the box of old papers, and they took them up to his office.
It looks like the lady was called Maria Cooper, and she did not marry either of them.
Who did she marry?
asked Nafsi. Alan investigated further. He found a letter from Maria's father, Mr. Cooper. It wasn't easy to decipher the handwriting, but after studying it a while, he said,
It seems she married a young man called Edward, who worked as the hotel's doorman. He came into his inheritance, which was a small farm in Hampshire, and they went to live there. But the thing is, Mr. Cooper is writing to the Dutch twins, which does not make any sense if they shot each other.
It makes sense if they both missed,
said Yogi.
I suppose it does.
And then, added Nafsi, they realised there was no sense in fighting because Maria had run off to marry Edward.
Well, you kids seem to know an awful lot about this key and this safe and this event. But however you know, I think you might have saved my job. I hope Zelda is pleased when I tell her this.
I hope so too, said Nafsi, because I think she would have preferred if the Dutch twins shot each other. She said she wanted a romantic tragedy, not a comedy.
You know, I think you're right. Do you know what? I think I'll keep the evidence of what really happened inside my own desk. We'll put the pistols back in the safe and lock it. And when her safecracker comes and blows the door off its hinges, she'll be very happy to find the 2 pistols. No need for any of this paper that contradicts her romantic ideas.
But what about the truth?
asked Nafsi.
The truth is something that has remained safe all these years, under lock and key, and we'll keep it that way. What Zelda wants is the legend, and who are we to disappoint her?
And that was the conclusion of our story, The Duel, in our series, The Dutch Hotel. Read by me, Jana, for Storynory.com. Written by Bertie, who's here now to tell us about our sponsor, OutSchool.
Yes, thank you, Jana. My kids have just come back from a lovely holiday on the Greek island of Corfu. But now they've touched down back in London. They're both starting at a new school in September. We're going to be topping up their learning with OutSchool. OutSchool offers online and interactive classes for kids ages 3 to 18. With a really wide variety of subjects and teachers, they have something for every kid. My son Sasha has particularly benefited from both art classes and learning a language, in his case Russian. The OutSchool classes join him up with a teacher in America and kids around the world. I can really say he loves it. So, set learning free. Head over to outschool.com/Storynory and use code Storynory to learn more and save $15 on your child's first class. That's outschool.com/Storynory to save $15 on your child's first class. outschool.com/Storynory, code Storynory.
Thank you, Bertie. We all love OutSchool. They're wonderful.
And while we're on the subject of getting back to school, I'd like to remind you all about my book called Undercover Robot, by me, Bertie Fraser, and my friend David Edmonds. It tells the amusing tale of Dottie. She's actually a robot, but she has to spend an entire year without anyone noticing that. In fact, she has to pass as a human in order to win a big prize. And the very first chapter is about her first day at school. She's supposed to be a girl about 11 years old, I guess. I'm just going to read you from the first page. Although Dottie is supposed to be a girl, so excuse my voice. As I passed through the school gate, I glanced back at the human who flicked the switch that brought me to life. I call him Dad, and he had just taken 13 pictures of me before hugging me and wishing me luck on my first day at school. Dad is 184 centimetres tall with thick, curly hair that was once brown but is now 63% grey. His bright blue eyes are often wide open, which, according to my database of expressions, typically indicates anger or being startled. But because I have been in the lab with him for so many hours, I know that he is generally calm. On average, he loses his temper once every 32 hours, which is infrequent for a human. People say he's untidy, he wears crumpled shirts and scuffed size 10 shoes. He is happiest when he's sitting in a chair and reading books with long titles while snacking on malted chocolate biscuits. Dad is a professor of philosophy. Philosophers work on problems that baffle human minds. In his youth, he spent 2 years considering the difference between a mug and a cup. Then he spent another 3 years wondering whether things like mugs and cups really exist. Nowadays, he leads a cross-faculty research team that includes specialists in software, electronics, plastics, psychology, linguistics, medicine, and many other fields. He brought them all together to work on a project that will change the world. That project is me. Anyway, Undercover Robot is published in the UK by Walker Books. They're the people who published that famous bear book, We're Going on a Bear Hunt. And it's been published in many parts of the world. In China, of course in Chinese. In Germany, where a major newspaper picked it as one of its best summer reads. In Romania. In Ukraine, I believe. In Turkey. In Italy. In fact, in loads of places. But there is one big country where we don't have a publisher. And that is the USA. So what you can do is buy it on Amazon through an importer, and I think it'll arrive very easily. But I was just wondering if there is a publisher in the United States who would like to publish this book. Our agent has now got the rights back for the USA, so if a publisher were to come forth, I'm sure a deal could be struck.
And don't forget, there are more stories at Storynory.com. From me, Jana, bye for now. The Ramayana. Hello, this is Jana, and I'd like to wish you all a very happy Diwali, which, in case you don't know, is the Hindu festival of light. It celebrates the triumph of light over darkness and good over evil. And for Diwali this autumn, we are starting our version of the Indian epic, the Ramayana. We will feature the voices of Tom Ferrance and Bertie. Chapter 1. The Gods Have a Problem. Deep in a dark forest of India, a holy man was hovering slightly off the ground, just above the carpet of leaves. This wise man, known in the ancient Indian language of Sanskrit as a rishi, had once been a king, wealthy and powerful. In old age, he went without food, company, and sleep. After depriving his body and focusing his mind for many years, he had achieved the power of levitation. And as he sat deep in a trance, his body rose into the air. He was not without an audience. Agni, the bright god of the flames, flickered and danced before him. The eyes of animals and birds glinted like stars among the trees as they watched him perform the miracle of mind over matter. His low chant carried throughout the wood.
May all parts of my body, including those of speech, life, vision, hearing, become strong by being close to Brahman. Let there be peace in me. Let there be peace around me. Peace be to the world. Peace to the world. Peace to the world.
The mantra was pleasing to the divine ears of the gods and brought harmony to the world. But the chanting sage annoyed some of his neighbours in the forest. His endlessly repeating voice did nothing to soothe them. In fact, it grated on their nerves. These enemies of harmony were demons, known in Sanskrit as Rakshasas. One was Dadaka, a princess reborn as a winged monster. She had the face of a woman, but her body was feathered, and her hands and feet were clawed. She was determined to hinder the holy man, and she summoned her sons, Maricha and Subahu, to help her out with her tricks. The trio of demons flew at the floating sage, screeching in his face and chucking dirt and blood at his body. Dadaka, terrible though she was, would not have dared insult the holy man and the gods without a powerful protector. She felt safe to misbehave because she served Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas, who at that time had gained great power. King Ravana was terrible to look at. He had 10 heads, 20 hands, and a chest as broad as a mountain. From his island kingdom of Lanka, he sent out agents of disruption and destruction. His aim was to stamp out holiness and harmony. Disharmony was his delight. The clashing clamour of conflict was his music. Long ago, he had pretended to be a saint. He went without food and finery, Brahma, the grandfather of the gods, was pleased and offered him a reward. Ravana asked to be made invulnerable so that no god nor demon could kill him. Brahma granted him this boon. But as soon as he gained great power, Ravana revealed his evil side and brought chaos into the world. Then it was too late. No god could stand in his way, as you might imagine. The gods were unhappy with this state of affairs. In heaven, they held a council of complaint. Indra, king of skies and weather, took the lead in speaking out.
Lord Brahma, you have created a heavy problem for us, even though you did not mean to. Wherever rishis do us honor, Ravana, the arrogant king of Lanka, sends his fiends to frustrate them. There is nothing we can do because you made him invulnerable to our power.
The grandfather of the gods shook his hair, as white as a swan, and replied,
Indra, I hear what you say. Yes, it is true that Ravana is the most powerful Rakshasa that the universe has seen. Yes, it is true that in his presence the sun is afraid to shine, the winds are terrified to blow, and the sea dares not show a ripple on her face. But listen to this. I left a chink in his armor. A being so powerful was too arrogant to seek protection from mere humans. This is what we must do. We must send a man to kill him.
This reply greatly surprised Indra, whose whole body flashed with lightning, as he thundered back.
Bah! If we sent an army of 1 million puny humans against Ravana, he would just laugh. He would uproot a mountain and hurl it at our heads.
While these gods were in uproar, divine Vishnu, his sky-blue skin wrapped in his blazing saffron robe, rode up to the council on his eagle, looking like the sun upon a cloud. The council quietened, because the gods wanted to hear what he had to say.
O Brahma, our revered grandfather, you seek a human to destroy the evil Ravana. Permit me to be born to a human mother, and I will complete this deed of destiny.
Grandfather Brahma was pleased with this positive response, but he cautioned as follows.
Lord Vishnu, your power is too great for one human woman's body to bear. Let your spirit be divided among 3 mothers. I know how you must achieve this. In the blessed kingdom of Ayodhya, the virtuous King Dasratha has 3 wives, and as yet, not a single son. Allow yourself to be born to all 3 wives, but not in equal parts. And, when the time is right, you may bring peace to the 3 worlds by defeating the evil Rakshasa king.
It shall be so,
replied the shining Lord Vishnu. The council was in agreement, and the divine plan was set into action. So now, let us turn to the human world, where the action of our story will take place. There was once a city called Ayodhya. She was as beautiful as a bride on her wedding day. A wide moat and tall walls protected her from enemies. All around her grew gardens and orchards. Her streets were broad and straight. Even the houses of the ordinary people were well built and comfortable. The water tasted as sweet as the juice of sugarcane. The rice was scented with saffron.
Ayodhya.
Where flowers fall like soft rain from the sky.
Ayodhya.
Where rivers run like children through the park.
Ayodhya.
Where maidens move like moonbeams in the eye.
Ayodhya.
Where rubies burn like fireflies in the dark.
Ayodhya.
Where the wildest weather is but a gentle breeze.
Ayodhya.
Where monkeys sing like songbirds in the trees.
Ayodhya.
This lovely city was ruled by King Dashratha, who was wise, just, and dedicated to holy law, known as Dhamma. He was loved by his family and by all the people of Ayodhya. This blessed king had but one sorrow. None of his 3 wives had borne him a son. He consulted the wisest sages about what to do to resolve this problem. After listening to what they had to say, he decided upon a sacred rite known as a yanga, in which a horse is sacrificed to the gods. The day of the yanga was set in the calendar. Dashratha invited kings, holy men and nobles from all over the world to witness the ceremony. For weeks the workers of Ayodhya built pavilions, stables and houses to accommodate the visitors. The pillars were festooned with wonderful carvings, the walls draped in tapestries, and the floors covered with fine carpets. All were supplied with food and drink and entertained with music and dancing. Day after day, the priests performed sacred rites. Then came the day of the ceremony. Kausalya was the king's first and most revered wife. The high priest ruled that she must perform the sacrifice. So the queen wielded the sword and struck the horse with 3 blows. Later that evening, when the king was alone in the temple, he stood before a sacred fire and roasted some of the horse meat for the gods to savour its sweet smell and taste.
The flames danced while the wise king tranced, until a fiery figure before him appeared, robed in red, with flaming head, with glowing skin and lion-like beard. His radiant, sun-like face was clearly not of the human race. His arms held out a golden cup, filled with the food on which the gods themselves sup. Then he spoke, in a voice as deep as a battle drum, "Good King Dashratha, from the gods I come. This food I bring feeds the heavenly beings. You must give it to your lovely queens. And of this one instruction be aware, Queen Kausalya must drink the greater share. Soon your wives will bear the sons you crave. This is the gift that Lord Brahma gave."
King Dashratha reached out and took the golden cup from the flickering figure of the flames. He did exactly as he was told, feeding the divine food to his wives, spooning it into their mouths, and he gave the largest part to Queen Kausalya, his first and most revered wife. When he had finished feeding the divine food to his wives, he was happier than a poor man who has suddenly come into money. 9 months later, 4 sons were born to him. Queen Kausalya gave birth to Rama. Never had the world seen such a beautiful human being. His face was like the moon on an unclouded night. As he grew into a boy, his talents shone like stars. He could shoot the keenest arrow. He could ride the fastest elephant. It was his joy to perform his father's will. Above all, he was wise, just, and steeped in Dhamma. Queen Sumitra bore 2 sons. Lakshmana was devoted to his half-brother Rama and followed him like his shadow. Shatrugna was his twin, also just and brave. And the youngest queen, Kayake, the favourite of King Dashratha, gave birth to the worthy Bharata. When the boys reached the age of 13, a sage came from the forests to speak to King Dashratha. His name was Vishwamitra, known as one of the holiest of men who had ever lived. King Dashratha, honoured by a visit from such a famous holy man, knelt down and touched his feet.
Wise sage, we are truly honoured by your visit. Name any request, and I shall grant it.
I do have a request, but before I ask it of you, let me explain my situation. It is highly unusual for me to come to the city and your magnificent palace. Normally, I live alone in the woods. My sole purpose is to perform sacred rites that please the gods and bring harmony to the universe. I have lived like this for many years, but nowadays, as I perform my mantra, I am harassed by rakshasas that fly at my head and fling dirt and blood at me. My request is this: lend me Rama, your oldest son, that he may fight and defeat these evil fiends.
Oh, ask for anything, but not this. My lotus-eyed child is not old enough for war. Let him stay at home and play with his toys. I shall send an army of 10,000 men to slay those noxious demons.
Did you lie when you said you would grant me any favour I asked?
I did not lie, but Rama is my favourite son. I cannot allow you to take the apple of my eye.
You have stored up worth and virtue all your long life. Now with this deception you throw it all away.
Oh, please, I beg of you, show mercy.
Why are you afraid? Do you not know that I will not allow harm to come to Rama? I will instruct him in the use of celestial weapons, the very same used by the gods. And then I shall school him in secret mantras to protect his body.
The king almost fainted with grief at the thought of losing his son. However, he consulted his priests and holy men, and they advised him not to deny Vishwamitra his request. And so finally, he summoned Rama and his brother Lakshmana and gave them instructions to leave for the forest with Vishwamitra and to obey his every instruction. The great sage set out on the road, followed by the two boys with their bows in their hands. They looked like a three-headed cobra as they marched together, in time to the drumbeat of the gods on high. When they had gone a few miles, they came to the meeting point of two great rivers. Vishwamitra spoke softly to lotus-eyed Rama.
Dear boy, stop for a while and drink from the waters. And while we are resting, I shall give you two mantras, Bala and Atibala. When you have mastered these mantras, you shall have no equal for beauty, strength, skill, or wisdom. You will never feel tired, for Bala and Atibala are the mothers of all wisdom.
Then Rama purified himself by drinking the water and learned the spells from Vishwamitra, who had discovered them through many years of contemplation. When he had received these mantras, Rama shone like the sun. The next day, after performing their morning prayers and rituals, they crossed the river in a boat. Eventually, they reached the edge of a dark forest. Rama turned to the great sage and asked, "What is this forbidding forest? It is filled with the strange screeching sounds and the cries of wild beasts, tigers, bears and wolves." And Vishwamitra replied by relating the story of the Rakshasa who roamed the forest. Her name was Tataka. Her father had been king of the water spirits. She grew up to be tall and beautiful with the strength of 100 elephants. She married a good man and had 2 sons. After her husband died, She fell in love with a wise rishi called Agastya, but he would have nothing to do with her. His rejection drove her mad, and she began to taunt and disturb the rishi every time he went into deep meditation, so that he could not carry out his rituals. In a fit of anger, Agastya cursed Tataka and her sons, turning them into man-eating Rakshasas. Vishwamitra ended the story by saying,
And now the only man alive who is strong enough to kill this Tataka is you, Rama.
But great one, how can I kill a woman?
Have no mercy, even though she is a woman, because her heart is evil, and she possesses great strength. Think only of this. Her death will bring greater harmony to the world.
In Ayodhya, my father told me to follow all your commands without hesitation. I shall do as you say, out of respect for my father's words, and for you, who are wise and holy. After this, the sage and the two boys continued into the forest, until they came to a clearing, where Vishwamitra told Rama that he must make a sound to attract Tataka, the evil Rakshasa. Rama twanged the string of his bow, making a humming sound that resounded through the trees, and soon Tataka appeared. Her face was hideous with rage, and she was dancing, hissing, spitting, and flapping her feathered arms. Lakshmana, have you ever seen such an evil being? Said Rama to his brother. But horrid as she is, I do not want to kill her, as she is a woman. See, I shall shoot off her ears and the tip of her nose, to send her back to where she came from. But as he spoke, Tataka began to hurl a shower of stones at the two brothers. This roused Rama's anger, and he lifted his bow to take aim. Tataka charged him, her heels kicking up a cloud of dark dust, her lungs letting out a piercing cry. Rama loosened his arrow at her. It struck her in the chest, and in that instant, she dropped to the ground. The sound of her dreadful voice ceased, and the forest fell silent. The gods looked down from heaven and saw Tataka lying lifeless on the ground. Then they rejoiced, and Vishwamitra kissed Rama on the head, saying,
Bless you, tiger among men, I am pleased with you.
That evening, Vishwamitra gave Rama a magnificent reward for his valour. He presented him with weapons that are normally wielded by gods and demons. He gave him shining swords, lances and maces, and magical projectiles including discuses and spears. And with these arms, Rama was the greatest soldier on earth. The following day, they continued their journey until they came to a lovely place filled with deer and sweet singing birds, known as the ashram of the perfected being. Here the great sage went into a deep state of meditation, while the two princes stood guard over the ashram for 6 days and nights without sleep. At the end of the 6th night, the sky was filled with a terrible screeching sound. The sons of Tataka, Maricha, and Subahu came hurtling out of the sky, shooting blood at the princes. When this happened, Rama turned to his brother, saying, Now I shall scatter these evil flesh-eating Rakshasas like the wind scatters clouds in the sky. And then he fired a holy weapon into the breast of Maricha, who dropped to the ground, still writhing and yet alive. See, he is not dead yet, said Rama, who then chose a yet more powerful weapon to finish him off. Tataka's other son, Subahu, was now more enraged than ever. But Rama fired at him, and his body whirled around and was flung into the sea some 800 miles away. Then a dark cloud of yet more Rakshasas flew in for the attack. The noble princes Rama and Lakshmana fought them off until all evil demons were dead. When Vishwamitra finished his holy rituals, he learned of what Rama and his brother had accomplished and was delighted. He told them,
"You have followed your father's orders and completed your task. Now this ashram is truly perfected. Tomorrow, I shall head off on a journey to visit King Janaka in the Himalayan mountains. He possesses a divine bow. Any prince who can string and fire the bow shall win the hand in marriage of his daughter, Princess Sita. Will you accompany me on this journey and try your luck with this bow?"
And of course, the two boys agreed to follow the wise Rishi. And that was the first part of our version of the Ramayana. It was adapted by Bertie and featured the voices of Tom Florance and Bertie. The original was written in ancient Sanskrit, and you might be interested in knowing a smattering of Sanskrit words. For example, a wise man in Sanskrit is a rishi. Perhaps you've heard Britain's new Prime Minister is called Rishi Sunak. His first name means a sage or a wise man. A related word is a guru, who is a teacher. And as you heard in the story, a Rakshasa is a demon or a monster. And before I go, I'd just like to give a special shout out to our listener, Charlotte Grace from Cornwall, who recently turned 8 years old. To all our listeners, you can support us on Patreon or via PayPal. Just go to Storynory.com to find the links. And if you like stories of a spiritual nature, we are starting a new podcast called Relaxivity. It's a little more grown up than Storynory and ideal for adults and teenagers. That's Relaxivity in all good podcast apps or in the web at relaxivity.app. For now, from me, Jana, at Storynory.com. Bye for now.
If I'd got my hand on one of those peacocks, I would have pulled out a fistful of feathers just to teach him a lesson.
I'm Angela Duckworth.
I'm Stephen Dubner.
And you're listening to No Stupid Questions.
Today on the show, what type of pride is good for you and what type is bad?
I was imagining like salty and sweet pride.
That's popcorn.
So, Angie, today we are discussing the seventh of the 7 deadly sins. Do you remember which one we haven't discussed yet?
By process of elimination, pride, Stephen.
Very good. Pride.
I'm proud of myself for remembering that.
I am proud of you, too, for remembering. So my question for you, Angie, is this. Why is pride, in the modern reckoning, even considered a sin? I could see that in ancient times, the Catholic Church, which was the keeper of the deadly sins, didn't want anyone, maybe outside of a king or queen, to think that they were better than anyone else, lest they start thinking that maybe God wasn't so important or powerful. And I know that the 7 deadly sins were especially directed at the clergy.
Is that right? So when they said pride cometh before the fall, I don't know. That doesn't sound like it comes from the Bible.
That is from the Bible. That's from Proverbs. It's actually usually misquoted. It actually goes, pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall. So that kind of got condensed to pride goeth before a fall.
That's the gist, right?
Yeah, and it's actually better.
You know, so many quotes are not exactly what people think they are. Like if you actually look up the original Serenity Prayer by Reinhold Niebuhr, it's not the streamlined version that's used in Alcoholics Anonymous, but the streamlined version is better.
Well, a bird in the hand was originally worth like 18 shillings and then one pile of salt and a big bag of wool. And then somehow...
How about 2 in the bush? That works.
2 in the bush really works. As far as I recall or understand, the 7 deadly sins were actually constructed primarily for the purpose of the clergy to adhere to so that they would not be distracted from their clerical duties, prayer, humility, devotion, and so on. So really, the whole idea that we're talking about the 7 deadly sins in a modern construct while not acknowledging the kind of source direction is a little bit bonkers, but super fun.
Very fun.
We're having a great time with the sins. So anyway, I can see why you especially don't want a prideful clergy. So I understand pride in that context. But here's my question. Considering that many of us still pay attention to these so-called deadly sins, I have to ask, isn't a moderate dose of pride a wonderful thing? Isn't that essentially what we talk about these days as self-esteem? Or do you think, and you would know this better than many people, do you think we've all been riding the pride train a bit too hard and we should instead be embracing its corresponding virtue, which is humility? Where do you stand on the pride to humility spectrum?
So I think that pride can be a virtue. But I want to say something a little different from, well, a little bit of pride is a virtue, a lot of bit of pride is a vice. I think that's the first thing that people would think.
That's the cop-out. That's the Dubner easy way out, you're saying.
Well, it's also Aristotle.
And he was such a wimp.
Like the idea of the golden mean, that anything to excess is a vice, and that in between the two extremes, doesn't have to be exactly the midpoint, but there's some optimal level. But I think there's an even deeper sense in which pride can be a virtue, but also can be a vice. And it's that there's 2 kinds of pride. And I'm not going to represent this as Angela Duckworth woke up one day and realized that pride is 2 things, not 1. I do want to acknowledge the psychologist who is more or less the world expert on the emotion of pride. Her name is Jessica Tracy. She's at University of British Columbia, and she's actually written a really lovely, popular book. I think on the cover, there's a peacock. And her thesis is that there are really 2 kinds of pride. But let's first start with what these 2 things have in common. She wants to point out that, first of all, pride is an emotion. It's an emotion like happiness or sadness or anxiety.
That surprises me.
You don't think about pride as an emotion.
I don't know what I would call it other than an emotion. But when I hear you talk about emotions, and we discuss that on the show quite a bit, I think of them as an emotional response, something that you feel in response to some sort of action or activity or statement, usually by someone else, but could be by yourself. But pride to me feels more like a longer term response than an emotion. So tell me why that's wrong.
When you say it's a response to an action or an event, that is actually how most of us, I think, experience the emotion of pride. In particular, pride is the emotion that follows success. So this is the feeling that we have when we accomplish something that we value. The other thing to say about, again, this emotion, according to Jessica Tracy and her colleagues, I would agree with her, by the way, is that it's a kind of emotion that we would call self-conscious emotion. And Stephen, we've talked about self-conscious emotions before, like embarrassment or shame. Those are 2 negative self-conscious emotions. When I say pride is a self-conscious emotion, it's an emotion that is about ourselves. So, for example, when children are below the age of 3 and they don't really actually think of themselves in any kind of reflective ways. For example, really little kids, when they look in the mirror, I'm really little, right? I don't remember exactly what the age cutoff is, but they look in the mirror and they think it's another baby. They don't realize it's themselves. So pride is a positive, self-conscious emotion that we have in the aftermath, if you will, of accomplishing a goal that we care about. And that core is common to good pride and to bad pride.
So when you say there are two types of pride, this is what you're talking about, good pride and bad, because I was imagining like salty and sweet pride.
That's popcorn.
But you're saying there's just a pride spectrum. Mm-hmm.
It's not two ends of a spectrum. It's actually much like salty and sweet. It's two different things. So again, I'm not taking the Aristotelian view that a little bit of pride is good, and then you get to the extremes and you're like vice territory. What Jessica Tracy, and again, she's got students and collaborators, but this argument is that there's authentic pride, and then there's hubristic pride.
Oh, I have seen that distinction. And when I read that, I thought, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Authentic pride is what I would call earned. I did something that was worth praising by myself and perhaps even others. And then hubristic is whatever. Hubris, we know all about. I mean, Icarus, plenty of examples historically of hubris. So if that's the case, shouldn't there be better words then, rather than there are two kinds of pride, good pride and bad pride? Shouldn't you and your psychologist colleagues
rewrite the English language? I mean, maybe you could say that hubris is a good word for hubristic pride because it's one word and not two. But the fact is that we use the word pride in both senses.
We really do. Even in the dictionary, in the Merriam-Webster, it lists pride as the good versions and the bad versions. The good versions being reasonable self-esteem, confidence and satisfaction in oneself, self-respect. That sounds like a delicious thing. Give me more of that. Give everybody more of that.
More, please.
But then, same word, exaggerated self-esteem, conceit. So, yeah, I think there's a nomenclatural failing here. And I'm really glad you're clearing this up for us, because I think when people think of pride, and probably the most famous quote, as you cited, pride goeth ... before a fall, it's really nice to disentangle these. How bad, though, is the bad pride and how good is the good pride?
So I guess let's start with bad, because I think a lot of people do think about pride as being something that they don't want to have too much of. Oh, gosh, that person is, I don't know if they would say they're so proud.
No. Have you ever heard anyone say that about someone? Arrogant or hubristic, but...
Not unless they're talking about Pride and Prejudice, which I do actually like to talk about and watch and read a lot.
Go for it. I'm just going to take a nap, but it's okay.
The BBC version in particular, Colin Firth at his extraordinary peak. But anyway, when we're talking about hubristic pride or hubris, synonyms would be arrogant or conceited. Those are the things that you're reading out of the dictionary or words of that ilk. I think the spirit of hubris or hubristic pride is you are self-aggrandizing. I think actually the peacock is the perfect image for this. Like you are maybe seizing admiration as opposed to earning admiration. And so you have this sense of an inflated, it's like a balloon. It's like being pumped up, but also there's a fragility there. And this is related to bad things like selfish behavior and narcissism. And this is, I think, just an interesting thesis that Jessica and her colleagues, what they think is that from an evolutionary perspective, we have a hierarchical society, and it is an advantage in terms of reproducing if you are higher in the status hierarchy. And one of the ways that you can be higher in the status hierarchy is to take it, to dominate and to be aggressive. So when she talks about hubris or hubristic pride, the feeling that can actually come from dominating other people, and that's bad pride, I think we would agree. And then there's the good pride. We should talk about that because I think that's what she would say is the under-recognized kind of pride. But all of us, I think when we talk about it more, we're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. So here the words are like accomplished and confident. And what research shows is that when you have that kind of pride, authentic pride, you're actually more likely to be pro-social. So not aggressive, but you're also actually, and I think this is what appeals to me about pride as an emotion, you're driven to accomplish things. Like one could argue that the great engine of human society, innovation, progress has been really pride.
First of all, I appreciate that explanation. Second of all, I have two responses. One trivial, the other slightly less trivial. Here's the trivial one. Just this morning, Angela, I was reading a piece in the Times by Tony Scott. A.O. Scott is his byline, and he's been one of the film critics for the New York Times for a bunch of years, maybe close to 2 decades. And it was kind of a self-administered exit interview. And he was saying the films that he felt he got wrong, the films he felt he got right, the instances where he was too mean, too generous, etc. And one of the films that he felt good about hating, and he went back and re-examined his review of it and felt that he could have hated it even more, was Love Actually.
What? Gasp.
And I know you love that film, and I know many
Too.
people love that film. And I don't know if you remember this, but I did finally watch it. Sometime in the last year or two, it was on TV, and I watched it. And I don't know if you remember, we talked about it on the show. You said, what'd you think? And I hated it. Like, I hated it. I thought it was
Too sappy? I think
Yeah.
I blotted that out of my memory.
Okay, but here's the terrible thing I'm asking you now. When I read Tony Scott writing that about his review of Love Actually, I felt some pride. I thought, I didn't let myself get bullied by Angela into thinking that it's an amazing, wonderful, feel-good movie. I thought it was terrible and saccharine and staged and everybody chewing every scenery they could find. So is that good pride or bad pride that I'm experiencing? That's my trivial question, number one.
So interesting. Was it authentic pride or hubristic pride?
Exactly. I think it was hubristic. I think it was like, hey, Angela, she's not so smart. I think that's what it was.
I think perhaps only Stephen Dubner would be able to say what emotion that really was. Was it the one that makes you feel pro-social and positive and achievement-oriented?
No. In fact, I feel bad about even bringing it up now.
Or the aggressive, I'm kicking down?
Yeah, terrible.
Okay, well, there you go. Here was the other thing I was going to suggest as a clue, and this would be observable to others, so not just Stephen Dubner, those who are observing Stephen Dubner. One of the interesting things about pride is that it has a characteristic facial and body display.
Ooh, what are they?
We should remind ourselves that emotions, sadness, fear, disgust, happiness, they have these characteristic facial and bodily displays. And why? It's because emotions are interpersonal. So there's an evolutionary story that we have emotions for a variety of reasons. One of the important reasons is that it communicates information to other people. So when you're crying, other people know to come to your aid, for example. Or if you look scared, other people know to help you and also to be scared themselves. So what's interesting about the pride display is that I think that authentic pride, and again, I'm summarizing other people's research, so there's a qualifier here, which is my interpretation of this research, is that the prototypical expression of pride, especially authentic pride, is you have your arms raised above your head, like in the Olympics when somebody wins the gold medal. There's also this characteristic display of like you're standing with your arms and I think sometimes also your legs akimbo, it's like the superwoman position. And I say that not thinking that a lot of people remember watching Superwoman, but more recently, this idea that you could have these confident postures was popularized and studied by a psychologist named Amy Cuddy. This was called power posing.
Would you describe the research as disputed?
I could describe it as that. That would be a nice way. I'll give you the capsule summary as far as I understand it. Amy Cuddy was at the time a professor at Harvard Business School, and she was doing some collaborative work with others, but it was her TED Talk that popularized a scientific finding that was really kind of a gee whiz finding, which is that when you randomly assign people in a laboratory study to take on these pride postures, that would change their feelings, they would change their behavior, and most provocatively, it would change your hormone levels. That if you put your hands above your head or you put your hands on your hips and you thrust your chest out in a prideful posture, that you could actually have more testosterone, for example, than coursing through your veins.
I tried to just do all those things at once. It was exhausting. I had to sit down. So I think I actually have less testosterone.
Well, I will say that finding, as provocative as it was, turned out through further study to not hold up. I mean, now just to fast forward. So here's what I understand to be the very current view of this research, because now there are enough data sets that you can aggregate them and do meta-analyses. Number one, this power posing, this prideful expression where you ask people to take on the posture without necessarily even having the emotion, there is some evidence that when people take on this posture, they do have the feeling. So there is support for power posing in that sense, that if I put my hands on my hips and I thrust my chest out and you ask me, Angela, how do you feel? That I won't say what you just said, Stephen, which is like, I actually kind of feel tired. I might say like, I feel more confident than I did when I was just slumped in my chair.
Is it possible that it is true for a different physiological reason. For instance, when you do what you're describing, one result of that is that you stand up straight, you thrust your chest out forward, and what you're doing there is then giving yourself the kind of posture where your lungs start to actually give you more oxygen, and therefore you feel a little bit smarter, more alert, and better about yourself. What you're describing now is essentially the same thing that a lot of public speaking coaches give.
Right. They're like, breathe with your abdomen.
Literally, the advice I got when I first heard about public speaking when I was a teenager is stand up and clench your buttocks together. And everybody laughs at it, right? That's idiotic. Why do you do that? And the explanation was it has nothing to do with your buttocks, but if you do clench your buttocks together, that forces you to stand up straight. When you stand up straight, your lungs can expand a little bit more, and then you learn or remember to breathe, which many people in a nervous situation don't breathe. And all of a sudden, you're getting oxygen to your brain and you're feeling a little bit different than you did. So is it possible that the power pose does, quote, work on some dimensions, at least, for a reason other than the emotional connection?
Maybe, but I don't know. I don't think that psychologists have focused on that in particular, but seems reasonable. I mean, the fact that they are emotional effects does just suggest that the original idea has some weight. I think a lot of people think like, oh, power posing isn't true, period. And I don't think that's fair. I think that you could say now I'm looking at this meta-analysis from 2022 from Psychological Bulletin, which is where you publish your meta-analyses. It's like the top journal for meta-analyses. The whole journal is meta-analysis wall to wall of one kind or another. Last time we talked about power posing was a couple years ago. And anyway, it was before this meta-analysis came out, which is published by Robert Corner and his colleagues and has 313 effects from 88 studies involving close to 10,000 participants. And what they find is a statistically significant effect of body positions that, quote, was not trivial in size. There were effects for self-reported feelings and also some behaviors that were measured, not for physiological things like testosterone. It doesn't rule out what you just said, oxygen, et cetera. It just says that the very original idea, which is if you take on a certain posture that comes downstream from an emotion, can you actually reverse the causality? Yeah, I think this is pretty supportive of that. We shouldn't go too far, but hey, isn't that interesting? And the connection to pride, by the way, was just that pride, if it is an emotion, should have a signature posture or facial expression. And this is evidence that cross-culturally and in meaningful ways, we can think of pride as an emotion, even if it's not the first thing that comes to mind when we think of pride.
It's funny, when you are at a football or soccer or basketball game, anywhere in the world or anything, any competition, anything where something good may happen and you're waiting for it and a goal is finally scored, everybody in the stadium does exactly the same thing, which is they stand up and throw their arms in the air.
They throw their arms in their air. Yeah, I think this is what got the original power pose researchers, including Amy Cuddy, to be interested in it. And one of the things that's fascinating is that blind Olympic athletes, whether they were blind from birth or not, also throw their arms up in the air in this classic power pose. And the fact that if you never learned it because you never saw anybody do this nonverbal display, that suggests that this is some evolutionary wired thing that we do that. And it's not dissimilar, I think, to a peacock spreading its feathers. But what I wanted to say about whether you're looking down your nose at Love Actually and feeling a frisson of pride about it, right? You asked me, is that authentic pride or is it hubristic pride? How do you know? And I said, well, partly it's an emotion, so I should ask you. But in terms of these postures, and I don't know there's a huge amount of data on this, but there is some suggestion that this hubristic form of pride, bad pride, has a slightly different posture to it. Now, you still have this kind of upright, strong stance. You may have your arms akimbo on either hip, but instead of looking slightly up and smiling, which is part of this pride posture, you tend to be smiling and you tend to look slightly up. So imagine your chin kind of pointing up. Imagine a selfie, right? Because people are always taking selfies from slightly above. This one, you're actually looking down slightly at the other person and you're not smiling. Think of your favorite hated political figure. This kind of like, I've got my hands on my hips, I'm looking down at you and I'm slightly scowling. That may be the characteristic nonverbal display of dominance.
So what I hear you saying is that there are two kinds of pride. Plainly, you said that well. And I'm just going to, in my mind, call the bad one hubris and the good one earned or self-esteem. I kind of like self-esteem, which may not be exactly accurate. But I want to ask you a question about self-esteem. So I may very well be wrong here. It seems there was a movement beginning, I guess, in education, and maybe confined to education a few decades ago, to boost the self-esteem of children by essentially praising them for everything, from tying your shoe to not poking your neighbor in the eye with a pencil and so on, with the hopes that building self-esteem would lead to more confidence and that confidence would lead to more accomplishment. But you could easily imagine that backfiring, or at least failing. That is, if you boost someone's self-esteem and then they don't end up accomplishing very much, then you just have a bunch of cocky young people who aren't very good at anything. This is probably epitomized by the participation trophy among some parents. So what can you tell us about that?
Let's talk about what self-esteem is by just listening to some of the items on the classic measure of self-esteem, which is the Rosenberg self-esteem scale. I think it was published...
Not by Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. That would be a very different scale.
Wait, who are they?
They were the atomic spies who were electrocuted at Sing Sing.
All historical illusions, I think we know, Stephen, will be lost on Angela Duckworth.
There was another Rosenberg, though, who had a scale.
This is one of the most widely used measures in psychology. And actually, because it was so well established, it also made its way into many of the large economic surveys that were done by like the Department of Labor and so forth. So here are some items. On the whole, I'm satisfied with myself. At times, I think I am no good at all. I feel that I have a number of good qualities. I am able to do things as well as most people. I feel I do not have much to be proud of. There's the connection to pride very directly. I feel that I'm a person of worth, at least of an equal plane with others. I wish I could have more respect for myself. All in all, I am inclined to feel that I am a failure. That is so sad. I take a positive attitude toward myself. And then finally, I certainly feel useless at times. So you get the gist of what self-esteem is. And when this research was at its height, that wealth of correlational data drove a lot of educators, for example, to think, oh, we better raise kids to have higher self-esteem. If we raise them to have higher self-esteem, they'll achieve more. Was then questioned by the next generation of researchers, and they said, correlation is not causation. And in this case, you have the tail and the dog reversed. That when you achieve, then your self-esteem goes up, not the other way around. So that was the debate in, I don't know, I'm going to get the decades wrong. I'm going to say that was kind of more of a 90s position. So then the next generation, so I'm now thinking of a paper that I read when it came out, and that was last year. Its two authors are Ulrich Orth and Richard Robbins. And the title of the paper is High Self-Esteem Beneficial? Revisiting a Classic Question. And I want to quote from their summary because this, to me, is really actually convincing. And so I'll say that I'm in their camp. Overall, the findings suggest that self-esteem is beneficial, and they name many domains, physical health, relationships, school, work, mental health. And then they go on to say there's substantial meta-analytic evidence, meaning you look at all the studies that have been done, you average their effects. They find the effect is visible but small. And then the discussion goes on to say that, yeah, we should have interventions that boost self-esteem, especially, I think, for people at the very low end of the continuum.
Still to come on No Stupid Questions, Angela reflects on why she sometimes struggles to keep her pride in check.
I mean, do you think it's connected in some way to your father's expectations?
Are you going all Freud on me?
Now back to Stephen and Angela's conversation about pride.
Let me ask you a question. You've been running this 7 Deadly Sins survey on your website that's linked from the NSQ website. And I'm curious what kind of questions you ask to get at pride. When people examine their own behavior, how do they get at the pride? Is it about bragging? Is it about feeling superior to other people?
Let me read you the 5 items. And I think this 7 Deadly Sins scale that we made especially streamlined for No Stupid Questions listeners is just a whole lot of fun. I will also confess to you, Stephen, before I read you these 5 items, that pride, I don't know if it cometh before the fall for Angela Duckworth, but it is my greatest sin. So when I look at my results from the No Stupid Questions survey, I see the bar for impulsivity in the domain of pride to be higher than all the other bars.
Can I interrupt for a second? When you characterize it as impulsivity in the domain, why is the impulsivity important?
Well, I think of the 7 deadly sins all as being forms of impulsivity. And I say that because these are behaviors that we enact in the heat of the moment that we typically regret afterwards. And I'll read you these items and you can, feel free to agree or disagree. Number 1, showing off. Number 2, attracting attention to myself. 3, exaggerating my abilities and accomplishments. I had to say, when I answered that item, I was like, yes, I do. I mean, I regret that I do, but I do. 4, acting overconfident and cocky. And 5, bragging.
So you're saying your Achilles heel of the 7 is pride. So let me ask you this. When you saw your result, how did that make you feel?
Not so proud. I mean, the irony is that when you actually get feedback on pride, there's a catch-22 that, like, if you're really in that cycle of aggrandizing yourself, you might be particularly invulnerable to feedback there. But anyway, I have enough humility to let in this feedback. And, I'm thinking about my dad and I'm thinking about how we grew up. And I remember hating how my parents, especially my dad, actually, honestly, never my mom. So let me just implicate my dad here. Friends would get in the car and my dad would ask them what their SAT scores were. It was just horrifying. And then he'd be like a party of your aunties and uncles, and there's like millions of dishes of Chinese food everywhere. And my dad would say things about my SAT scores or about X, Y, or Z accomplishment.
He was bragging, or he was comparing you to people who'd done even better?
He was bragging in those cases. In private, he would often compare to people who hadn't done as well.
So you got it both ways. That's nice.
I know. And I don't want to villainize my dad here, because my point is that now I recognize that I do that. Like, hello, kettle, I'm pot. I am also guilty of this sin of pride. And I can't blame it all on my dad. I'm just saying, like, hey, this is a problem for me.
When you read those results and you think back, and that was a really interesting and thoughtful connection to where part of that may have come from, does it make you want to do anything about it? Change behavior in some way?
Well, I will point out that in this 7 deadly sins scale, we only talk about hubristic pride. This is the bad form because it's the sin scale, not the, hey, these 7 deadly sins could be virtues if you think about them this way scale. So first of all, I will say, absolutely. I feel like the people that I like most, Stephen, are so humble. They really are. Like, they're so amazing, and they are in the most genuine way not thinking about their amazingness. And I'm not saying they're apologizing all the time, because that kind of annoys me when people are like just falling all over themselves to say how awful they are. I feel like it wastes time, and then you have to reassure them. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that they're not thinking of themselves in this way that is drawing attention. And I think there's something at the core of pride when it takes this sinful form of you sucking the attention of the universe to you. And so to notice that I do that, I was just yesterday in this conversation and we were talking with other researchers about where to send a research paper. And I said, and I deeply regret it, I'm blushing even to think, I said, like, well, lately I've been publishing all my papers in, and I told them the journal, which is PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
Or penis, as we call it.
I can't believe they chose that, but they did. Yes, PNAS, or say it as you want. But when I think back to this conversation, again, fewer than 24 hours ago, I think, like, what an awful thing to say. It's such a braggy thing. Like, oh yeah, I've been publishing all my papers in this top journal outlet. And I think there is this kind of tendency that I have to, if not exaggerate, certainly point to my achievements. And like, gross, I don't know exactly why I do it.
What do you think it's doing for you? What itch is it scratching, or what appetite is it fulfilling, do you think? Do you think it's connected in some way to your father's expectations?
Are you going all Freud on me?
I was just trying to go there without even saying we were going anywhere, but I'm loving this. Yeah. No, I'm just curious what you think it's satisfying and whether maybe that thing that you think is necessary to satisfy isn't so necessary.
I am going to go back to my dad, but not in the way of, oh, it's my dad's fault or I learned everything. But just as an example, when my dad died, my mom took a peacock feather that she somehow found.
Did she find it on a peacock and pluck it out? Or you're saying she just found one feather?
No, she did not go to the zoo and like mug a peacock. I'll have to ask her where she found this peacock feather, or maybe she bought one.
There is a hotel in Copenhagen that is an old hotel, and it backs up onto the oldest amusement park, I think, in the world. It's just like an old-time amusement park that was built in Copenhagen. And if you're in that hotel, there are peacocks that hang out on your back deck, and they do things with you, some of which don't feel very friendly.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
You know, peacocks, in my experience, are, I don't want to call them nasty. I'm sure there are some nice ones, but
I think they were supposed to be kind of aggressive, though, right?
They're on the aggressive side. They are the dachshund of the bird world.
I just didn't know if you were violated by them or something.
I was not violated, but I could imagine that people could have been violated. So all I'm saying is that if I'd gotten my hand on one of those peacocks, I would have pulled out a fistful of feathers just to teach them a lesson.
Well, I'm glad to know that about you, Stephen.
And I would have given them all to your mom.
If this ever comes up, if we're ever traveling in old Europe.
You never know when one little piece of information might be handy.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down. Okay, I do not know how my mother came upon this peacock feather, but she found it to be the perfect metaphor for my dad's whole approach to life. She painted a painting. This is just days, I think, after my dad died. And it's a beautiful painting. It's all like dark blues and emerald greens, and it's kind of abstract. And if you look very closely, layered into the paint is this actual peacock feather. And I put it actually between our first and second floor so that every time I come down the stairs, I see this painting.
Look at you bragging that you have more than one floor in your house. That is just so prideful.
Well done, Angela.
I have to admit, I've been cheating on you a little bit. I've been chatting with ChatGPT a little, and I asked them why pride is considered a deadly sin, and I am very interested in this answer. ChatGPT tells me pride is considered a deadly sin because it involves an excessive sense of self-importance, arrogance, and a lack of humility. It is seen as the most serious of the deadly sins because it can lead to other sins, such as envy, greed, and wrath. In other words, pride is the root of all evil.
Maybe that's why it cometh before the fall, at least in our streamlined version.
I'm curious what you think about that. Do you feel it's such a powerful emotion, the bad version of pride, the hubristic version, that it can either lead to or contribute to or kind of amplify the others? Or do you see it as standing alone somehow?
I've heard this argument for almost everything. You're like, this is the real queen bee of the sins because it leads to all these other things. I'm not saying that these arguments aren't without worth, but you can make those arguments for other...
You're saying the 4th century monks didn't have the causal chain established very well with a lot of good empirical analysis? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes. You can construct that same narrative, I think, for some other ones. You know, what about greed? Like, greed gets you into trouble. I will say that the fact that when you look at people's behaviors across these 7 sins, you find a lot of variation, but you find some consistency too. In other words, if you tell me your score on sloth, I can make an educated guess, an imperfect one, but an educated guess that's better than chance about how you're going to do on pride, for example. And just the fact that there are some commonalities across this suggests to me less that one sin leads to the others, that's possible, but maybe there's a foundational skill set that gets you into trouble across all these different domains. So I'm more inclined to think about things that would lead a human being to struggle across the board with sin, less inclined to think like, oh, here's the first domino, and that leads to all the other dominoes falling.
I also asked ChatGPT to give me a good humble brag.
Oh, you love humble brags. I feel like every time I say anything, you say it's a humble brag.
Oh, I feel terrible now. Did I say that about your love of Love Actually?
No, it's usually when I confess something. It's usually when I say like, oh my God, and then I say something which I think is a self-critical thing. And you're like, oh, nice to humble brag. And I'm like, what?
That just shows how much I love you, and I'm willing to say it directly to your face. But the humble brag that ChatGPT gave me, it's fine. It's kind of generic. It was something along the lines of, oh, I'm sorry, I don't look so put together. I had to rush to get to work this morning because the CEO wanted to meet with me again because I'm so awesome.
Oh, that's a good one. Good ChatGPT.
It's pretty good. So I would actually love to hear from our listeners. This is maybe the funnest version of the bad side of pride, but I'd be curious to hear from our listeners. What is the best humble brag you've ever heard, or even better, done? So if you have an idea, send it to us. Make us a voice memo. You can send it by email, but we like voice memos even better because we can maybe play them on the show. Use your phone to make a voice memo in a quiet place. Include your name and email it to us at nsq@freakonomics.com. So, Angela, look, we have discussed all 7 of the 7 deadly sins by now, but I think if we were to summarize, my thumbnail summary would be, wow, they're extremely outdated. They seem to be outdated in both direction and magnitude. And that makes sense because they were established hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But I'm really curious to know what you feel you've learned about yourself by looking at these 7 deadly sins.
If we think about pride in particular, I guess you would say my Achilles heel, at least by my own data. And then actually, if I think about the sins that I don't struggle much with, I actually got a phone call from someone who said, I don't believe that you don't procrastinate. And then we actually had a conversation about it. He was like, come on, everybody procrastinates. And I was like, I know, I must procrastinate a little, but let me tell you, not a lot. I can't think of the last time I procrastinated, but I'm not saying I'm a perfect person. When I think about the sins that I struggle with, the sins that I don't struggle with, I think to me, it raises the question, why? Why is it that I struggle with pride? Why is it that I struggle so little with procrastination relative to that? But I guess I must feel this temptation to name drop, to say what journals I've been publishing in, to brag. I don't feel this temptation to wake up in the morning and do anything but work. I really feel this impetus, like my body is moving toward my laptop. So, of course, then that raises the question, why are we tempted in some domains and not others?
You're low in sloth of all forms, and you're high in pride. If there are 7, how many can you get away with having a high score of impulsivity before you start to crumble?
One could argue that any of these to excess is your downfall. So maybe it's not only pride that cometh before the fall, but also wrath.
Lust cometh before a fall?
Lust has gotten a lot of people into trouble. You could argue, though, that there is a baseline level of self-control that you need across all of these domains. I mean, it's just not hard to imagine that. Taken to their extreme, any of these can be your downfall. What it also suggests is that you don't have to be, I think, a saint in all of these either. I mean, who doesn't have some jagged line when you look across your scores? I do.
Well, this needs more conversation. And Angela, if you agree that it's a good idea, next time on the show, I want to go through your findings from the survey, because basically what you've done is invited the listeners of No Stupid Questions to assess themselves on your scale, and you have that data and you're willing to present it to us. Is that correct?
I am. That's a challenge I'm willing to take on.
All right. Talk to you next week, Angela.
This episode of No Stupid Questions was produced by me, Catherine Moncure, with help from our production associate, Lyric Bowditch. And now, here's a fact check of today's conversation. Early in the episode, Angela refers to the Serenity Prayer by Reinhold Niebuhr. This is the prayer commonly quoted as, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Although the prayer is usually credited to Niebuhr, recent scholarship has found that it was first coined in 1933 by a theologian named Winifred Weigall, who studied with Niebuhr. Then, Stephen mischaracterizes A.O. Scott's recent comments on his review of Love Actually. Stephen says he went back and re-examined his review of it and felt he could have hated it even more. In fact, what Scott wrote was, every few years, someone publishes the bold, contrarian discovery that Richard Curtis's Love Actually is actually bad. I'm just petty enough to point out that I said as much back in 2003. Finally, Stephen describes a hotel in Copenhagen that has peacocks and backs up onto the oldest amusement park in the world. The Nim Hotel in Copenhagen has peacocks and is next to Tivoli Gardens, which was founded in 1843. But the oldest amusement park in the world is actually Bakken, which opened in 1583 and is just outside Copenhagen. That's it for the fact check. Before we wrap today's show, let's hear some of your thoughts about last week's episode on gambling and greed.
Hi, Stephen and Angela. I've done very little gambling, but I've experimented with betting against desirable political outcomes. For example, I was strongly opposed to Brexit, but bet a small amount of money on it happening, so when it did, I could console myself with a small financial return on an otherwise undesirable outcome.
Hi, Angela and Stephen. This is Laurel McCarg from Salida, Colorado, and I chose to spend some money in slot machines in Vegas recently. I started with $5. I was very excited. The first 7 came down, the second 7 came down, and then nothing. So I laughed. Anyway, there are no bells, no whistles. It's kind of like, I don't know, they're like video games now. There was nothing really satisfying. And the 40 cents that I did win came out in a slip that I had to take to an ATM machine to get my quarter, nickel, and dime. So the whole thing just wasn't satisfying. My advice, if you want that dopamine rush, save your dollar bills for the drag brunch.
Hi, my name is Mark Rosengarten from Newburgh, New York. I used to be a high school chemistry teacher. And when we had rough times, I would play the lottery. Why? Because it allowed me for a brief moment of time the fantasy that I was going to be okay, that I'd be able to survive without having to go into such a toxic work environment every day. I don't know if you would call that greed, and now that I'm retired and have a pension, I kind of feel like I've hit the lottery, and I wish everyone had the opportunity to do that. Anyway, thank you. Love the show. Bye.
That was, respectively, Mike Quaid, Laurel McHarg, and Mark Rosengarten. Thanks so much to them and to everyone who sent us their thoughts. And remember, we'd still love to hear about your favorite humble brag. Send a voice memo to nsq@freakonomics.com. Let us know your name and whether you'd like to remain anonymous. You might hear your voice on the show. Coming up next week on No Stupid Questions, Stephen and Angela look at the results from all the listeners who took the 7 Deadly Sins survey.
I cannot wait. I'm tingling with sinful anticipation.
That's next week on No Stupid Questions. No Stupid Questions is part of the Freakonomics Radio Network, which also includes Freakonomics Radio, People I Mostly Admire, and Freakonomics MD. All our shows are produced by Stitcher and Run Bud Radio. This episode was mixed by Eleanor Osborne with help from Jeremy Johnston. We had research help from Joseph Fridman and Dan Moritz Rabson. Our executive team is Neil Carruth, Gabriel Roth, and Stephen Dubner. Our theme song is And She Was by Talking Heads. Special thanks to David Byrne and Warner Chappell Music. If you'd like to listen to the show ad-free, subscribe to Stitcher Premium. You can follow us on Twitter at @NSQ_show and on Facebook at NSQ Show. If you have a question for a future episode, please email it to nsq@freakonomics.com. And now you can also find our episodes on YouTube. If you know someone who doesn't listen to podcasts but spends a lot of time on YouTube, tell them to go to youtube.com/@Freakonomics. That's the @ followed by Freakonomics. To learn more or to read episode transcripts, visit freakonomics.com/NSQ. Thanks for listening.
I was regaled by his hooting and hollering. He was like, 6-point game, 5-point game.
The Freakonomics Radio Network, the hidden side of everything.
Stitcher.
Well, look, it's not my chief beef.
Chief beef? What is your chief beef?
I'm Angela Duckworth.
I'm Stephen Dubner.
And you're listening to No Stupid Questions.
Today on the show, is gambling driven by greed?
What is greed? It's wanting more and never feeling satisfied.
Angela, you and I were talking recently offline, and you had taken note of the rather rapid rise of legal sports betting in the U.S., especially through apps like FanDuel and DraftKings.
Yeah, I'm inferring that from just seeing these advertisements like all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Because Jason watches basketball and stuff, and it's like, holy smokes, what is going on?
Yeah, they are out there, and we can talk about that. But you also mentioned a book, I think it was written around 2012, by a cultural anthropologist named Natasha Dow-Schul. It was called Addiction by Design, and it talks about how slot machines in particular induce a state of flow. And then I think what happened in our conversation is you put two and two together, and we were also thinking about this series we've been doing on the 7 deadly sins, and you wondered aloud to me whether the so-called sin of greed fits into this, the degree to which gambling or gaming may be driven by greed. Is that about right so far, what I've said?
That is correct, and it's making me feel kind of greedy because I took up the space of a No Stupid Questions listener and put my own question in here.
No, that's a different deadly sin. That's the guilt sin. So I'm curious what your take is on that, the connection between gambling and greed. And I have a feeling that mine is going to be very different from yours, but I want to know yours. Let's start there.
Well, I don't actually think that gambling and greed are as related as it might seem. And I do think there's a relation, which is why I brought up gambling in the first place. Like, you gamble to get money, right? You gamble to get more. And I think the heart of greed is wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a sense in which you will never be sated, right?
So when you are surveying people for this 7 Deadly Sins project, this survey that's on the No Stupid Questions website, what kind of questions are you asking to measure greed?
So I'm asking the following 4 questions. Do you take more than your fair share? Are you self-centered? Do you behave selfishly? And this one's just straightforward. Are you greedy?
Do you want to define greed for us?
Well, I think in general, it's the idea of wanting more and never being satisfied for your individual self-interest. It's often thought of in terms of like very material things like money and possessions, but I think you could make the argument that it could be much broader than that, like reputational, admiration, attention, etc.
Okay. So I find your scale and your questions really interesting. I find them very different from the greed that I think about as you were talking about gambling. And, you know, I personally am a big believer in not taking more than you actually need. When I think about how certain parts of our economy work, I think of one corner of that is the money harvesting industry. There are a lot of people out there who, you know, some of them are sort of gambling. I mean, if you think about investing is gambling to a very large degree. And yeah, I think there's an awful lot of greed in the world. And, you know, as I've gotten older and more experienced about that part of the economy, I'm a little bit less tolerant of people whose lives revolve around making more money when they plainly have plenty of money to do whatever they want to do. That said, you said that you gamble to get money, you gamble to get more. I don't actually think that's why most people gamble at all. I think gambling is a different kind of activity entirely.
Okay, before I agree with you, which I do.
I want you to disagree to some degree.
Well,
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and I want to go back about 10 years to Berkeley, California. Specifically to a lab on the UC Berkeley campus run by a woman named Jennifer Doudna.
I've always investigated fundamental questions about the nature of modern biology, in particular on molecules of RNA. These are chemical cousins of DNA that do lots of interesting things in cells and viruses.
So Jennifer was studying RNA molecules, and that led her
to investigate a rumored bacterial immune system called CRISPR.
CRISPR, or clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats.
Wow, impressive.
Did I get
Yes,
it? Okay, thank you.
did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have been working on that. I'm really glad you came up with the acronym.
Well, I didn't, but the field did. Yeah.
Okay, so you've probably heard of CRISPR at some point, but you may not know the whole story. Around 2011, Jennifer started collaborating with a French professor named Emmanuel Charpentier, and they began looking into CRISPR, this naturally occurring phenomenon in bacteria.
Correct. It's an adaptive immune system that bacteria employ to protect themselves from viral infection. And we began studying an enzyme, a protein called CRISPR-Cas9, which could be incredibly useful for detecting RNA and DNA molecules and for cutting them up.
She and Emmanuel found that this CRISPR-Cas9 molecule destroys viruses by cutting up their DNA and altering their genome. Their discovery was huge.
And this led to a breakthrough, really a finding that this system could be harnessed as a tool, as a technology for manipulating DNA sequences in a programmable fashion. And it was through that work that we realized that this system could, in fact, be deployed as a genome editing tool.
Meaning they could use CRISPR-Cas9 to target and alter specific genes.
It was basically immediately clear that this was an extraordinary breakthrough technology.
Okay, so we should be clear. Scientists have been working on gene editing for a long time, but there had never been a tool quite like this, right? The analogy I always hear is that it is basically that you can cut and paste DNA. Is that right?
I actually love that analogy for genome editing because it really is, in fact, what genome editing is all about. So we can think of the genome, which is the DNA found in a cell that has all of the instructions for making a cell or a whole organism. And we can think of that information like the information in a book, or maybe better, an encyclopedia. And what scientists have been trying to do now for decades, honestly, is to understand the information content of the genome, particularly the human genome.
Mm-hmm.
And what CRISPR does is to give scientists an incredibly precise and programmable tool for altering the code to identify and cut specific DNA sequences, and we can control which sequences it's cutting. We can decide how to program it and have it go to that place in the genome, just like you might thumb to a page in a book volume and, change a word or a paragraph or move things around. And it actually is cutting and pasting information in the DNA.
Do you remember what it looked like when you sort of connected the dots? Were you like, whoa, I have to sit down, or I need a whiskey? Like, what went through your mind on a non-scientific level, on a purely human emotional level?
Well, a great little vignette that comes to mind was an evening in those days when I was, I had just come home from the lab, and, we had just gotten the data that showed how this worked. And I was at home. I was cooking spaghetti in my kitchen for my young son. And I just suddenly burst out laughing because I thought, this is so crazy, that we started working on this thing, didn't really know where it was going. And it certainly wasn't a popular area of science at the time. Most people had never heard of CRISPR. And yet we had uncovered this just absolutely extraordinary molecule whose chemistry was going to probably change the world.
Unlocking the mysteries of the genome has been a holy grail for scientists. And with CRISPR and other tools, humans have invented mechanisms to change evolution. But only recently have scientists begun to deploy these tools. And this next chapter is complex. There are so many questions. Will genetic treatments become everyday procedures? Should they be used to eradicate disease, revive extinct species, even help us live longer? And how can we make sure these tools work for the benefit of all humankind? And so today on the show, Reshaping Evolution. Because we are on the precipice of the next scientific revolution, one that could profoundly change humanity in exciting and frightening ways over the next century. Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier's work earned them the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020. And now their development of the CRISPR-Cas9 molecule is being tested in over a dozen clinical trials.
Everything from sickle cell disease, beta thalassemia, which is another blood disorder, disorders of the eye, liver disease, heart disease, and muscular dystrophy. So it's just mind-boggling to think of a technology going from initial publication in an academic research journal to being widely deployed for so many different applications.
Can we go back to the blood disorder, sickle cell disease? My understanding is that a person's red blood cells are misshapen, and so that means they can't carry enough oxygen.
That's right. And that's why it's referred to as sickle cell disease, because when you look under a microscope, the cells have a classic sickled shape, and people with sickle cell disease make a form of the protein called hemoglobin that carries oxygen in the blood that is prone to aggregation, prone to sticking together and forming aggregates that lead to the sickled shape of the cells.
And so how does CRISPR work to fix it?
To treat sickle cell disease at its source, what's done is to remove what are called blood stem cells from an affected individual. These come out of the bone marrow, and they are cells that have the potential to develop into new red blood cells. And to ensure that they don't have the sickle cell trait, CRISPR can be used to either change the DNA of the affected gene, or they can actually suppress the effects of the sickle cell gene mutation. And that's what's done. So the CRISPR is used to make those changes in blood stem cells, and then the edited cells are infused back into the patient where they can repopulate the bone marrow and effectively replace their red blood cells with corrected cells.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there could be a family that says, we have passed down sickle cell to generation after generation, and we want it to end with us.
Well, that's right. It could, and it's extraordinary. And even today, this is something that is already being used in patients in these trials. Mm-hmm. Victoria Gray, she was actually the first U.S. patient to receive a CRISPR-based therapy for her sickle cell disease. And, she's showing that this type of approach can actually work quite well in terms of treating a disease at its source. And I think that's really what CRISPR offers, is that kind of a cure, really, for genetic disease. And I think it just paves the way for future applications of this technology as well, because, of course, when you start to see success and begin to see how patients' lives are being impacted beneficially by this technology, it's highly motivating to carry it forward and see it used in other diseases. But I think one has to think about the fact that what we're talking about here is effectively changing evolution. It's changing us at our core and going back to the instruction manual that makes us who we are and making changes there. When we talk about it in the context of a disease like sickle cell disease that is so debilitating, it certainly seems like this might be something that some families might want to consider eventually, especially if the technology is vetted carefully and shown to be safe. And by the way, we're not there yet. But I think the broader issue really is equity, access to technologies, who decides about something like that, something as profound as that, who pays for it, who has access to it. I think it gets complicated quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it goes from stopping a fatal disease to maybe optimizing for IQ or even, being thin and tall and having a particular eye color, I suppose.
I mean, in a most extreme case, you could imagine that someday couples, go to an in vitro fertilization clinic and they receive a menu, right? And they can decide what types of traits they want for their children.
Yeah, you actually brought that up back in 2015 in your TED Talk.
Imagine that we could try to engineer humans that have enhanced properties such as stronger bones or less susceptibility to cardiovascular disease, or even to have properties that we would consider maybe to be desirable, designer humans, if you will. Right now, the genetic information to understand what types of genes would give rise to these traits are mostly not known. But it's important to know that the CRISPR technology gives us a tool to make such changes once that knowledge becomes available. This raises a number of ethical questions that we have to carefully consider. And this is why I and my colleagues have called for a global pause in any clinical application of the CRISPR technology in human embryos to give us time to really consider all of the various implications of doing so.
That was more than 6 years ago, but not everyone stuck to a moratorium.
Overnight, an astonishing claim. A scientist in China saying he created the world's first genetically engineered babies.
A line has been crossed that should not have been crossed.
It's very disturbing. It's inappropriate.
Oh, this is huge.
In a moment, more from Jennifer Doudna about the ethical implications of CRISPR. On the show today, Reshaping Evolution. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. We'll be right back. It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. On the show today, Reshaping Evolution. We were just talking to Nobel Prize-winning biochemist Jennifer Doudna, whose work on CRISPR marked a new chapter in our ability to alter our DNA. In 2015, Jennifer called for an international moratorium on applying CRISPR to human embryos, at least until the scientific community considered all the ethical implications of gene editing.
That was definitely a motivation at that time, was to call to the attention of everyone to just be aware that this technology does have the potential to create these very profound, kinds of changes in human beings. What happened next was that there was an announcement in 2018, which was actually happened at the second International Summit on the topic of human genome editing, of a project in China in which 2 embryos had been edited using CRISPR and then were implanted to create a pregnancy that resulted in the birth of twin girls with edits to their DNA.
And do you remember what your reaction was after he presented his research?
Well, it was pretty horrifying. It was just kind of shocking to see the way that the work had been performed. It just really an example of unethical behavior on the part of a scientist, just rushing forward with something before it had been tested to be safe, and also without properly understanding how to explain and consent with patients, to explain to them what was actually happening to the embryos that they were using in the study. And so I think it really did galvanize the international community to realize that this type of work really shouldn't be happening right now. And there has been a concerted effort on the part of not only scientific organizations, but also by the World Health Organization and the United Nations to get involved in this conversation.
Okay, so you've got governments and NGOs talking, but of course there's the other party that we're not talking about yet, which is private enterprise. There are a lot of companies who are hoping to make money off of this technology. You've started several companies that are developing CRISPR-Cas9 treatments. But should we be worried? Because companies are not always known for taking the moral high ground, right?
You're right that I think this is always something that needs vigilance. One has to, you can't relax. You have to remember, there's always the risks that go along with a technology like this. But companies play an incredibly important role in all of this because generally this is not something that academic labs have the funding or the resources to do. And that's where companies come in.
So how do you balance your business interests with your ethics?
I think it begins at the beginning. You have to start with creating a culture in your team that focuses on ethical use of the technology and on the benefit that can be created by developing it in the context of the company. And we've, certainly I've been proud of the teams that I've been involved with as a founder, that I think in each case, these are people who I trust. I think we have aligned values, core values, in terms of both doing excellent science and doing it with an eye towards ethics and appropriate use of a powerful tool.
Your biographer, Walter Isaacson, has said that your invention of CRISPR heralds the beginning of a next great innovation revolution. What do you think he means by that?
There's a lot of evidence that we're entering an era in biology in which we have increasingly at our fingertips a collection of tools that allow manipulation of biological systems in controllable ways. Those capabilities will advance, the kinds of things that have only been dreamt of in biological systems to a point where we can actually achieve them. Imagine that someone gets a diagnosis for something. Maybe it's even pre-diagnosis. They've gone to a company like 23andMe or Color Genomics, and they have their DNA sequenced, and the result comes back that they have susceptibility to Alzheimer's disease in the future. Today, that's kind of, information that's not directly actionable. Whereas imagine in the future, it's possible to use a technology like CRISPR to change those genetics so that that person is no longer has that susceptibility. That would be extraordinary if we get to that point. Will we get there in 30 years? I don't know, but I think it's entirely possible that we will.
That's biochemist Jennifer Doudna. You can see her full talk at TED.com. On the show today, Reshaping Evolution, how recent medical advances may allow us to defeat some of today's most debilitating illnesses.
Imagine you're having some strange symptoms and you don't really know what they are.
This is Nabia Saklayan.
You're feeling a lot of tremors, your muscles are stiff, you're having difficulty thinking and understanding, and you go to your doctor because you want to know what's going on.
And they run tests, a whole host of them. They order neurological exams, look at your family history, measure your agility, muscle tone, balance, and then
you find out that you have Parkinson's disease, which is devastating news. And I've had family members who've had to go through that, and it's a very, very tough moment to realize you have something that's going to completely change your life, and you might have these symptoms forever.
Today, your doctor would review your options with you, medications you can take, lifestyle changes to make, how to manage a disease which has no cure.
But
Nabia is working towards a different outcome.
What if I told you there is a different future ahead for us? What if your doctor, instead of saying, okay, we're going to be treating your symptoms, your doctor actually says, no, we're going to be able to cure this disease. And the way that works is you drop off a blood sample, those blood cells are shipped off to a cell factory to generate brand new neurons that are customized just for you. You come back the next week and a surgeon transplants those neurons into your brain, and you just received a cure for Parkinson's.
Okay, wait, let me see if I get this right. Take some blood cells, turn them into new neurons, put them in the right places in the damaged part of the brain, and you can essentially cure Parkinson's?
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, Nabia, I gotta say, it sounds like science fiction.
It does sound like science fiction, but what's amazing is most of the pieces of the puzzle have been figured out. We know how to make patient-specific cells. We know how to transplant them into the right part of the brain. We've seen these transplants happen in patients, and the results are very, very promising. And now we just have to figure out manufacturing. How do we make these cells in a fully automated way, make them super cheap? And that's what I'm working on with my team.
For years, we've heard that stem cells may eventually cure diseases and treat illnesses, that by genetically engineering them, they could fix our ailing bodies. Now, though it's still early, promising new technologies are getting us closer, in labs like those at Nabia's company, Celino.
We're automating the generation of personalized human cells, and these cells can be used for a range of therapeutic applications. And because they're 100% your cells, your immune system is extremely unlikely to reject or attack those cells.
Nabia Saklayan picks up this idea from the TED stage.
In fact, the body has no idea that these cells were actually made in a cell factory. All of this is possible because of a breakthrough at the intersection of biology, laser physics, and machine learning. We'll start with biology. The human body is an absolute miracle. Trillions of cells are working in synchronicity to pump blood, secrete dopamine, and let me see and speak to you right now. But as we age, our cells age too. That's why our skin starts to sag, our cartilage wears away, and your 5-mile run might turn into a 20-minute walk. Yes, we're all getting older. Our bodies are ticking time bombs. But stem cells could offer a solution.
All right, so stem cells, remind us, why are they so useful?
Yes, stem cells are these very special cell types that have the code in them to become any cell type in the body. In our natural state of existence, we don't have absolutely 100% pure stem cells in the body anymore because they've evolved into becoming different subsets of cells in the body. But it's possible now to generate really high-quality stem cells for each and every patient, for each and every adult that look very much like embryonic cells.
Scientists can make stem cells.
Absolutely. They're called induced pluripotent stem cells. And these stem cells open up the possibility to generate neurons on demand, heart cells on demand, skin on demand, hair on demand, you name it. You can make any cell type where we know the biology of how to change the stem cell to the target cell type. Now, unfortunately, stem cells are notoriously difficult to engineer. One fundamental problem relates to how they're made, which involves taking a patient's blood cells and adding chemicals to those blood cells to turn them into stem cells. Now, during this chemical process, you never end up with a perfect set of stem cells. In fact, you get a very messy plate of cells going in different directions towards the eye, brain, liver, and every random cell must be removed. Until recently, the main way to remove cells was by hand. I remember the first time I visited the Harvard Stem Cell Institute. I watched a highly skilled scientist sitting at a bench, looking at stem cells, evaluating them one at a time, and removing the unwanted cells by hand. It's a slow, tedious, and artisanal process, which is why generating a personalized stem cell bank today costs about $1 million. Right now, there are phase 1/2 clinical trials, one that's already launched in the US for personalized iPSC-based therapies. All of these groups have made enough patient-specific stem cells and therapies and derived tissues by hand. And that's maybe 10, 15, or 20 patients.
That's it.
That's it, right. So when you think about a phase 3 trial, you may need hundreds of patients, and there literally aren't enough scientists that can make those cells by hand. And of course, it becomes very, very expensive. Running a phase 3 clinical trial would cost $300 million, which is not feasible in most instances.
Okay, and this is where presumably your work comes in, Nabia.
Yes. So when I came into the biology space, so just a quick background, I'm a physicist by training. When I started my PhD, I joined a laser physics lab because lasers are the coolest. But I also decided to dabble in biology. I started using lasers to engineer human cells. And when I talked to biologists about it, they were amazed. Here's why. Scientists are always looking for ways to make biology more precise. Sometimes cell culture can feel a lot like cooking. Take some chemicals, put it in a pot, stir it, heat it, see what happens, try it all over again. In contrast, lasers are so precise. You can target one cell in millions at precise intervals, every second, every minute, every hour. I realized that instead of doing this tedious process of stem cell culture by hand, we could use lasers to remove the unwanted cells. And to automate the entire process, we decided to use machine learning to identify those unwanted cells and zap them. Here's how it works. Take some blood cells, put it in a cassette, add chemicals to those blood cells to turn them into stem cells, like always. Now, instead of having a human look for those unwanted cells and remove them by hand, the machine identifies the unwanted cells and zaps them with a laser. As you can see, this entire process happens by machine. The computer decides when and how often to prune the cells and uses a fully automated system to run the process. After repeated pruning, you end up with a perfect culture of your stem cells, ready to be banked and used at any time.
Nabia, we talked about how, hypothetically, a brain with Parkinson's could be repaired using stem cells, iPSCs. But to be clear, stem cells are already being used to treat leukemia and other types of blood cancers. I've also read about them being used to restore a patient's eyesight in clinical trials. So far, it seems pretty promising.
Yes, and just this past month, there's been an amazing result that was put out into the world by the Vertex team, where they tested one patient with a dose of new insulin-producing cells, and this patient is not having to use insulin injections anymore. So that has happened in the past month, and it's tremendous. And now it's all about figuring out what is the right format for the specific cell therapy, how many cells should be transplanted, how to get around the immune evasion problems, and how to manufacture these cells in a scalable and cost-effective way. That's what we need to figure out. But we're going to do all of that in the next 10 years. I have so much confidence we are as an industry. Perhaps you have longevity in mind. That is certainly a possibility. In the future, we might use these exact same stem cell banks to generate entire new organs, new tissues, new skin, new bone. This technology also has the potential to revolutionize personalized pharmaceuticals. Today, taking medicine is to some degree trial and error. You don't really know if the drug is going to work for you until you put it in your body. But what if we had a miniature human replica of you with your cells? Eye cells, brain cells, heart cells, muscle cells, blood cells, on a chip. A miniature human replica of you. We could take the drugs, test them on the cells in the lab first to see how it works. If it works, fantastic. Go ahead and take the drug. If it doesn't, pharmacists can order up custom drugs just for you.
You know, there was a time that if you were diagnosed with smallpox, that was it. It was fatal. But now, of course, smallpox is gone. It's been eradicated. In the future, do you think is that how we're going to think about diseases like Parkinson's and diabetes? If or when we have these stem cell treatments, will these illnesses be so easy to cure that a diagnosis won't really feel as devastating or life-altering as it does now?
I do think there is a possibility to create a world where these diseases don't feel as burdensome as they are today. However, I do want to mention also, this brings me back to a lot of thoughts I have about accessibility in healthcare and how do we make these cell therapies accessible. It really comes down to how cheap can we make these advanced therapies. You know, getting a cell therapy could be just as expensive as buying insulin or taking penicillin or taking painkillers. That would be what is my aspirational goal for the future. But we have so much work to do to get there because making cells is so complex. But I am very optimistic we're going to get there because what's happening right now in bioengineering is many different disciplines are coming together and trying to solve these big problems in new and creative ways.
Nabia Saklayan is the co-founder and CEO of Soleno Biotech. On the show today, Reshaping Evolution. I'm Manoush Zamarodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us.
Unit 13, The School Play.
Are you going to the school play on Saturday night?
The school play?
I didn't know there was going to be a play on Saturday night.
Yes, I heard about it in English class yesterday. I think it will be really good.
Who told you about it?
Ms. Martin, our English teacher, told us all about it. This is the drama club's first play of the year.
What is the play about? I hope it's nothing boring.
Can you guess what it is?
Oh, come on. Tell me, please.
It's The Sound of Music.
Really? I watched The Sound of Music on TV last month. It's very good. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's what Ms. Martin said. Would you like to watch the play with me on Saturday night?
That would be great. Let's go early so we get good seats.
Unit 5. Trees in the Forest.
There are many forests in North America. There are many trees in these forests. Some of these trees are more than 200 feet tall. Some are over 500 years old. Several kinds of trees grow in these forests. Fir, cedar, and pine are 3. These trees grow in different areas. Some grow in forests. Some grow on the mountains. People who lived in this place long ago used these trees to make things out of wood. Many of these trees are now in special areas. These areas are called forest reserves or national parks. Some parks charge a small entrance fee. Visitors must pay the fee to enter the parks. Then they can walk among the beautiful old trees. They must take care not to damage the trees. We should all take care of forests.
Unit 9. The Blue Sky.
Joe asked me something about science just now, but I didn't know the answer.
I'm good at science. Ask me.
Okay. Why is the sky blue?
I'll explain it in a simple way. Light comes through the air from the sun in waves.
The light is in many colors, right?
Right. Blue light waves are smaller than air molecules. They sometimes get absorbed by these molecules.
Okay. What happens then?
Then the blue light waves scatter in many directions. Your eyes see this blue light from above you after it leaves the air molecules.
So that is what makes the sky blue. What happens to the other colors?
They reflect off the things that they hit. Your shirt is red because our eyes see the red light reflected from it.
Now I understand why the sky is blue.
Unit 15. Monet's Garden.
Claude Monet was a great artist. He was the first of a group of artists called the Impressionists. This group of artists thought about how things in the world made them feel. They tried to show this in their work. This way of painting shows how light can change shapes and colors. Monet did a lot of his work outdoors. He wanted to show how daylight made things look. Many of his paintings are of gardens. He liked to paint flowers and trees. He loved to paint in his own garden. His garden was in a village. He lived there for many years. Today, many visitors come each year to this garden. They come from all over the world. Most of them are art lovers or artists. They come to see the place that Monet loved so much.
Unit 2. Let's recycle. Hi, Jane. Have you heard about the new laws to help people recycle?
I heard about them on the news last night. I don't think I like them.
The government wants to keep the environment clean, by recycling paper, metal, and glass instead of throwing these things away.
But who wants to pay an extra 50 cents each time you buy a cup of coffee? That's a lot of money.
50 cents? It's only 5 cents extra for a paper cup.
I thought it was 50 cents.
No, it's only 5 cents. Don't worry, and you can get your money back when you return the cup.
That's fair. Well, maybe the government is right after all. I'll return all the paper coffee cups I use from now on.
Good. We all need to recycle. It helps to keep the environment clean. Unit 10. A new camera. I just bought a digital camera.
What is wrong with your old camera?
Nothing. I bought this one because I want to store my pictures on my computer.
I see.
I can also delete pictures that are not very good. I don't have to print them.
I like to print all my photos. That's why I like the old cameras.
Oh, you can print digital photos too. Many shops will print them for you.
Really?
Yes. You can even buy a good printer and do it from home.
That seems